Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51 In Mutants' Eyes, You Are Nothing. Lake Alkali, the secret research base of Weapon X. Wilhelm Stryker's office. A portal quietly appeared. The next moment, under Wilhelm Stryker's horrified and desperate eyes, Lin's figure slowly walked out of the door. And behind him are Magneto and Mystique. Colonel Stryker, long time no see. With a smile on her face, Lin greeted her politely like a real visitor. Magneto had no expression on his face, but a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Mystique simply put this killing intent on his face. As for Wilhelm Stryker, they used to think of him as a military general who was hostile to mutants. There is no doubt that this is a life and death enmity. It's you. You saved Magneto. You blocked my base. It was you who planned all this and wanted me to be doomed. Wilhelm Stryker was taken aback when he saw the three of them appearing, but then he understood everything, almost gritted his teeth and said word by word. Hateful eyes stared at Lin. Can't wait to eat Lin alive. It seems that Alice has already greeted you. Lin turned a blind eye to his gaze, and said lightly, Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin, and I am a student of Xavier's school. Charles asked me to say hello to you, but I think, you may not accept his kindness. The corners of Wilhelm Stryker's mouth twitched, his face grim. Lin hardly hides her victorious attitude. And this gesture was supposed to be used by him to face Mutant. How on earth did you know about my plan? Wilhelm Stryker took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only Adam Robert and me and a handful of people in the entire base know about Nightcrawler's assassination of the president, and I'm sure none of them leaked the news. It has to be said that this person is indeed a character. In this case, he can still maintain a trace of demeanor. However, instead of answering his question, Lin just smiled dismissively. Have you misunderstood your own strength? After entering the base, Lin's whole person became a bit sharp. It's Mutant that you want to destroy in your heart. Mutant's super ability is full of wonders. Knowing your plan, is it strange? As soon as these words came out, Magneto and Mystique were a little surprised. They could feel that Lin didn't seem to like Wilhelm Stryker at all, and didn't even put him in his eyes from the beginning to the end. Wilhelm Stryker felt the contempt. His whole body trembled with anger. It seems that dealing with Mutant was too smooth in the past, which gave you an inexplicable confidence in yourself, and Charles's kindness magnified your ambition. Lin's eyes were burning, and he said every word, but obviously, you don't understand the truth. Professor X can take your life with just one thought, and Magneto can wipe out your entire base. In Mutant's eyes, your so-called Weapon X program. Nothing. Magneto's eyes flashed suddenly. As the person in charge of the military's Weapon X program, Wilhelm Stryker is undoubtedly a truly powerful figure, which can be seen from his ability to plan a plan to eliminate Mutant. However, Lin's few words undoubtedly trampled all his pride on the ground. Wilhelm Stryker's eyes suddenly turned red. Why? Dissatisfied. Lin's smile didn't change at all. The reason why you can play these schemes is because you are hiding in the dark and haven't been discovered by Charles. It's a joke, isn't it? Ha ha ha. The unscrupulous humiliation made Wilhelm Stryker laugh back angrily. What do you think a fabricated live video can do to me? Everyone in the base can attest that I have never sent Adam Roberts' special operations team on a mission, nor have I ever had a video call with him. Send these evidences to the White House, and everyone will know that I am innocent. The so-called live broadcast is just a conspiracy of your mutants. Lin waited quietly for him to finish. The sarcasm at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. Isn't it interesting to lie to yourself like this? Shaking his head, Lin actually asked a serious question. Just one sentence. The momentum that Wilhelm Stryker had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared in smoke. You don't know yet, do you? Lin took out her mobile phone, and under Alice's control, a light curtain was projected in front of Wilhelm Stryker, the live broadcast is not over yet, the White House's statement came out, and you are going to have a public trial." The title of the statement was huge, and Wilhelm Stryker saw it at a glance, and his vision went dark. "And it's not over yet." Lin flicked her finger, and changed to another news interface. In less than a minute, the spokesperson of the Ministry of National Defense also issued a statement, claiming that your plot to assassinate the president was purely personal and had nothing to do with the military. "Look, the military executives sold you out directly. They didn't even mention investigating the truth." Wilhelm Stryker staggered and almost fell limp to the ground. Although he had expected this, he still didn't expect it. "How could I be given up so simply and so thoroughly? This is to sacrifice oneself to appease the anger of the White House. A group of despicable and shameless villains." At this moment, anger, panic, fear, despair, like torrents gathered in Wilhelm Stryker's heart. His eyes were red like blood, and he was on the verge of collapse. But what Magneto and Mystique didn't expect was that he was not completely desperate, but stared at Lin like a poisonous snake. "Even if I was betrayed, do you think you mutants won? The matter over the church is not over yet." When he said this, there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. "Did you mean him?" Lin sat behind Wilhelm Stryker's desk, turned the computer screen and faced him directly. "This person is your trump card." In the live broadcast, it happened to be the time when Deadpool appeared and the X-Men were in danger. "Yes, his name is Wade Wilson, and he is my favorite work besides Wolverine." Wilhelm Stryker hissed, revealing the madness of a hero's end. "If you dare to kill me, he will kill all the X-Men and be buried with me." At this time, he actually wanted to threaten Lin with the lives of all the X-Men. "Lin is happy. You have Deadpool, I have Iron Man. And I'm still there. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 52 Real Mirror Image and Space Magic. Inside the church, Deadpool's sudden appearance undoubtedly exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially Wolverine Logan. After recovering his memory, he has already remembered what happened back then, and he has an extraordinary understanding of Deadpool Wade Wilson, a former colleague and later enemy. Because this guy used his X gene for experiments. So at the very beginning, this guy's abilities were only super self-healing, super strength, speed, and reaction. He was good at wielding dual knives. Although he was in the first echelon of X weapons, it was not outrageous. But later, Wilhelm Stryker went crazy and injected the X gene of Cyclops and Ghosts into this guy. The most important thing is that this guy survived the conflict of the 3 X genes. Therefore, Wilhelm Stryker sealed his never-ending mouth, and implanted some kind of control chip in his body, turning him into the strongest weapon under his command. To this day, Logan will always remember that in that battle, he and Sabretooth teamed up to fight Deadpool, but they were almost unable to fight back. If it weren't for the proper cooperation between the two and good luck, it would be impossible to kill each other. But now it seems. This guy's self-healing ability is not inferior to his own. His head was cut off by adamantium claws, and he fell to pieces from a high altitude, and he was able to recover. "Guys, we're in big trouble." Hit by Deadpool's laser light, Logan didn't suffer too much damage, but his face turned gloomy for an instant. Needless to say, Phoenix and Cyclops also understand that the situation is not optimistic. Deadpool's double knives had crossed to the former's head. She doesn't have the self-healing gene, she will definitely die if her head falls off. When time is running out. "Hey, a bunch of idiots, have you forgotten me?" Storm's cold voice came from outside the door, and before her voice spread, 2 bolts of lightning had already struck out of thin air. One of the lightning bolts directly knocked away the experimental subject who was close to the camera and wanted to assassinate Eddie Locke, and the other one crackled towards Deadpool. Adam Robert was no surprise. Since Wolverine and others did not fall into a coma, the storm outside definitely cannot be easily dealt with. Everything is just an illusion. The speed of lightning is extremely fast. Although Deadpool has a super self-healing ability, he doesn't want to fight hard, so he quickly activates the teleportation ability obtained from the ghost, and is about to transfer the battlefield. It has to be said that for an X-weapon with a full level of close combat like him, the teleportation ability is simply a bug. That's why Wilhelm Stryker used him as his whole card. But the moment he launched the teleport, there seems to be a voice vaguely passed into the ears. Space, imprisoned. As if the words could not be followed, an invisible force emerged from the sky, sealing off all the spaces inside and outside the church in an instant. Deadpool's eyes suddenly widened. His teleportation failed unexpectedly. In a daze, the lightning had struck his body. Even though he had a super strong physique, his whole body was still numb and his muscles ached from the shock. But he is worthy of being an elite X-weapon that has been fought for a long time. In this case, he turned sideways and backed away. But at the moment, the tearing air sounded, and densely packed small howitzers shot in from the hole on the top of the church. The figure of Iron Man followed closely behind. My friend who came out of nowhere, the way you greet me is not very friendly. Tony was clearly upset when he got hit by a laser beam for no reason. There was a chill in the voice. Dozens of mini howitzers hit Deadpool directly, exploding in an instant. Bang 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 bang. His body was blown away on the spot, and the battlesuit on his body was directly turned into fly ash under the double blow of lightning and howitzers. In an instant, all the viewers who saw this scene through the live broadcast were all frightened. What kind of body is this? Even if the face and even the whole body were disfigured, even the mouth was sewn up? Great gift crab special. Is this the X-weapon plan? It's so cruel. I don't treat people like people. After the shock, anger against Wilhelm Stryker soared again. However, Deadpool himself definitely couldn't feel this anger. He lost his most mobile teleportation ability, and just as his body fell to the ground, the red light of Cyclops burst out. Completely out of instinct, the red light in his eyes also flashed. The laser light meets the laser light, the void meets the wave in an instant, and the dazzling red light fills the entire church. However, this pair of waves only lasted for less than a few seconds before disappearing. Because in just a few seconds, Wolverine had already dealt with her opponent, and with a leap, she appeared behind Deadpool's head, stretched out her claws condescendingly, and slammed down. Chi and chi twice. The adamantium claws easily penetrated Deadpool's shoulder blades on both sides. Severe pain hit him, but he couldn't make a sound. The red light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and the red light of Cyclops drove straight in and hit his abdomen. At the same time, Storm took out a metal ball and threw it over. With a few swoosh and swoosh, it turned into a metal rope that shone with lightning, as if it had spirituality, binding his whole body firmly. This rope is obviously Storm's exclusive equipment. Once it is bound, it will be attacked by lightning all the time, and it will fall into a state of paralysis. Even so, it's still not safe enough for a target that teleports. Then, a pale white light fell from the sky and entered Deadpool's body. Mind imprisoned. Just like the space confinement just now, it is a genuine 5-ring magic. In an instant, Deadpool felt a burst of fatigue that he had never experienced before, and everything in front of him seemed to become farther and farther away in an instant. At the last moment when his consciousness sank into the darkness, he seemed to see a handsome young man standing on the beam above him. Wolverine leaned down and sneered in his ear, "You may not know one thing, our X-Men are not only powerful, but our number is never too small. Lin alone is worth an army." Deadpool could no longer hear him. But at the last moment of looking at each other across the air, he vaguely understood the meaning contained in the gaze of the young man above. This gaze was not aimed at him, but for Wilhelm Stryker behind him. "Look, Mutant has more cards than you. All this is a long story, but in fact it is only a few breaths. At the same time that Deadpool was beaten and solved, Phoenix controlled the bullets flying backwards, and passed by the bodies of Adam Robert and others, submerged in the space behind them among the walls. So far, you still haven't revealed the whereabouts of Wilhelm Stryker. In the live broadcast, even though she was extremely angry, she did not kill anyone. But passing Death God, Adam Robert and others suddenly stopped breathing, and the hand holding the gun seemed to have lost all strength, and could no longer pull the trigger. As far as the eye can see, all the Colonel's preparations. It all seems to be in vain. The only Death Girl who was intact was also held in the air, unable to even struggle a little bit. For a moment, there was only one thought in Adam Roberts' mind. The tide is gone. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 53. Thanks to years of care, Mutant will be repaid 100 times today. Weapon X Program Base. Through the screen, Wilhelm Stryker clearly saw Deadpool's defeat process, as if he had been hit on the head with a sap. His eyes went black for a while, and he could no longer stand up. This is impossible. He closed his lips, and it took him a long time to say such a sentence. Obviously, he couldn't accept that his strongest hole card was dealt with so easily. Before taking action, the plan was extremely thorough. Those people from X-Men cannot be Wade's opponent. But the result? How could this be? I'm not afraid to tell you, this is my magic, called True Mirror Image. Lin's voice came to his ears, and he was very considerate to help him out. This magic can duplicate a mirror image duplication, and it has all my strengths, that is to say. Although I am talking to you here, the church over there, and there is also one who is in charge of the overall situation. This is not so much for Wilhelm Stryker as it is for Magneto and Mystique. The two trembled when they heard this. Looking at Lin's eyes again, I feel that this young mutant is really unfathomable to an unfathomable level. Copy a mirror image duplication of equal strength. What kind of terrible method is this? Magneto couldn't help but tremble a little at the thought of two of himself shooting at the same time. To you. Wilhelm Stryker obviously couldn't understand the magic of magic at all. At this moment, his face was already pale, and there was no trace of blood anymore. Because in the live broadcast, Adam Robert didn't have any hesitation, so he told the location of the base. Reporters from X-Men, NYPD, and Global Daily took the captives, boarded the Blackbird fighter plane, and flew towards Alkali Lake. Iron Man has even gone one step further. At their speed, they can reach here in at most 20 minutes. When the time comes, what greets me, will be a public trial by countless viewers on the entire network. The damned mutant in front of him made it clear that he wanted to spread the impact of the matter to the maximum, forcing the White House and the top military officials to skip the normal judicial process and directly convict himself. This is killing, and killing one's heart. Things have reached this stage, and it is completely irreversible. He. I lost. The expression on Wilhelm Stryker's pale face changed, as if he was still thinking of a solution to the situation, but he finally closed his eyes in dejection and despair. He seemed to be 10 years old in an instant, staring straight at Lin. My biggest mistake is that I didn't expect that there would be a character like you in Mutant. Compared to Magneto and Professor X. He glanced at Magneto, showing a hint of disdain. If the mutants are always led by them, I will definitely be able to complete the great cause of eradicating all mutants. Perhaps, this is God's punishment for us ordinary humans. Magneto's expression didn't change at all. He obviously wouldn't be angry at the contempt of a dying man. Great cause? You really put gold on your face. Lin smiled, his eyes became cold as ice in an instant, as if two sharp knives pierced Wilhelm Stryker's mind. Mutant, isn't it human? Don't forget, your son is also a mutant. He was conceived by your wife in October. It's just that in the process of human evolution, the gene has changed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't control his super ability, causing your wife to suffer from hallucinations, and finally committed suicide unbearably, wouldn't you have always loved him more? So to put it bluntly, you hate mutant, never because mutant threatens the life and death of human beings, but just because you don't want to admit that your wife-killing enemy is your own son. Don't you dare to face this and put it all down to all the mutants. You are just a coward escaping from reality. If we talk about the previous conversation, it is just that Lin, as a winner, is declaring his victory to the loser. So at this moment, these eloquent words are the real heartbreaking words. Unscrupulously dug out the sad and shameful heart of Wilhelm Stryker. He broke the defense on the spot. You actually called me a coward. Like a fox whose tail has been trampled on, his old face suddenly turned from pale to red, and his limp body got up from the ground, roaring and roaring. The super ability of mutant can kill ordinary people casually. If you let your development continue, you will occupy more and more resources and more living space. At that time, all human beings will be reduced to slaves, will perish in the end. Perhaps, you haven't done this yet, but the powerful ability will definitely slowly breed huge amounts of ambition. Such a simple truth, those gentlemen in the White House don't understand, and neither do those stupid people. Do you think I don't understand either? I have lost now. You can kill me, you can humiliate me, but you must not insult me. I, Wilhelm Stryker, die for the survival of mankind. I am a hero. He said the word hero firmly and resoundingly. Both Magneto and Mystique were stunned. They had never seen such a brazen person. Lin's smile grew brighter. First, if something like super ability is only mastered by a very small number of people, it will indeed breed ambition, crime, and threaten human safety, but when the number reaches a certain level, it will slowly form a rule, and this rule will gradually integrate with the rules of normal society and produce binding force. In this way, it will not have an unscrupulous impact on human beings. And obviously, the number of mutants is increasing, and they have appeared on a large scale. This is the evolution of the entire human population, and it cannot be stopped at all. Mutant is just getting ahead of the curve. This is the knowledge of sociology that can be learned in college. You don't understand it at all? You don't even understand that if you go against the trend, you will be crushed to pieces by the torrent of history. Don't people in your military read books? He said calmly and indifferently, and raised two fingers at the same time. Second, more and more resources are in the hands of mutant, why not? A person like you can occupy a high position, and mutant, who has a smarter head and a stronger body than you, can't do better than you. To put it bluntly, you are jealous of mutant's super ability, because you don't have it. I am also afraid of the brain of the mutant, because it will cause a huge change in the entire society, and it will have an unprecedented impact on the status of a vegetarian like you. So, where did you get the courage to say that you are a hero? After finishing this sentence, Lin has no intention of talking nonsense with Wilhelm Stryker. He waved his hand and opened the portal. Say hello to Magneto, and Mystique is leaving. Behind him, Wilhelm Stryker was sweating profusely, and the blood on his face receded again, replaced by a dead grey. You really want to rule? If it is said that Magneto's plan to wipe out all human beings, in the eyes of a senior human being who knows many secrets like him, it can only be regarded as a moderate threat, not a big deal. So at this moment, after seeing Lin's methods, he just felt his scalp go numb. Don't be afraid that mutant has a super ability, but be afraid that mutant has a brain. Such a mutant with unfathomable abilities and methods has even greater ambitions than Magneto. For someone like him, it is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. He needs me to appear on the live broadcast, so he won't kill me. At this moment, Wilhelm Stryker stared at Lin's back, and the thoughts in his heart rolled again. When the X-Men come, I must make all of this person's plots and truths public. By the time you won't tell. Lin, who was about to walk into the portal, suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile. I forgot to tell you, your current value is to wait for the X-Men to come to your door, and let the world know what you and the military have done thing. So my visit is just to delay a little time, so that you don't have a chance to do anything else. In other words, our conversation just now, everything that happened in this office. You don't remember anything. Of course, I won't talk nonsense. Wilhelm Stryker obviously didn't expect that Lin could hear his heart clearly. You are also a spiritual ability. He came to his senses in horror. Who the hell are you? You have so many super abilities. He is destined to never get an answer to this question. Because the fingers of Lin's right hand were already aimed at his forehead. A moment of forgetting is empty. A ray of light shot out. Wilhelm Stryker was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented sense of foreboding. Then, the whole world seemed to disappear. Faintly, he seemed to hear Lin's domineering answer. My name is Lin, King of Mutants. Thanks to the care of Colonel Wilhelm Stryker for many years, mutant today, 100-fold. Magneto and Mystique, who just stepped into the portal, heard this voice. The body trembled uncontrollably for a moment. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 54, Hell on Earth. Tony's anger. On the cold ground. Wilhelm Stryker was unconscious for 20 minutes before waking up. Apart from a headache, he didn't feel any other discomfort, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. In my mind, everything that happened in the past hour or so was completely blank. The memory stays in the moment when I saw the X-Men statement from the internet. Hey? Did I sleep in the office for more than an hour? It's not right. As a self-disciplined person, he finds this a bit unbelievable. Now is the critical moment of the plan. No matter how tired he is, how can he sleep in the office? Wait. What were you doing before you fell asleep? By the way, the X-Men gang suddenly issued such a statement, as if they were very confident in catching the assassin. This is very wrong. We must contact Adam Robert immediately. Shaking his head, Wilhelm Stryker hurriedly stood up, ready to make a phone call. But at the moment, there was a violent knock on the office door. A trace of anger suddenly appeared on his face. He turned his head and glanced at the one-sided glass, only to find that the outside has become a mess, and everyone is running around. An ominous premonition suddenly flooded into his heart, and he quickly opened the door. What's going on outside? The moment he opened the door, he felt something strange. This door. I don't seem to be locked. Before he could think about it, a terrified face appeared in sight. Colonel, the X-Men are calling in. What? Wilhelm Stryker was stunned and didn't react at all. What did they call in? Aren't they going to catch Nightcrawler? Kindness. The subordinate who knocked on the door was also confused. Colonel, what are you talking about? That happened more than half an hour ago. The special team brought by Captain Robert, as well as Deathwoman and Wade Wilson's Weapon X team, were all captured at the church. The whole process was broadcast live, and you can see it directly on the news. Although the face of this subordinate was full of horror, he couldn't help showing a strange look. If he hadn't finally knocked on the door, he would have thought the colonel had been assassinated in his office. How do you feel? The colonel doesn't seem to know anything about the whole thing? More than half an hour ago. Wilhelm Stryker's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the timer hanging outside. In the next moment, he couldn't restrain himself from trembling. He had only slept for a while. How did things develop to this point? With all the best, you can't even handle a few X-Men? And was it taken over by someone in turn? Fuck. What the hell is going on? Having lost part of his memory, he couldn't figure out why. He subconsciously grabbed his subordinate's collar and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you notify me of such a big matter?" "We informed, Colonel." The officer under his command looked innocent. "The incident at the church just happened, we came to you as soon as possible. It was you who said you could solve it yourself, so we don't have to worry, don't bother you. I said it myself." Even if Wilhelm Stryker lacked memory, he still felt that something was wrong, and his eyes flickered with shock, doubt, and disbelief. But at this time, there is obviously no time for him to find the answer. Boom! With a loud bang, the last layer of defense of the base was mercilessly smashed to pieces by Iron Man's pulse cannon. Figures rushed in from outside. The live broadcast of the Global Daily has continued. Even during the 20-minute boring flight, no one changed the channel. Arriving at the dam of Alkali Lake, Eddie Bulletin-Locke immediately picked up the camera, followed the X-Men, and continued to explain on the spot. "Viewers, we have come to the experimental base of the X-Weapon project. Mr. Tony Stark has arrived first, and is looking for the secret entrance that Adam Roberts said. I don't know if Colonel Wilhelm Stryker will stay here after watching our live broadcast." Without saying a few words, I saw Iron Man who arrived first. After searching for a while, he found the secret entrance of the base and blasted away. The X-Men followed quickly. Eddie was holding the camera, surrounded by Catherine and others from the NYPD. Compared with the well-trained detectives, his physical strength was obviously much weaker. But at the moment, he was more excited than everyone else, and he didn't feel hard at all. The screen advances all the way. After entering the base, Iron Man didn't use any more firepower, but went on a rampage all the way, knocking all the guards along the way into the air. Soon, the secret laboratory of the X-Weapon project was exposed to all audiences. It can be seen that the interior space of this base is not large, but there are quite a lot of people, and it is divided into several floors. There is nothing unusual about the top layer. But on the second and third floors, the faces of Eddie Locke and all the audience changed. There are hundreds of iron cages densely packed here, and each mutant is locked in an extremely small space like a prisoner. These mutants have all kinds of super abilities, but they are all targeted without exception. Ice-type ability, a layer of high-temperature glass shines on the outside of the cage. Those who can control the fire, there are low-temperature injectors around the cage, spraying from time to time. Those with wings on their backs were directly locked in mid-air by a few iron chains. There are also many people who are simply tied to the table, with dense experimental equipment inserted into their bodies. Some experimental equipment even goes directly into the throat and into the brain. The faint wailing sound echoed in this space almost all the time, and every mutant in sight was too horrible to look at. The audience can even see that some of them don't have super abilities. Obviously, they are all experimental subjects of ordinary humans. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. The four of the X-Men were even more furious. With a roar, Wolverine stretched out her adamantium claws and jumped out. While running wildly, she tore apart all the drag chains of the cages. "Stryker, you are damned!" Angry roars resounded throughout the audience. The military has been conducting such inhumane experiments. At the same time, Iron Man came to the central computer on the third floor. Under the pulse gun, all the experimenters squatted obediently. He manipulated it proficiently, and one after another data was drawn across the big screen. Eddie Locke hastily aimed at the camera. Immediately, the audience saw the information of each experimental subject. One of them is Nightcrawler. And the experiments he has experienced are almost all brain fluid control. Sure enough, the man behind the assassination of the president is Wilhelm Stryker. At the moment, even those who reject mutant no longer doubt this point. Most importantly, they have seen a lot of things from these materials. List of mutants to be captured. Most of them have normal families and their parents have legitimate jobs. Teenagers, even children, not in the minority. At this moment, even Tony's face couldn't help but feel a chill. Madman! He found the inner entrance, blasted it open with a cannonball and broke in. Wilhelm Stryker, I assure you on the honor of the Stark family, you can only spend the rest of your life in prison. Wilhelm Stryker, who had just come out of the office, fell limply on the ground again. What is the situation? Why is Iron Man there? Why are there reporters behind the X-Men? Is that guy still broadcasting live? Fuck. This roar that integrated doubts, anger, unwillingness, and despair officially announced the era of Wilhelm Stryker, and it came to an end. Mutants' revenge, although late, has arrived. And murderous. Celebrate the 7-day-long holiday of National Day and enjoy reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 55 Save the White Queen. Seeking subscription. While the X-Men were sweeping the base, Lin had a slightly weird expression on his face. After sending Magneto and Mystique away, he returned to the base alone, but he did not join Logan and others, but came to a secret place. If Alice hadn't invaded the control system of the base, he wouldn't even know. 50 meters below this base, there is actually a special space. The space is not too big, only about 1,000 square meters, and it is divided into rooms, most of which are archived materials of the X-Weapon program, as well as some special laboratories. In the entire base, only Wilhelm Stryker's authority can reach here. Therefore, at this moment, the place is empty. Only in a special cell in the deepest part is a mutant imprisoned. Lin is standing at the door of this cell at this moment, looking at the man inside through a window cut by metal magic. So, you are a candidate for Wilhelm Stryker's plan to destroy mutant. Wilhelm Stryker's plan has two cores. One is a brainwave strengthening device. And the other one is naturally Professor X's powerful mind ability. But Professor X is not so easy to catch after all, even if caught, in case of any accident during the operation, or the ability of Professor X is too strong, Jason's brain fluid is not enough to control one TTE. The whole plan is about to fall through. Wilhelm Stryker obviously cannot accept such an accident. Therefore, it is very necessary to have a spiritual ability that can replace Professor X. You are very smart, you thought of it all at once. The prisoner in the room smiled sweetly, and he was full of amorous feelings. For his plan, he dredged everywhere, and it took him several years to transfer me from the Trask laboratory. This turned out to be a woman. She has blonde hair, short skirt, leather pants, high heels, and a white cape, which perfectly shows her graceful and exquisite figure. When she was speaking, she stretched out her right hand lightly, brushing the blonde hair around her ears, full of charm. Lin guessed her identity at first glance, because just a minute ago, this woman was still in the form of a crystal diamond. Emma Frost. White Queen by Hellfire Club. Later switched to Magneto's top-level mutant. Trask Labs? Project Sentry. Lin's heart skipped a beat. His face was still calm. He looked at the White Queen with great interest, and said, "Actually, I have talked with Magneto about a lot of things these 2 days. Although he is unwilling to say more, I can also guess that those mutants who switched from Hellfire Club to him back then, the end of the future is not very good. But now it seems that apart from losing your freedom, you seem to be doing well. Back then, Magneto created the Mutant Brotherhood, and almost all of the first batch of men were dug from the Hellfire Club. Red Devil, Torrent, Angel Salvador, Dragonfly Girl. And the White Queen rescued later. But today, these people have disappeared, and the most powerful person around Magneto is Mystique, who was transferred from X-Men. Those who disappeared obviously either lost their lives or became captives. If I remember correctly, Lin seems to have seen the head of the Red Devil appearing in the Trask laboratory in days of future past. In this way, it seems normal that White Queen was also arrested. You know Magneto? White Queen was startled for a moment, and then a look of sadness appeared on her face. It's just because of the special ability, I'm just lingering on my last breath. Oh. Lin looked at her curiously, you won't be in diamond form after you're caught. White Queen's diamond form can bring her super strength, endurance, and defense power. She can withstand extremely high and low temperatures, and she can survive for a long time without food and water. In this state, it is obviously extremely difficult to study her super ability. But that doesn't seem to be unsolvable. If you really want to be determined and ruthless, Lin doesn't think the White Queen's defense is strong enough to be immune to any damage. He pondered for a while before he understood. They want to recruit you. When the White Queen heard this, her pupils shrank slightly uncontrollably. How do you know? She looked at Lin with surprise in her eyes. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? It does appear to be so. Lin nodded knowingly. Think about it too. Psychic ability is the most special kind of mutant, not to mention rare in number, but also extremely weird and powerful, especially Emma Frost, who used to be the White Queen of Hellfire Club. Mind ability is definitely the best in the world. 1. And indeed, she is an Omega-level mutant. If she can be recruited, those high-level human officials will wake up laughing from their dreams. I am afraid that it is precisely because of this that the Empress can live to this day in safety. This gentleman. Seeing that Lin didn't intend to answer her question at all, there was a hint of anger in the White Queen's eyes, but it quickly faded away. Asking for flowers. Instead, there was a hint of temptation. Since you have appeared here, it means that something happened to the base above, right? Wilhelm Stryker was killed by you. Between the cherry lips parted slightly, there seemed to be a red tongue protruding slightly, showing her charm. Why do you think so? Surprise appeared on Lin's face, and you seem to be unprepared for me? When you saw me just now, you immediately lifted your diamond form. Aren't you afraid that I'm from Wilhelm Stryker? Where is Wilhelm Stryker? How can you let someone like you work for him? The White Queen smiled disdainfully, and looked at Lin's eyes with a flattering feeling. The spiritual shield on your body is stronger than I can imagine. Even if I join forces with Charles Xavier, it may not be able to break through. A spiritual shield of this strength is definitely not from someone else's hand, but can only come from your own. 0. So, the first time I saw you, I knew you were a mutant. And it's a mutant stronger than me and Charles Xavier combined. It has to be said that this woman has an attainment no less than that of Professor X in terms of spiritual ability. Just the direction seems to be different. Back then, Professor X didn't even see through Lin's spiritual immunity. She saw it. As expected of the White Queen, after being imprisoned for so long, she still has a clear mind. There was an admiration on Lin's face. It's just a little trick, in front of a powerful mutant like you, it's not worth mentioning. The look of flattery on the White Queen's face became more intense. Although I don't know why you appear here, as long as you rescue me, I am willing to work for you, and even do anything is fine. Her head was almost pressed against the window, so close to Lin. When speaking, exhale like blue. Warm breath rushed over. Perhaps because of maintaining the diamond shape for many years, Lin didn't smell a breath. But he still took a step back without any hesitation. With aggressive eyes, he unabashedly looked at the whole body of the White Queen, and he smiled with a strange expression. You mean, I rescue you, you promise it with your body. How to do? Although this woman is indeed very beautiful, the X gene has greatly delayed her aging, and she looks no different from her 20s. With every gesture, he is mature and charming. But, after all, he is a senior of the same generation as Professor X and Magneto. Save? Or can't help it? Chapter 56, Magneto's Admiration. Things have only just begun. Lin did not expect that this incident would end with driving. The White Queen also did not expect that her first meal after escaping from birth was only milk. Although this is just a transaction, there is no relationship between each other, even though she was forced to take a long hot bath before drinking milk. But after all, she got huge amounts of happiness from it, and the depression of being imprisoned for many years was greatly relieved. She wouldn't mind drinking it again, given the chance. Especially, after witnessing how Lin raises his hand, water waves roll, flames blaze when he flips his hand, life creates inexhaustible hot water in the prison, and later draws a portal. She suddenly felt that this deal could be completely faked. This young man is ridiculously strong. Compared with Sebastian Shaw back then, 813 is not enough. Definitely worth your allegiance. There is no doubt that White Queen has never been a good person who keeps her promises. She was ready to turn her face and run away from the very beginning, but after this idea surfaced, she suddenly became less anxious. Then, she met Magneto and Xingfa whom she hadn't seen in many years. I also found out that these two old friends, when they looked at Lin, there was a trace of awe in their eyes, although it was hidden deep, it really existed. God, am I dreaming? Magneto bows to a young man. What the hell is going on outside? White Queen suddenly had the illusion that she couldn't keep up with the times, and this feeling, after knowing what Lin did, was magnified to the extreme. She suddenly understood a truth. Times are different. Both Magneto and Professor X have slowly retreated from the mutant stage of history. Instead, it was the young man in front of him. Suddenly, Magneto's voice sounded. You don't care about the things over there. For Magneto, the pleasantries after reuniting with an old friend after a long absence are obviously not as important as the rest of the conversation with Lin. This is a hillside near Alkali Lake, condescending, just enough to take the dam into view. On the mountain road in the distance, military vehicles roared and galloped. There are also helicopters approaching rapidly in the sky. Without exception, the targets are all bases. People from the White House and the military are here. Lin stretched lazily, without the slightest surprise on her face. The matter has developed to the present, and we don't need to intervene anymore, just leave it to them. To them. Magneto sneered, politics is the dirtiest thing in the world. Even if the military plans to assassinate the president, believe it or not. As long as the conditions are right, the two sides can immediately shake hands and make peace. So what? Lin smiled without hesitation. Wilhelm Stryker is finished, more than 100 mutants in the base have been rescued, the X-Men's reputation has been established, and the public opinion against mutants has been reversed a lot. We've gained a lot, haven't we? Furthermore, he turned his head and looked at Magneto seriously. You don't really think that the rift that has already arisen is still possible to heal? Magneto's eyes flickered slightly. He definitely understood what Lin meant. After this incident, even if the White House and the military finally shake hands and make peace, at least in the eyes of the current president and vice president, the military's credibility will be greatly reduced. The seeds of military and political infighting have been planted and may grow into towering trees at any time. And during this time, neither the White House nor the military would dare to take any unfavorable actions against mutant, unless they wanted to be drowned by the people's saliva. In this way, mutant has an excellent development time. That's why you kept Wilhelm Stryker's life. Magneto sighed softly. Lin said coldly, he is already mortal, but before he goes to hell, he needs to bring out his full value. Killing is never the only way to solve a problem. Kill one Wilhelm Stryker, and soon a second, and a third will pop up. This means nothing to mutant. But if he is alive, he will be judged and convicted. How many people will pay attention during this process? How many people will sympathize with mutant because of this? Magneto obviously thought of this too. When he was at the base before, he didn't get into trouble. He looked at Lin, held hesitation for a while, and then said, it seems that the next step is to take advantage of the current momentum and let Xavier's school open the enrollment. This is nonsense. But when Mystique heard the words, her complexion changed suddenly, and she looked at Magneto in disbelief. Just as Magneto knew her very well, she knew the old man's character very well. Take the initiative to ask about this matter. It means accepting Lin's invitation in disguise. Be the deputy principal of Xavier's school. Obviously, the strength and means Lin showed during the whole incident made the leader of the Hawk Mutant, who is extremely proud in his heart, uncontrollably convinced. He may not have given up on his ideas, but he still feels that only by eradicating all human beings can mutant truly survive. But, at least for now, he is willing to follow Lin to give it a try. Eric. Mystique's eyes flickered. All the things that happened during this period were not as good as the scene in front of her, which made her even more excited. Although this old man is unscrupulous and ruthless, but he really gave everything for mutant. For this reason, it is not hesitating to lower the proud head of a young man. Although he has no other choice, it is 0.9. Raven, what's wrong with you? White Queen was stupefied, completely unable to understand why R&D was so exciting. Lin had expected this, and there was no surprise on his face. It seemed that in his eyes, Magneto's acceptance of the invitation was a matter of no suspense. That's right, it's time for Xavier's school to stand in the Sunday. He spoke to Magneto naturally, with the posture of a superior. When the matter is over, I will take you to Xavier's school to meet Charles. Magneto didn't feel angry and nodded. But then he was stunned. The matter is over? The matter isn't over yet. Definitely. Lin glanced at him inexplicably. The matter has just begun. Magneto and Mystique looked at each other. The two faces are dumbfounded. Chapter 57 High-Level Meeting. The Confidence of General Ross. Dazang asks for her subscription. White House Office. A high-level meeting was urgently held in the middle of the night. Attendees are all heavyweights in the military and political circles. The White House is naturally headed by President Matthew Ellis and Vice President Rodriguez, while in the military seat, the highest rank is Army General Scudder. The meeting was full of gunpowder from the beginning. What does your military want to do? You want to rebel by controlling mutant to assassinate the president? Mr. President, this matter has nothing to do with the military. It is entirely the personal behavior of Wilhelm Stryker. We didn't know he would be so crazy. Assassination of the president is such a big thing, you say you don't know about it? Do you think we are fools? But the fact is true. Wilhelm Stryker has been arrested. As long as he is interrogated strictly, I believe the truth will be found out soon. The truth? In order to deal with mutant, did you not hesitate to assassinate the president to get the White House to agree to the truth of your plans? Every plan we put forward is for the country, for the people, and for the survival of mankind. But your plans are inhumane, and each one costs a huge budget. I have to emphasize one point, this is a war. If human beings don't want to be overthrown by mutant, aren't they willing to pay the price? Ha! To put it nicely, where did those budgets go? Do you dare to disclose it? You are slandering. Could it be that someone in our military is enriching himself? Isn't it? After spending so much money, are there any reliable results today? When the X-Men project was launched, you swore that you could create an elite mutant army that would obey our orders. What about the X-Men? 10 pots are served. The Weapon X program is not considered a failure. Because of our intervention, all the information has been sealed. As long as there is a chance, it can be restarted at any time. Do you still want to restart? Are you afraid that you are dreaming? There is no experimental subject, so go outside to a rest? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are staring at us now? It doesn't matter, the most indispensable thing in this world is mutant. As long as we want, we can find enough experimental subjects in no time. 17 Are you crazy? Don't forget that the Mutant Registration Act didn't pass, and even if it did, mutants aren't legally criminals. The words came from Vice President Rodriguez. As soon as he opened his mouth, the noisy and red-faced people immediately fell silent. Who can attend this meeting, who is not a scheming old fox? Almost everyone understands the meaning of this sentence. In the final analysis, whether it is the X-weapon plan or other plans against mutant, there is no legal support. In other words, these plans are shady. And the military's biggest mistake this time was to expose the X-weapon plan to the public view. This is a huge amount of blow to the military's prestige and Yu Zhang's reputation. Everyone, I hope you all understand one thing. Mutants are not pigs to be slaughtered. Rodriguez stretched out his fingers, slammed the table in front of him, and scanned the audience with majestic eyes. Look at the wind direction outside. Do you know how many people are scolding you now? And how many people, because of this incident, and changed his attitude towards mutant. Accompanied by his words, a secretary quickly manipulated the computer, and pictures appeared on the big screen. It is a screenshot of the X Daily. This damn app cannot be uninstalled, and the installed capacity has reached a terrible number. In addition, it allows people to post videos and share their lives. It is very popular among users and is about to sweep the country. Rodriguez said in a deep voice, you would never have imagined that within a short period of time when the Weapon X program was exposed, how many people sent videos angrily denouncing Wilhelm Stryker as a butcher, condemning the X-weapon program, and suspecting that the military has evil intentions. There are even those who demand that the White House severely punish Wilhelm Stryker and investigate the military conspiracy. Fuck. The faces of all the high-ranking officers in the military became gloomy. Your Excellency, it's obvious that mutant is behind the scenes. Admiral Scudder finally spoke. They want to manipulate public opinion, to change their image, to make people believe that they are not a threat. This is a challenge to us. I definitely know, but what's wrong with that? Rodriguez shook his head. It's still the same sentence. From a legal point of view, mutants are not criminals. They are also legal citizens with various rights. They seek rights for their own groups. What reason do we have to stop them? No one believed such high-sounding nonsense. But this sentence brings out the point of the whole thing. Mutant groups are starting to seek their own interests. And it's the normal way. This is by no means a good sign. These videos must be blocked immediately to prevent them from spreading. A military general said, and that X Daily, which company made it? Let the FBI immediately start the investigation process. The classic can't solve the problem, just solve the person who created the problem. It's useless, with our current technology, we can't have any influence on X Daily. Someone from the White House immediately shook their heads. As for that company, it is owned by a person named Katie Pride, who is the reporter of the Mutant Channel. Other than that, other information is all false. Obviously, she registered the company just to upload the app, and then disappeared after success. All the bigwigs in the meeting room looked at each other in blank dismay. So, as the world's largest country, we are at a loss for what to do with an inexplicable app. I don't know who said that. In a meeting of this level, there is a sense of black humor. Perhaps we can ask Tony Stark for help. Admiral Scudder frowned, and thought of a solution. He can create a steel battle suit, a technological weapon that transcends the times, and he has also developed artificial intelligence, so there should be a way. His face was rather ugly. For such a small matter, to ask for help from the boss of an arms company, it somewhat hurts Chu Zhong and the military's face. Another person shook his head. I've tried this method too, and Mr. Stark's reply is that he can't do it either. Can't do it? I think he doesn't want to do it. Admiral Scudder snorted coldly. Why did he appear this time? Could it be that there is some kind of connection between him and mutant that we don't know? Everyone fell silent again. This question cannot be considered carefully. That's the crux of the matter. Rodriguez sighed deeply. Who is Tony Stark? A procurement partner who has cooperated with the military for many years and has a very close relationship with the government. He is also a super elite among us ordinary humans. But after this incident he actually publicly expressed his sympathy for Mutant and his dissatisfaction with the military in the live broadcast. What does that mean, don't you understand? Everyone definitely understands. It means that the storm of public opinion in the recent period has had an impact on Iron Man, a human elite who holds a lot of wealth and resources. Can he be influenced? What about other consortium bosses, human elites, and officials at all levels? We'll start to sympathize with Mutant too. Everyone here is very clear that the resources of this society have been in the hands of a few people since ancient times, and the voices of ordinary people can be ignored, but if there are more human elites like Iron Man who change their attitudes, for them, it will be a huge amounts of hit. Mutant must be struck. Scudder said with almost no hesitation, I can't let it go like this anymore. I think it is necessary to restart the Mutant Registration Act and implement it as quickly as possible. All eyes focused on the President. Admiral Scudder. President Matthew Ellis was expressionless, and finally responded, I hope you can understand that whether Mutant is a threat or not, the governments of various countries have not reached a conclusion, and the White House has not issued a unified order on how to treat and deal with Mutant. Forcing the Mutant Registration Act is actively provoking war. The complexions of Scudder and many generals in the military changed at the same time. The President is obviously very upset about the assassination. He is not entirely convinced that this matter has nothing to do with the military. Thinking so, Scudder quickly explained. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by the President waving his hand. I am very clear that the large-scale emergence of mutants will have a huge impact on the world of ordinary people, so I signed and agreed to the X-Weapon project just in case, lest there be turmoil caused by mutants, and the authorities are powerless to suppress it. But today, apart from Magneto, the other mutants don't pose much threat to us. Even the X-Men are working on mutant crime. This is a signal of goodwill without a doubt. It means that in the mutant group, a large part of them are not monsters, they love peace just like ordinary humans. If because of your active provocation, these mutants are also pushed to the opposite of us, and finally a complete war between humans and mutants is triggered, all of you here. Who can take this responsibility? Matthew Ellis spoke in an orderly manner, and his calm eyes scanned the audience. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of many military generals, he added slowly, the most important thing is, are you ready? If the war starts, your military can guarantee me a certain victory, and Vice President Rodriguez and I will support you without any hesitation. So, can you guarantee it? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the military choked back the words that came out of their mouths. Rodriguez was expressionless, and neither agreed nor refuted the president's swearing of his name. Admiral Scudder was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Mr. President. There is a saying that Magneto is half right. Politics is the dirtiest thing in the world. The art of compromise is everywhere. Because of this, it is obviously impossible for the matinee meeting to resolve all differences. After the meeting adjourned, all members of the military left the White House one file at a time. Everyone's face was ugly, and Scudder's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out. Wilhelm Stryker, that bitch! Indistinctly, such low-pitched curses came from the crowd. Obviously, this time, although the military resolutely gave up on Wilhelm Stryker at the first time, it will still be greatly affected, and 003 has fallen into a passive position in many matters. However, it was a little strange that one of the people in the crowd had an extremely calm expression on his face. It doesn't seem to be affected at all. Seeing him, Scudder couldn't help leaning forward and asked, General Ross, what do you think of the president's attitude? What do you think? Is he really going to cut our budget and stop talking to pay for mutant? General Ross didn't care, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He just took this opportunity to suppress the power of the military. Those mutant experiments under the White House are hard to come by. Is there still less Tao? As head of the military's super soldier program, he has far more power than Wilhelm Stryker. No more things. Not to mention that in the Worthing laboratory, special weapons for mutant are being developed, and Trask Industries is also undertaking the research and development of Sentinel. There are countless other laboratories. Which one is not a lot of mutant experimental bodies? Many of them do not belong to the military. That's what I said, but the impact of this incident is too great, and our loss is far from being as simple as a Wilhelm Stryker. Scudder definitely understands this truth, but his brows are still frowning. General Ross smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, General, no matter how powerful mutant is, our preparations over the years are not useless. Oh. Hearing this, Scudder was refreshed. Have you achieved results? General Ross lowered his voice, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Soon, I will be able to catch Bruce Banner, and with him, we will soon be able to mass-produce Obedient Ho. General, you have seen the power of the Hulk. If we had an army of Hulk, those mutants. What waves can you turn up? Scudder never expected to hear good news in such a day of constantly bad news. A smile immediately appeared on his face. General Ross, you are indeed the mainstay of our military. I will fully support you in the election of the next Secretary of State. General Ross beamed with joy, quite complacent. The two talked about the details of the gamma-ray experiment while walking, and before they reached the door, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps behind them. Seeing the President's secretary approaching quickly, he said eagerly, "Everyone, I just received the news that Xavier's school suddenly publicly announced the recruitment of mutant students. The President invites you to go back to the meeting." General Ross and Scudder looked at each other, and the good mood just now disappeared without a trace. Shit! Chapter 58, The Wind Blows. The waves are stormy. Dazang asks for her subscription. X-Men teamed up with Iron Man to smash the Lake Alkali base, which undoubtedly caused a huge amount of sensation. Definitely, it also caught the attention of SHIELD. What I have to say is that the reaction speed of S.H.I.E.L.D. is much faster than that of the White House and the military. But Nick Fury did not send anyone to the scene, but ordered his men to activate all the satellites that S.H.I.E.L.D. could call. There is only one purpose. Track the X-Men's Blackbird to find the location of the new Xavier's school. Boss, recently, although Mutant has made a lot of noise, it has not threatened the security of the world. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. air base, Commander Maria Hill stood in front of the big screen, frowning slightly. This doesn't seem to be our scope of authority. So I have no intention of dealing with Mutant. In Nick Fury's one-eyed eyes, there was a flash of light. It's just that a Xavier's school out of sight, a group of mutants out of sight, always makes people feel uneasy. Understood. Hill knew the boss's temperament very well, and nodded in understanding. We don't have to deal with them, but we must know their situation well, in case in the future. She didn't continue to say the following words. Instead, he quietly looked at the fast-moving red light spot on the big screen. S.H.I.E.L.D. guards the safety of the Earth, and any potential threats should be monitored. Nick Fury half responded, half whispered. Hill's eyes trembled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, her complexion changed slightly. Where are they flying? The Pacific Ocean is ahead. Before he finished speaking, the red light spot on the big screen suddenly disappeared. Kindness. Nick Fury asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Boss, the target signal is gone." A group of agents manipulated the computer skillfully, and quickly came to a conclusion, looked at each other, and reported like a ghost. The fighters did not show any signs of slowing down, so they must have not landed, but just so suddenly, disappeared. It's missing again. Nick Fury now has a headache hearing those 3 words. Last time, the academy disappeared from place. This time, the blackbird is in high-speed flight. Can this go away too? Don't they also have invisibility technology? Hill subconsciously thought of this possibility, and the S.H.I.E.L.D airbase can also quickly become invisible. But then, she denied herself, probably not, it takes at least a little time for such a big fighter to enter the invisible state, and it is impossible to disappear instantly, unless their stealth technology is more advanced than ours. Thinking of the X daily that couldn't be deleted, she felt that it was not impossible. Nick Fury shook his head. Intuition tells me that the direction of their flight is not the location of Xavier's school at all. He didn't know what he thought of, and his eyes became more intense. Perhaps, Xavier's school has some kind of space technology for long-distance movement. Space technology? Hill was startled, and subconsciously thought of the blue-skinned mutant that could teleport. The research on Tesseract is about to speed up. Nick Fury's character made his sense of security plummet after making such a guess. But he still ordered in a deep voice, Phil Coulson went to the southwest to perform a mission. Hill, you personally lead the team to the location of the target hour, and see if there are any clues. Clear. On the Blackbird fighter plane. More than 100 mutants who escaped from the Weapon X base saw the fighter plane pass through a cloud layer with their own eyes. The next moment, the scene outside the glass was completely different. It's like stepping into another world. But no one was surprised. Because when they boarded the fighter plane, they had already experienced this unbelievable magic. Although the internal space of the fighter is not small, it is definitely not enough to accommodate so many people. But at this moment, with more than 100 people staying inside, it doesn't even feel crowded. This is clearly not normal. Okay, everyone. Storm's voice broke the silence. Welcome to Xavier's school, this is your home from now on. The crowd became slightly agitated. Through the window of the plane, they actually saw a huge amount of islands suspended in the air, with mountains, waters, forests, and even roads and signs. From the looks of it, this island seems to have risen directly from the ground. Is this our Mutants' own academy? The crowd looked at each other, inexplicably, a little curious about this place where they will live for a long time in the future. The fighter plane landed on the Xavier's school playground. Cyclops and Phoenix were in front, and Wolverine supported a middle-aged man who was the most injured, and the rest followed closely behind. As far as I can see, Professor X has already led the other students of the college, waiting for a long time. Welcome. Professor X's face was full of red light, but as soon as he spoke, he was startled suddenly. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable exclamation came out of his mouth, Sean. Hey, Charles, long time no see. The middle-aged man who was supported by Wolverine greeted him with difficulty. His entire mouth was almost rotten, his throat had an obvious scar caused by intubation, and his body was covered with needle holes. It turned out to be the original X-Men Siren. Ability is ultrasound. I thought you had. With Professor X's Chinfu, I couldn't help but get red eyes at this moment. At the beginning, in the first generation of X-Men he formed, Mystique switched to Magneto, and the rest of Beast, Kraken, and Shockwave had worked together for a long time. Later, Kraken and Shockwave both left for some reason. Unexpectedly, the former was captured by Wilhelm Stryker and became the experimental subject of the X-Weapon project. Seeing the Kraken's bruises, a deep sense of guilt surged into his heart. Professor X grabbed his hand, and then looked up at the top of the fighter, Lin. Everyone followed his gaze, only to realize that there was a person standing on top of the Blackbird fighter. When will he? Could it be with us? All the mutants looked at each other. Don't be nervous, everyone, it will be fine in a while. Lin nodded to Professor X, stretched out his right hand, and pressed his palm down lightly. The dazzling green light suddenly flooded the entire playground, and it seemed to be spiritual, dripping towards the sea monster and everyone else. The nerves of the mutants who had just escaped from the cage were instantly tense. If Lin hadn't said something first, many of them almost subconsciously wanted to use their super abilities to fight and escape. It's just that quickly, everyone relaxes. The green light entering the body did not cause any harm to them, but turned into streams of warm currents, repairing the wounds on their bodies. Even the rot in the mouth of the most severely injured sea monster gradually disappeared. Not to mention the wound in the throat. Many people moaned comfortably, and then they couldn't help crying. This feeling of good health. It's been a long time since they experienced it. Remember this feeling, because starting today, the pain you suffered in the past will leave you forever. Lin watched this scene quietly, inexplicably feeling sad. Among these people, the older ones are like sea monsters, the X genes of many mutants can delay aging, and the younger ones are just like middle school students, but they all suffered inhuman torture. For a long time to come, the psychological problems of these people will be the most troublesome thing for Professor X. Without interruption, the crying went on for a long time. Until the mood improved a little, one face after another raised one by one, looking at Lin seriously. In the future, can we really live like normal people? Definitely. Lin replied without any hesitation, not only you, all mutants will live in the sun, and they can also come here to study, learn knowledge, control abilities, and in the future, become a dazzling star that attracts the attention of the world. All the mutants stared in surprise and doubt. Lin smiled and looked at Shadowcat at the edge of the crowd. Katie, are you ready? I can't wait. Shadowcat laughed out loud, took out his mobile phone, and projected a video of Xavier's school's open enrollment in front of everyone. Then on the mutant channel of the Daily X. Release. This day is destined to be recorded in history. Early in the morning, Twisting City, a dirty and messy mixed community. Boom. A loud noise came from the depths of a remote street, accompanied by bursts of gunshots and screams, which seemed extremely abrupt. But the nearby residents didn't have the slightest intention of getting up to watch the excitement. Robbery, gang fights, gangsters eating gangsters. Similar things happen every day, and the people living around here have long been used to it. However, what these people didn't know was that the situation this time was a little different. It wasn't gang members who robbed a homeless man with guns, but were retaliated by the other party after robbing a homeless man. I'll count to 3 seconds and take all the money out. The one who made the voice was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her short green hair was quite eye-catching, and the evil look on her face was also shocking. A group of these damned bastards are not picky when they rob? That old man Harrison is a 6-year-old man. A tramp in his teens, who is as poor as me. Will you not let this go? 7 or 8 gang members were lying on the ground, all trembling. You can't do it without trembling. Just above their heads, steel bars are floating in the air, and it seems that they will fall down at any time, poking their heads. The girl in front of me turned out to be a mutant. Equals. Just when the countdown sounded, the gang leader shouted, "Don't count, don't count, the money is under the TV cabinet, you get it yourself. You guys are acquainted, dot." The green-haired girl nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the TV cabinet. Passing by the messy table, there are beer, cigarette butts, flour everywhere. There are even a few condoms. She frowned fiercely, the fierceness on her face flashed away. Resisting the idea of killing all these scumbags, she quickly found the money from under the TV cabinet, turned around and was about to leave. But at the moment, the morning news came from the TV that had not been turned off all night. The latest news is that X-Men publicly released information on the Mutant channel, claiming that in order to prevent more mutants from being killed by butchers like Wilhelm Stryker, they will establish their own academy for mutants and open enrollment from today. The address of the college is located in the Xavier Manor on the outskirts of Twisting City. Any mutant who intends to enroll, regardless of age, can go directly to report. However, after investigation by our reporter, the Xavier Manor has disappeared. In its place was a huge amounts of sinkhole. This matter caused a sensation again. It was reported that the White House held a meeting overnight and seemed to be discussing countermeasures. The green-haired girl turned her head in disbelief. The academy where the X-Men are. Open enrollment. Publicly provoking the White House. Great Crab Special. After an exclamation, she involuntarily fell into silence. Since awakening super ability, she has been hiding in hiding for many years. She has never encountered such a thing, and she was a little dazed for a while. An unprecedented excitement seemed to emerge from the depths of the soul. Mutants' own academy? Perhaps. I, Lorna Dane. Should check it out. California, outside a prison. Amidst the ear-piercing roar of cars, several police cars ran wildly, chasing the target ahead. However, every time you want to catch up, a halo will appear in front of the target. The target jumps in, and the next moment it will appear hundreds of meters ahead. Fuck! That chick is playing us! Rough and angry curses came from the police car, reflecting a few gloomy, Mama Lee's watery faces. Chase all the way and soon enter the town. Everyone's complexion was getting worse and worse, but suddenly they were stunned for a moment, and saw the target in their sights stop when they passed by a square. On the big screen in the square, the news is being broadcast. After running for so long, her ability must not be used. The prison guards were overjoyed, got out of the car quickly, and approached with guns. Clarice Ferguson, you escaped from prison and attacked the police, we are going to arrest you now. Before he finished speaking, a familiar circle of light appeared. A target named Clarice slipped in and disappeared again. But this time, it moved directly out of their sight. Vaguely, there seemed to be a prison guard with sharp ears, who heard a murmur, after entering Xavier's school, I will never be arrested because of my super ability. Xavier's school. The prison guard shook his head and looked up at the big screen. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but gasp. Mutant is going crazy. Similar things happened in many places at the same time. In a casino in Las Vegas, a middle-aged man with unfathomable poker skills froze for a moment after seeing the news, and then, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed an arc of interest. I heard that Logan is at Xavier's school, could it be that he made it? Twist City, home of Sheriff George Stacy. Gwen Stacy, who was about to leave for school, passed the living room and glanced at the news her dad was watching. The eyes freeze instantly. Mutant Academy. It seems that only those with the X gene in their bodies are considered mutants. People like me who have acquired super abilities after being bitten by a spider. Is it considered a mutant alter? Should I check it out too? A strong wind suddenly rises. The waves are monstrous. Chapter 59 Tony, me? Professor? You sure? The news of the new Xavier's school's open enrollment spread throughout the world as if it had wings. Interested people immediately sniffed out the unusual breath. A turbulent era has begun. However, as the person who single-handedly kicked off the curtain of the Great Era, Lin clearly understands that even though the trend of public opinion on mutant has bin reversed, there are still many people who cannot accept the sudden appearance of Mutant Academy. Even those who are no longer against mutant. Not repelling, doesn't mean you are willing to see mutant standing in the sun openly. These are two very different things. Human nature is like this, and it has been like this since ancient times. Thus, such a strange situation appeared. After the admissions video was released, it quickly caused an uproar, but almost all of it was confined to the internet. In reality, some people even gathered outside the White House, demanding that the authorities severely punish Wilhelm Stryker, but there was no word raise the basic rights of mutant as a human being. Lin knows that it will take time to slowly ferment and slowly change. There is no rush. At the same time, he is also very clear that those mutants, or the parents of mutants, may not necessarily believe such an admissions advertisement. Although it was released by X-Men. After all, the news clearly captured the situation of Xavier Manor, where there is no school 167, only a bottomless pit. It's not Hogwarts, at least there is an owl to deliver a letter. In contrast, the new Xavier's school has only one advertisement, which looks very shabby. So, one more opportunity is needed. An opportunity that has been brewing for a long time. Before the opportunity came, Lin started another action that had been planned long ago, recruiting famous teachers for the new Xavier's school and improving the faculty of the school. And the first one he visited was Iron Man. How is the development progress of Oasis? When is it expected to be released? Seeing Lin's first words, Tony fulfilled his responsibility as a shareholder perfectly. During this period of time, apart from researching steel battlesuits in the laboratory, he spent his fantasy in Oasis and tried various new tactics. In the middle, he also took time to destroy the X-weapon base, which was equivalent to an actual combat exercise. Quite a lot of fun. Oasis can be launched at any time, the only difference is the number of copies. Lin smiled and said, it's just that the number of logged-in devices is not enough, and the production capacity is limited, and only a few million sets have been produced so far. Is a few million sets not enough? Tony was taken aback, and subconsciously wanted to say, that's not how business works. But after thinking about it, with the quality and experience of Oasis that transcends the times, if it can only satisfy a few million users when it is launched, it will undoubtedly be a blasphemy. He shook his head, not to dwell on the problem. Recently you have made too much noise. Neither the White House nor the military can sit back and watch Xavier's school open enrollment. Next, you don't plan to go to war, do you? He was obviously worried about this incident. Although he did good deeds and saved more than 100 innocent and suffering mutants, there was always a feeling of being used by Lin. So he said decisively, this kind of thing, you must not drag me into the water. Don't make trouble, if you really want to go to war, what can you do with the MARK-10 you are wearing now? Lin rolled her eyes. Tony was furious, you look down on my steel battlesuit. It's not contempt. Lin told the truth, it's because your research and development of the battlesuit is still at the elementary level stage, so you can only bully some small characters. Once you meet a really powerful character, you don't even have a chance to fight back. What? Tony felt that his self-esteem had been seriously challenged, so he folded his hands and smiled proudly, then tell me, who are the powerful people I meet, will I not be able to fight back? Lin watched him silently. Has the anti-psychic armor been made yet? Any ideas for anti-magnetic armor? Is anti-Superman armor in the plans? Bef, anti-magic armor, are you going to get it? A series of quick rhetorical questions, each sentence hits the heart directly. Tony's face suddenly collapsed. Holy shit, he heard you say that, I don't seem to be weak like normal. He sighed in frustration. Not to mention anti-psychic, anti-Superman armor, even anti-magic armor, since the last battle with Lin on the rooftop, he has been researching, and now he has no clue. So, don't worry. Lin patted him on the shoulder, looking like an elder, and said earnestly, you still have a long way to go. Tony was speechless, I feel like you're taking advantage of me. How come? Lin smiled again and waved her hand, don't talk about those useless things, I'm here this time to invite you to be the visiting professor of the new Xavier's school, and to study the battlesuit in your spare time, to teach the students. Professor? Me? Tony was taken aback for a moment, completely unable to keep up with Lin's wild ideas. Definitely you. Lin looked at him very seriously, you are a genius, one of the smartest people on Earth, mechanical engineering, artificial intelligence, material engineering, electronic engineering, nuclear fusion, you are proficient in too many majors, this is the best professor in the world for the students of the Academy. Tony still didn't realize it, are you sure those students can understand these things? From shallow to deep, from easy to difficult, teach little by little. Lin waved her hand indifferently. Those low-grade students are definitely impossible to understand, but the high-grade students will gain something to some extent. The IQ of many mutants is much higher than that of ordinary humans. Don't forget, Katie and Gan Huan are also students who just graduated from the academy. Mentioning Shadowcat and Jubilation Li, Tony's eyes changed slightly. He had to admit that those were two talents. The latter's attainments in mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence impressed him deeply, while the former was not inferior in computers, and was also proficient in multiple languages, and could browse documents and materials in various languages at will. How old are they? Is mutants' IQ really that high? It's fine if you haven't noticed it before, but now that you think about it, Tony can't help but say in shock, the Blackbird fighter that X-Men drives is also quite high-tech. Is it made by mutant? To some extent, mutants can actually be divided into combat mutants and scientific research mutants. Lin shook her head. The stronger the super ability, the IQ is generally at a normal level, and many people with weak super ability can reach heights that ordinary people can't match in terms of brain development. This is a very objective self-evaluation. Exceptions like Professor X, Phoenix. Chapter 60 The Iron Man Who Was Limped by Fools. Dazang asks for a subscription. Wisdom is sometimes inversely proportional to strength. The stronger the person, the less he likes to use his brain. For example, Wolverine, with its super self-healing factor, super fighting level, although it is poorly performed in the movie, and its extremely sharp adamantium claws, undoubtedly form a super strength. But he is irritable, impulsive, and often used to exchange injuries for injuries. And apart from learning some languages because of wandering around the world, he never took the initiative to learn other knowledge. On the contrary, Tony was originally an ordinary person, without great strength, and his combat power was almost entirely dependent on armor. This led to his almost obsessive research on steel battlesuits. The speed of updating iterations is faster each time. His strength comes from knowledge. Lin popularized the classification of mutants for Tony, and then said, many Delta-level mutants have a much higher level of brain development than ordinary people. If someone like you can teach them, they will be able to use knowledge to do the same as you. Arm yourself and become stronger. With a mortal body, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Tony, such a heavy responsibility is yours. What he said was sincere, and he did not hide his deeper plot. Moreover, those professors who originally have a certain reserve of knowledge can also go to your class, and if they gain something, it can also greatly enhance the technology of Xavier's school strength. Tony was taken aback when he heard that. With a mortal body, can you stand shoulder to shoulder with a god? He carefully chewed the deep meaning of this sentence, and in a trance, he felt a sense of responsibility. But then, he laughed, this is your real purpose, right? Why don't you just ask me to help you develop weapons? He was a little surprised by Lin's frankness, and felt that Lin's move was really a bit whimsical. Obviously he wants to let himself, the helm of the Stark industry, go to the new Xavier's school to be a part-time worker, but it seems that he is making a lot of money. With thoughts surging in his mind, Tony gradually stopped joking. A serious look appeared on his always cynical face. What the hell are you trying to do? This is the second time he asked this question, and this time, he was obviously 100 times more serious than before. If I said before, I thought you just wanted to reverse mutants' image and change mutants' situation, but now, you actually want to arm the mutant with knowledge. Mutant already has a super ability, coupled with the knowledge armed, the power is bound to advance by leaps and bounds. Lin, I feel more and more that you are ambitious. And your ambition is far more than just letting mutants stand in the sun openly. Could it be that you, like that Magneto, want to rule the world? After saying this, the atmosphere seemed to become a little dignified. Lin didn't realize it. Mutants rule the world, why not? He actually admitted it lightly. Tony's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost summoned the steel battlesuit. But he resisted the urge, because in his sight, Lin suddenly changed the subject and asked a completely irrelevant question, "Tony, how much do you know about this world?" "What?" Tony was taken aback again. Lin continued to ask, S.H.I.E.L.D should have contacted you, right? You know S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "They have indeed contacted me and want to invite me to join and build a special team composed of superheroes to deal with possible crises that threaten the Earth and protect the safety of the world." Lin nodded without asking if he had agreed to join. Instead, he smiled and said, "So, what kind of crisis will threaten the entire Earth? What do you want to say?" Tony frowned, with a vague premonition that every time Lin was allowed to control the rhythm of the conversation, he seemed to suffer in the end. Lin still didn't answer directly. Instead, he said word by word, "Tony, do you believe in the existence of God?" "What?" Tony couldn't keep up with Lin's rhythm again, but this time, his answer showed no hesitation, "Technology is God." It is said that the end of science is theology, but so far, he obviously has not encountered a scientific problem that cannot be solved. The implication is that there has never been a god in this world. Lin said noncommittally, "How about the Metropolitan Superman? How about the General Zod who was defeated by him? Alien?" Tony's brow furrowed even tighter. When Kryptonians come to the Earth, they can absorb the energy of the sun and become a powerful existence that makes human beings desperate. As long as they are willing, they can even easily wipe out all human beings on the Earth. For people on Earth, what is the difference between this and a god? Lin didn't mention the Skrulls invading the Earth, nor the Asgards who had descended on the Earth, but just used Superman as an example. Then the topic changed, the universe is vast and infinite. If there is one such existence, there may be a second or third one. If they come to the Earth one after another and have malicious intentions towards the Earth, what should the people on Earth do? Tony is truly one of the smartest people on Earth. He immediately understood what Lin meant. "You mean, the Earth is about to face the threat of alien civilization? That's why S.H.I.E.L.D is in a hurry to form Avengers. It's not about to come, but it's always in the face." Lin said firmly, "In the past, most people didn't realize it, but it won't be long before all human beings on the entire Earth will face death and destruction. At this time, the people's daily life is not about war, death, reconstruction, and falling into war again. But there are already signs of this. Tony, the world is not the same as before." Lin sighed softly, sincerely, without any falsehood. "Because he, and even all mutants, live in this world. When I think of the distant starry sky, purple sweet potato, Dormammu, Steppenwolf, Darkseid and many other top bosses are all staring at the Earth, sometimes I can't sleep well. Could the world be any more chaotic?" Tony said nothing. But looking at the expression on his face, it was clear that Lin was talking alarmistly. "The level you are in is too low now, and it is normal not to see the future." Lin patted him on the shoulder, "You just need to know that the crisis that threatens the Earth has always existed, and S.H.I.E.L.D obviously knows a lot of secrets, so they urgently want to form Avengers. As for those people in the White House and the military, they may not understand clearly enough, but there must be some smart people who have vaguely sensed the signs of great changes in the world through various cobweb signs. So they are also eager to improve their own strength. The study of mutants' super ability is to some extent one of the attempts. It's just that whether it's S.H.I.E.L.D or the high-level human beings, they deliberately avoided a question." At this point, Lin deliberately paused. When Tony didn't pay attention, he couldn't help being led to the rhythm. What's the problem? Why did mutants start to appear on a large scale at such a time? The divine light in Lin's eyes was bright, and her tone suddenly raised. Tony's heart trembled violently, as if a thunderbolt exploded in his ears. Tony, you are one of the most intelligent geniuses on Earth. You must know that from primitive times to modern civilization, human beings have been evolving all the time. In order to adapt to the changes in the natural environment, there are constantly various physiological and psychological changes. Lin's speech slowed down, but her enunciation became more and more clear. This is the historical torrent of the development of human civilization, just like a monstrous wave. It has never changed since ancient times. Then, in the face of today's turbulent waves of great changes, human genes are naturally mutated, and various super abilities are born to cope with the coming crisis of survival. Isn't it a very normal thing? God is sorry, if Darwin knew that his theory of evolution had been interpreted in this way, he wondered if he would jump out of the coffin. And if Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was present, seeing Lin linking the invasion of alien civilizations with the large-scale emergence of mutants, he didn't know what kind of expression he would have. But I have to admit that these words make sense. Tony was speechless for a moment. Human beings have been adapting to the environment. If the cosmic environment is really undergoing unprecedented changes, then in order to survive, human beings have genetic mutations and the birth of super abilities. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. So, Tony swallowed hard, and spoke slowly after a long time. The emergence of mutant is actually the self-help of human genes? Is it the inevitable result of the development of human civilization? That's right. Lin said every word. This is what happened naturally. First a small number of people, and then more and more people. As time goes by, all human beings will step into the process of genetic evolution. Since that's the case, mutant, who evolved one step earlier, wants to stand at the top of this world and lead the overall evolution of human civilization. Isn't it a natural thing? So, what's wrong with mutant ruling the world? At the moment, if Professor X, who is currently studying the history of the Dragon Kingdom, is present, he will be stunned by Lin's words, and then lose all his elegance and swear. Shit! This guy, Lin, started looking for theoretical support for the emergence of mutant. And there is no doubt that the key to this theory of genetic evolution lies in whether human civilization is real, will face unprecedented threats. Tony thought of that all at once. And Lin saw his face and understood his thoughts. You don't believe it? 0. Tony subconsciously shook his head. Lin was not angry, and a familiar smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's very simple, I just let you see it with your own eyes. Before he finished speaking, he thrust out his right hand and hit Tony between the eyebrows. This is not Camartage soul magic. But, prophecy magic. Lin didn't lie when she convinced Magneto and Mystique earlier. He does know a thing or two about prophecy magic. Boom! It was as if the brilliant colors of the Big Bang flashed fiercely in front of Tony's eyes in an instant. At this moment, he felt as if his soul had lifted off into the sky and floated into a strange and unknown place. Bubbles suddenly appeared. In the bubble, there are pictures one by one, each picture is different, as if it is a different branch of the timeline. However, in almost half of the screens, there is a twisting city that is being destroyed. In the city, the figures of superheroes are fighting with all their strength, among them is even his own figure, manipulating a steel battlesuit that is clearly ahead of Mark 10, fighting bloody battles. And their opponents are ugly and powerful foreigners. Star Creature. Tony saw, on the roof of the Stark building, a glaring ray of light pierced through the sky, opening a space channel that was getting bigger and bigger. In the tunnel, countless alien creatures and monsters rushed into the earth. Then, madly slaughter. At this moment, he believed Lin's words for no reason, because out of the corner of his eye, he also saw a small part of the picture, the blue planet on which human beings live. Bang, and it exploded. Countless familiar streets, countless familiar people disappeared in an instant. No. With a roar, Tony broke away from the prophetic situation. His expression changed violently, his whole body was in an unprecedented shock, his thinking was like a speck of dust on the edge of the universe, suddenly lifted to the level of the vast universe. Spend. Looking around, there are mouths full of blood. He is angry, frightened, desperate, helpless. Invasion of alien civilization. The self-evolution of human civilization. Mutant is one step ahead. In my mind, what Lin said just now echoed crazily, and at the same time, the feeling of seeing the future through time and space can't be lingered no matter what. After a long while, Tony took a deep breath. He stared at Lin, his eyes were red. Professor Mutant, I'm done. As long as human beings are not destroyed, as long as human civilization does not go to extinction. I'm Iron Man. Willing to make every effort. Willing to resist the gate of the gods with the body of a mortal. Chapter 61. When in danger, please shout, Grindelwald. Hell's Kitchen. This is an indelible black spot in the bustling city of Twist, which has always been known for its messy and backward living quality, serious ethnic conflicts, and high crime rate. According to incomplete statistics, there are no fewer than 3 gangsters on each street here. There are so many gangsters and endless crimes that the residents of more than 20 blocks nearby are like rats living in the sewer, and they will never see hope. But the light that grows in the darkness is an eternal truth. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, is the only light in Hell's Kitchen. A blind man has to run a law firm to make ends meet during the day, and at night wear a hood, go out to fight crimes, and fight wits and courage with vicious gangsters. One can imagine how much effort is required. It has long been commonplace to be covered in bruises. And there is no doubt that in such a place, opening a law firm that upholds justice obviously cannot earn 030 money. In fact, the law firm has been on the verge of bankruptcy several times. But today, things seem to have ushered in a turning point. A big client came to visit. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Matt Murdock sat in a slightly messy office, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and said to the visiting young man, I don't know if you have anything to entrust to our law firm. His attitude is very friendly. With this income coming into the account, the institute can be maintained for a period of time. I'm not here to sue. Lin didn't talk nonsense, and said straight to the point, Mr. Murdock, I know you are Daredevil. Ever since you lost your eyes, you have acquired extraordinary senses of touch, hearing, smell, and taste, as well as superb fighting abilities. So, I can offer you a job. Daredevil's face changed slightly. His first reaction was to clench the guide stick in his hand, and his whole body tensed up accordingly. But his strong 4 senses made him judge that Lin was not malicious, and he frowned slightly and said, Work? I already have a job, sir. Definitely. Lin was not surprised by his vigilance, and said, It is because you are an excellent lawyer that I am willing to offer you this job, or you can take it as a part-time job. Part-time? Daredevil was a little surprised. That's right, a part-time job with a good income can not only keep your law firm afloat, but also make you more respectable. Lin glanced at the small office. Maybe, you and your partner can change to a bigger office instead of being crowded in such a small place. Seeing Daredevil's frown getting tighter, he smiled and added, Definitely, this part-time job is definitely not for you to do bad things, but only for you, to go to a school for a few classes a week. It's just a class. School? In class? Daredevil became more and more confused. What kind of school needs a blind man as a teacher? A school that gathers a lot. Students who have super abilities like you. As soon as the words came out, Daredevil reacted immediately. Xavier's school. Recently, the news of the new Xavier's school's open enrollment has been raging. Even if he doesn't pay attention to it, he still knows it from his partner Fergie Nelson and his assistant Karen Page. But he never thought that this matter would have something to do with him. Are you a mutant? Maybe it's because of the super ability relationship. Although he is not a mutant, he is quite kind to mutants. As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed, the students in Xavier's school are all mutants, and their teachers, shouldn't they be the elite among mutants? Why did they come to me? That's all in the past. Now Xavier's school needs talents who can teach all kinds of knowledge. Lin explained, you must have heard that Xavier's school has open enrollment, so after graduation, students will naturally return to normal social life, and as we all know, in such a country, the law is that the rich game to play. So, if students want to gain a foothold, it is necessary to be proficient in law. That's why he came to Daredevil. Among the future graduates of Xavier's school, at least a group of lawyers should be trained. You're blunt, Mr. Lin. As a lawyer, Daredevil felt unnatural when he heard this. But he quickly adjusted, shook his head and declined politely, although I don't reject mutant, teaching is really not my strong point, and I still have work to do, I'm afraid I don't have time. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin. Aren't you looking at the pay first? Lin snapped her fingers, and a check appeared out of thin air and landed on the desk in front of Daredevil. This is your weekly salary, and your courses will not be too heavy, so you won't waste much time. This is an ordinary check, not for the blind. But Daredevil has a great sense of touch. When I touched it with my hand, my heart skipped a beat. Mr. Lin is very generous. It's unbelievable to him, it's just a part-time job, and his salary is much higher than that of the world's top university professors. In order to recruit professors, Xavier's school obviously showed enough sincerity. From this point of view, if there are not many courses, it seems that it is not unacceptable to accept such a part-time job. Not only can it greatly relieve the financial pressure of the law firm, you can also become colleagues with the recently popular X-Men. In the future, in case something unexpected happens, wouldn't it be possible to ask the X-Men for help? Mr. Lin, I think I can. Daredevil groaned for a while, and planned to accept the invitation, but before he finished speaking, his brows frowned again. Mr. Lin. There was no response from the office. And in the radar sense, the young man who was sitting opposite just now, has disappeared. When will he? Daredevil was startled when he heard Karen Page, the receptionist, an assistant, push the door in. Matt, who are you talking to? Kindness. Daredevil was startled. Mr. Lin, didn't you bring it in just now? We were talking in the office, didn't you hear me? Are you kidding? When did I take over the client? Karen Peggy looked blank. And you are the only one in the office all the time, you are not dreaming, are you? Myself. Daredevil was silent for a long time, and sighed softly after a long time. Mutant's ability is really amazing. Karen Page was puzzled. Daredevil didn't say much, handed him the check in his hand and said, I just received a weekly salary that was pretty good, I think. I won't owe you any more salary in the future. Karen took a look at 1.0, and immediately exclaimed, Great gift crab special. Is this a weekly salary? Yes. Daredevil felt the joy of his assistant, and couldn't help being happy too. Immediately afterwards, with his extraordinary sense of touch, he felt that there seemed to be something extra in his pocket. He reached out and touched it. Lin's voice sounded quietly in his heart. This is the key to the academy. Hold the key for more than 3 seconds, say Harry Potter silently, and display the class schedule. Silently say Dumbledore to send the vehicle where the academy is located. Definitely, in order to ensure the personal safety of the college professors, if one day you are in danger, please shout Grindelwald. In an instant, Daredevil was even more shocked, but at the same time couldn't help being a little puzzled. Datu. Dumbledore. Seems like they're all names. Could it be some powerful mutant? Chapter 62 Cut Who? Jane Foster and Daisy Lewis. In the coffee shop, Lin sipped coffee leisurely. On the opposite side are 3 people. Mr. Lin, you mean, you're willing to fund my research? Even help me build an astrophysics laboratory? On Jane Foster's fair face, there was a blush of excitement. Her beautiful eyes were rippling between gu pan, and her good figure made the guests at the next table peek over frequently. Beside her, assistant Daisy Lewis also looked at Lin curiously. Lin noticed that the guest next door was peeking at Daisy rather than Jane Foster. No way, in this age of looking at faces, there is another thing that attracts more attention. Big is king. In the open coat, the simple t-shirt can't cover up the amazing curves at all, plus the pair of black-rimmed glasses on her face, and her big black waves, it's easy to think of some restricted rated things. Perhaps she was used to such gazes, but Daisy didn't realize it. With a lollipop in her mouth, she said suspiciously, "You look like you haven't graduated from college yet. Do you know how much money is needed for an astrophysics laboratory? Are you sure you're not playing us?" "Mr. Lin, Daisy is right. Astrophysics is a very special science. It requires years of investment, and Eric Savig also said seriously. As Jane Foster's mentor, he is a famous astrophysicist, but as he himself said, this major is a bit special. 17, unless he is recruited by the state, it is difficult to have his own laboratory. After all, mankind has just entered the era of nuclear physics, and the truth of astrophysics is a bit far away, and it is difficult to convert the results of research into money. Those consortiums that like to invest in laboratories will naturally not pay attention to this field. Because of this, a wild astrophysicist like him does not live a good life, and research funding has always been tight. So after receiving a call from Lin, although he had some hesitation, he still gave up the celestial vision that he had been tracking recently and came here. Only now, after seeing Lin's age, he suddenly felt that things were not plausible. Such a young man would be interested in astrophysics? Could it be that he wants to pick up Jane or Daisy? Spending a lot of money to pick up girls? 3. You don't need to doubt my sincerity. Lin smiled. After the Stark Group announced the acquisition of Hammer Industries, the stock of Hammer Industries, which had already fallen to the bottom, has risen crazily recently. The 400 million invested by the Second World has now doubled several times. The funds he can use now are conservatively estimated to be more than 1 billion. It's just investing in an astrophysics laboratory, and you don't need to take it all at once. As long as you accept my offer to become visiting professors at the new Xavier's school, I will fully fund your research and give you a piece of land to actually build a laboratory. Just like when facing Daredevil, Lin said straight to the point, how about 100 million for the first phase of funding? 1 billion. For several wild astrophysicists, this is undoubtedly an exciting number. Jane Foster and Daisy were instantly excited. But Eric Savig narrowed his eyes sharply. You just said, the new Xavier's school? Mutant Academy? You want us to be professors in the Mutant Academy? Hearing this, Jane Foster and Daisy reacted. The two looked at each other, and the excitement on their faces froze instantly. Any questions? Lin's reaction to them is not surprising at all. Xavier's school is a school with formal qualifications and is fully qualified to recruit students. In order to improve the quality of teaching, we hire foreign professors with high salaries, isn't it okay? The three of them looked at each other, their expressions changing and complicated. This sounds definitely no problem. But, that's Mutant Academy. Unlike Daredevil, these three people don't have any super abilities, but are just completely ordinary people. Facing such an invitation, they show a completely different attitude from Daredevil. Eric Savage barely thought about it, just shook his head and refused. I'm really sorry, I don't think we can accept this job and investment. Jane Foster was a little disappointed and didn't mean to refute her mentor. Seeing this, Daisy hesitated for a while, but didn't speak. It's okay, you can think about it again. Lin had expected this, and she didn't force it, and still handed out 3 letters of appointment. This invitation is not aimed at the 3 of you. No matter which one of you thinks it through, you can contact me at any time. After all, one of your research directions is the theory of wormholes, and in the new Xavier's school, there are many mutants with space abilities. If the two sides can reach a cooperation, maybe there will be research results that span the ages. After saying this, he got up and was about to leave. The expressions of the three people on the opposite side all changed. Space? Wormhole? For scientific research talents like them, excellent observation and research materials are even more important than research funding. Jane Foster almost blurted out, "Are you talking about the blue-skinned mutant that assassinated the president? Don't bother him. He has been a little stimulated recently and he is not in a good mood." Lin's mouth curled into a familiar arc. In front of the three of them, he snapped his fingers casually. With a sound of buzz, a ripple appeared in the corridor on the left, as if a zipper had been unzipped in the void, and a space portal with a faint golden glow appeared quietly. The space door moved slowly, enveloping the four of them together with the table. The next moment, the three of Jane Foster were stunned to find that they and the others had appeared in a vast and boundless primeval forest. The extremely scorching air, the sudden increase in temperature, the giant trees and vines covering the sky, and the faint roar of lions and tigers coming from my ears. All in all, undoubtedly revealed an incredible fact. This is by no means pretty country. The man in front of him plucked the string of space. Tens of thousands of miles away, arrive in an instant? Africa. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Daisy was the first to exclaim, and then looked at Jane Foster and Eric Savig, and saw that the two of them, like herself, had fallen into deep shock. In extreme stupefaction, the three of them didn't even notice that Lin had left. The invitation to Xavier's school is valid for a long time, the three of you have considered it, and you can join the job at any time, but right now, I have some things to do here, so I won't be with you. If you want to go back, just go through the door." The voice came into the ears, and Lin's figure had disappeared. After a long time, the three of Jane Foster looked at each other in dismay, and passed through the space door that hadn't disappeared one after another. Almost without a second, the familiar coffee aroma of $47 came again. Hiss! The three of them gasped in unison. It's not a dream. Daisy was so excited that she grabbed her good sister's arm. Let's accept this job, the salary is not low, and we can also get funds to establish experiments, isn't it like a dream? Jane Foster looked at her teacher. Mutant. Eric Savage's expression was complicated, and he was a little confused for a while, unable to make up his mind. Daisy hurriedly persuaded, "What's so scary about mutant? We are going to be professors, so who else would dare to hurt us?" Jane Foster looked at her in surprise. "Daisy, why do I feel that your assistant is more excited than me?" "Definitely," Daisy said unabashedly, "that Lin is handsome, isn't he? He is a powerful mutant who cuts through the space casually. Damn it, I actually felt a kind of unfathomable charm in him." As she spoke, she took a deep breath, helped up her black-rimmed glasses that almost fell off, and looked at Jane Foster. "He's my favorite, Jane, you can't take it from me." Jane Foster looked confused. "Isn't it? You are dominated by hormones at this time? Have you forgotten that we have to track celestial visions? Go to the fucking celestial vision, we no longer need to use it to confirm the authenticity of the wormhole theory. The man just now has proved everything with facts." Daisy swears, and then looks at her friend and teacher indifferently. Is there anything more worthy of research than him? Jane Foster froze for a moment. Then the heart trembled. Chapter 63. Have you ever seen a meteorite falling from the sky? Lin didn't know that Daisy had a strong curiosity about him. At the moment, he was strolling in the primeval forest, his expression seemed indifferent, his powerful spiritual power had spread, and he could feel it within a radius of 100 miles. Soon, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The apparition magic was cast. The next moment, he had already appeared 10 kilometers ahead. It still looks like a dense primeval forest here, no different from the place he just passed by, but in his powerful perception, he can clearly see an invisible light curtain in front of him. Wakanda. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and without stopping, he easily passed through the energy shield that concealed, defended, and shielded perception. The scene in front of him changed instantly. A city with a strong sense of technology stands in the space. The tall buildings and wide streets are in stark contrast to the farmlands and shepherds everywhere on the surrounding plains. This is a very strange place, obviously relying on vibranium. It has developed a powerful technology that is many years ahead of the Earth. But at the level of primitive tribes, politics, economy, and even all aspects are full of backwardness and barbarism. An inexplicable sense of separation rushed over. This is obviously related to Wakanda's long-term concealment, and the technology system that completely relies on vibranium also has huge amounts of incompleteness. Best of all, this technology is in the hands of Wakanda royalty. To put it bluntly, it is a means to maintain rule. For a country that does not communicate with the outside world, it is obviously enough for ordinary people to enjoy the benefits of vibranium technology in some aspects. As for the system, the more primitive and ignorant it is, the more unbreakable the foundation of the royal family will be. None of this has anything to do with Lin. He came here for only one purpose. The mental power continued to release, and soon he locked onto the target, Operated again, and appeared on the highest mine in Wakanda. The vibranium mine. Lin is somewhat curious about one of the world's most special metals. But he didn't go straight down, but stood quietly where he was. Not surprisingly, the breakthrough of the energy shield was quickly discovered, and at the same time, there was an extra person above the mine out of thin air, which also made Wakan fans feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The first to rush up were the warriors of the mountain mine tribe who were in charge of reclaiming the vibranium mine. A royal guard composed of a group of bald black women, each holding a spear, followed closely behind. Further away, a flight machine has already taken off. Who? The people of the mountain mine tribe are extremely physically fit because they have been mining all the year round. Dozens of people rushed to Lin, almost without hesitation. But Lin just glanced at them, and these people seemed to be struck by lightning, and they all froze in place, as if they were demented. 4-ring magic mind shock. When the royal guards arrived, they all changed their expressions when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why didn't you move? It's super ability. They're under control. Wakanda is obviously not ignorant of the outside world. Everyone in the female guards reacted almost instantly and stopped immediately. The spears in their hands shone brightly and aimed at Lin. Lin didn't make any movement, the ground around him trembled loudly, and all the members of the guard fell down on the spot as the earth dragon rolled. Someone who was agile got up quickly, and was about to fight back, when tentacles made of mud stretched out from the ground, locking their bodies tightly. There was a look of horror in everyone's eyes. Can be selected into the royal guard, each of them has strong physical fitness, and is also equipped with powerful technological equipment such as spears and cloaks. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they are confident that they can win 5 battles. Who would have thought that facing Lin, there would be no room for development? This is magic. Powerful power is only second. Magic and weirdness are the biggest features. Notify your king that Lin, King of Mutants, is visiting. Lin is a gentleman. He never thought of killing through Wakanda and snatching vibranium by force, so he looked at the captain of the guard team and spoke lightly. This time, he came as the King of Mutants. The aura is fully open, and the sharpness is revealed. King of Mutant. All the members of the royal guard trembled. All were intimidated by Lin's aura. Before they could report, on the high-speed approaching flight, Wakanda executives had already heard Lin's words through their communication equipment. A flight controller lowered its altitude, the hatch opened, and figures jumped out of it. The other flight guns are suspended in the air, and the muzzles stick out, aiming at Lin. I am T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda. Who are you? Why are you breaking into our territory? A vigorous voice sounded, and a figure wearing a Black Panther battlesuit appeared in sight. The head of the battlesuit disappeared like water, revealing a young face. Prince? Lin glanced at him lightly. The king of Wakanda, doesn't he know any manners? The implication is that a mere prince is not qualified to talk to him. Hearing the sound, T'Challa was furious, and between the joints of both fists, the cat's claws rubbed out, and with a leap, he slid towards Lin like a black spore. As the Prince of Wakanda, after eating the heart-shaped grass, he has gained super 5 senses: strength, speed, endurance, and reaction. Even, his ability to resist magic is far beyond ordinary people. The attack at this moment is much faster and sharper than the members of the guard just now. Obviously he has high-tech weapons, but he likes melee combat. Lin pouted speechlessly, and the constant 5-ring magic super dynamic vision on his body made the opponent's movements seem to be in slow motion in his eyes. He still didn't do anything. However, in an instant, the surrounding wind suddenly picked up, and a high-speed rotating tornado appeared out of thin air, whistling like a knife. T'Challa's complexion changed slightly, and she quickly avoided it, her figure extremely agile. But he had just moved, and rays of light fell on him as if Wang Lizao had predicted his trajectory in advance. Dull, gravity, weakness, confusion. A lot of curse magic with only 1 and 2 rings appeared silently. T'Challa's magic resistance is not low, but in an instant, he feels his feet sinking, his head is dazed, his body seems to be a little disobedient, and he recovers soon. But this moment is enough for a tornado to smear his face. Bang! Sound body. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his attack failed at the very beginning, and he flew out in the air. The Wakanda executives who came with him were all shocked. Shoot! Shoot! The muzzle of the flight device suspended in the air instantly emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Lin suddenly had a smile on his face. I heard that Wakanda's vibranium is derived from a meteorite that fell from the sky many years ago. In his pupils, 2 flames burned silently. Do you want to see and see? Chapter 64 Megatron Wakanda. Vibranium deal. As Lin's voice spread, everyone, including T'Challa, felt something strange. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. You know, Wakanda is located in Africa, and it is extremely hot. T'Challa and others have long been used to the high temperature, but at this moment, they all feel a burning sensation that stings their skin. This burning sensation not only comes from the outside world, but also partly comes from the heart. It was as if their souls had been set on fire. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously. In the high sky, a meteorite with huge amounts of roaring and falling with majestic flames became bigger and bigger from far to near, and the sky twisted strangely wherever it passed. A sense of terror and oppression that destroys the world crushes from the sky. Everyone's faces turned extremely pale in an instant, and Black Panther's tailbone trembled violently like a cat's hair exploded. Open the defensive cover. The energy is activated 100%. He hissed and roared for the first time, and his voice was full. In order to save energy, the energy shield on the outer layer of Wakanda usually only has a small part of defense power, and the most important functions are concealment and detection. Theoretically speaking, once the defensive cover is 100% opened, no weapon on Earth can break through. It seems that 990 is easy to block a meteorite. But that's in theory after all. Ever since Wakanda developed the energy shield technology, when did you experience the scene of the meteorite falling? It's not possible to drag a meteorite down, let's test it. Especially the meteorite that appeared in the sky is obviously different from normal meteorites. During the high-speed fall, it rubbed against the atmosphere violently, but it didn't become smaller. Instead, as the distance approached, it became larger, visible to the naked eye. The color of the flames burning outside is also changing crazily. Red, crimson, maroon, purple, black. The flame carried by the meteorite turned black. Although I don't understand what this scene means, but such a strange flame immediately made T'Challa and everyone else stand on end, as if they saw endless collapse and destruction. And most importantly, when the black meteorite was only 100 meters away from the defensive cover, the second, third, and even endless small flame meteorites appeared in the rear, almost covering the entire area. Sky. This magic is not a single body. 6 rings meteor storm. 6 rings, fire god extinguishing magic. This is Lin's confidence to break into Wakanda alone. During this period of time, his magic power has improved by leaps and bounds, and the magic he creates every day has reached the level of the 6th ring. 6-ring magic, called a forbidden curse. The power is completely different from the 5-ring magic. Great Gift Crab Special, Wakanda language. T'Challa and the rest of the people stopped breathing. The situation was too frightening. They suddenly lost confidence in Kandako's powerful skills. Is there anyone in this world who has mastered the power of a strong woman? Could it be that he is a legendary god? At the critical moment, King T'Chaka of Wakanda, who has never shown up, finally couldn't sit still. Mr. Lin, Wakanda and Mutant have nothing wrong with each other, this is a misunderstanding. A significantly more luxurious and advanced flight machine roared over from the palace building, and an apologetic voice came from it. Please take back your super abilities, Wakanda will receive the King of Mutants with the most solemn etiquette. Lin raised her eyebrows slightly. How good is it this early? The corner of his mouth curved into a half-smile. In the almost dull eyes of T'Challa and others, his right hand crossed the top of his head, pointed to the sky, stretched out a finger and gave a light hook. The next moment, the densely packed small meteorites in the sky, the black flames suddenly disappeared, turning into bare meteorite fragments, crashing into the defensive cover. As for the largest one, the black flame rose even higher, but it suddenly drew a beautiful arc, brushing against the defensive cover and darting towards the far west. Over there is a primeval forest. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded suddenly, and the soaring black flames pierced through the sky, and half of the sky entered the night in an instant, as if everything in it was swallowed up. Even though they were far away, everyone still felt the strong heat wave and strong wind, and the earth trembled continuously for a long time. The sound of gasping for air came and went. Although I didn't witness the power of the meteorite with my own eyes, the terrible darkness almost swallowed even Wakanda. Obviously it was definitely not an ordinary flame. If it really hits the defensive cover, the consequences could be disastrous. Fortunately, although the power of those small meteorite fragments is also very strong, they are firmly blocked by the defensive cover. T'Challa took a deep breath and looked at the speeding king's car. Father! The current king of Wakanda, also wearing the Black Panther battle suit, leaped from the flight gun. Several ups and downs appeared in front of Lin. King to king. Mr. Lin's super ability is amazing. T'Chaka is worthy of being the king of a country, and his insight and bearing are extraordinary. Seeing that Lin received magic without any hesitation, he knew that Lin was not malicious. Therefore, when he spoke, it was as if what happened just now hadn't happened at all. The attitude is extremely friendly. The strong are always respected. Especially in Wakanda, a wild land with advanced technology but advocating personal force. I, T'Chaka, the current king of Wakanda, welcome the noble king of Mutant. T'Chaka put away his mask and looked at Lin with a smile on his face. I don't know if Mr. Lin is here this time, what advice do you have? Meet King T'Chaka. Lin's attitude was also very friendly, as if the scene just now had nothing to do with him. And his speech, as always, is simple and direct. I heard that although Wakanda lives in seclusion, it has the most advanced technological level on the earth. I am here on behalf of Mutant to visit. Naturally I want to establish diplomatic relations and strengthen technical exchanges between each other. This was too official. T'Chaka didn't react for a while. Black Panther and the others behind were even more bewildered. With all due respect. T'Chaka hesitated for a while, but said, Mutant doesn't seem to have established a country, so why talk about diplomacy? He just called Lin the King of Mutants, really just to save face. Wakanda has a powerful intelligence system, and it knows many things about the outside world. Naturally, it also knows that mutants are a group excluded from mainstream society. Such a group, come to seek diplomatic relations? No matter how you think about it, it's a bit magical. Not now, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Lin smiled, confident and at ease. T'Chaka was slightly shocked when he thought of the strength he had shown just now. Although Mutant does not have Wakanda's technology, it has a powerful super ability. If they can unite and build a nation, it seems that it is not an unimaginable thing. As soon as he thought of this, he stopped entanglement, but there were still doubts in his eyes. I don't know what Mr. Lin's technical communication refers to. Wakanda's technology stands at the top of the earth. Technology exchange? What can Mutant bring us? This question, too, is what Black Panther and other Wakanda people want to know. Lin made no secret of this, definitely it's vibranium. As soon as this statement came out, the pupils of all Wakanda people shrank. As predicted. Everyone who comes to Wakanda, is coming to vibranium. Chapter 65 talk about the rules, but not completely. There is no doubt that Wakanda can have such a world-leading technology today, all relying on vibranium and the technology derived from vibranium. Without vibranium, this is just a barbaric tribe. Because of this, the people of Wakanda value shock above everything else, or rather, possessiveness above all else. King T'Chaka was polite to Lin last second, but when he heard the word vibranium, his expression changed instantly. But he didn't directly refuse. Facing such an unfathomable mutant like Lin, no matter how angry he was, he still had basic reason. Mr. Lin wants to buy vibranium. He frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. Although Wakanda lives away from the world, it also maintains some trade relations with the outside world. The price of vibranium in the market is $10,000 per gram. I can make the decision and sell some to others. You. Apparently, he wanted to trade a little vibranium for Lin's kindness. It's just that he didn't expect it. Lin laughed unabashedly when she heard this. $10,000 is a black market price, right? King T'Chaka is so insincere. Ignoring T'Chaka's gaze, he said to himself, as far as I know, the main source of income for Wakanda is the sale of vibranium, but over the years, you have been strictly controlling the quantity of exports, making the vibranium outside extremely rare. Rare things are more expensive, it's normal. But the price of vibranium can be so high, is it really because of its original value? It's nothing more than there is no outside, but you are hoarding it. Lin speaks eloquently and hits the nail on the head. As the only exotic metal in the world that can absorb kinetic energy, vibranium is indeed extremely valuable. But by no means so ridiculously expensive. Because the total amount of vibranium is actually not small. Mr. Lin, I hope you can understand that vibranium is a gift from the leopard god to Wakanda. It has irreplaceable significance to our country, so the sale of 10 weights is a very small quantity. T'Chaka felt Lin's dissatisfaction, and frowned even tighter. For commercial transactions, the price is set by the seller. If the buyer can't accept it, he cannot buy it at all. It's fair, isn't it? That's the problem. Lin was still smiling, and glanced at the people of Wakanda. When did the leopard god give vibranium to Wakanda? As far as I know, it is just an extraterrestrial meteorite that landed on the Earth many years ago. It's obviously something outside the Earth, but if it falls into your territory, it will always be yours. As soon as this remark came out, T'Chaka's heart trembled. Only then did he realize that the uninvited guest in front of him seemed to have an extraordinary understanding of Wakanda and vibranium. Even the origin of vibranium is clear. Vibranium is definitely our. Black Panther T'Challa at the back couldn't help interjecting when he heard the words. Lin cut him off directly. Besides, when the meteorite fell, all 5 of your tribes wanted to keep it for yourself. You even went through a long war for this. In the end, because of the emergence of the first generation of Black Panther, you defeated the other 4 tribes and stabilized your situation. Firmly occupy this vibranium mine. There was an undisguised sarcasm on the corner of Lin's mouth. So, if I kill you, can I keep it as my own? In front of the king of Wakanda, he bluntly said the matter of destroying the country. The faces of all Wakanda have changed once again. No matter how fearful King T'Chaka was, he couldn't help but snorted coldly at this moment. If mutant invades Wakanda, you will be greeted only with death and blood. Lin dismissed his threats. If I want to rob, can you stop me? Contemptuous eyes scanned the audience. All those who looked at him subconsciously thought of the extremely terrifying meteor storm a few minutes ago. The faces changed color instantly. But no one was afraid. Instead they all held the weapons in their hands tightly, and some even took up the weapons and aimed at Lin again in a panic. Drop your weapons! King T'Chaka hurriedly stopped him, looking into Lin's eyes. It was extremely complicated. Mr. Lin appeared here above board. Obviously he didn't mean to be an enemy of Wakanda, it's just, your way of negotiating is really a little bit aggressive. That's right. Lin is bargaining. And King T'Chaka clearly understands that too. I came here with sincerity, you are wasting each other's time. Lin rubbed her hands together, as if a big fireball was about to come out at any moment. So, let's skip these nonsense. Mutant is going to purchase vibranium on a large scale for a long time. King T'Chaka, give me great price. Long term, on a massive scale. The pupils in T'Chaka's eyes shrank slightly. He is definitely unwilling to sell vibranium on a large scale. If Lin really wants to grab it, he will lead the army without hesitation and fight Lin to the end. However, Lin is very polite and just wants to spend money on purchases. In this way, this is just a buyer, not an enemy. Wakanda naturally has no need to fight against it. But this buyer didn't follow the rules completely. The meteor storm just now was undoubtedly a deterrent to Wakanda. T'Chaka couldn't help but sigh deeply. Ask for flowers. He knew that from the very beginning, every move and every word Lin made was paving the way for this negotiation. This undoubtedly makes him quite passive. Facing such a well-behaved person, but not completely, he was completely unsure. If Wakanda rejected this deal, would the terrifying mutant in front of him really summon meteorites again and set off a bloodbath? After all, go ahead, it's pointless. Sell it, and don't be reconciled. It's frustrating and helpless. $5,000. 1 gram. After pondering for a long time, King T'Chaka still made a decision: just make friends with Wakanda and Mutant, and hope that our friendship will continue in the future. Well, the price went straight to half. Seeing Lin's strange expression, he trembled in his heart, and quickly added another sentence: shocked purchase so far, the quantity is not much, and the cost of mining is also high. This is already the most sincere price. 00. It was beyond his expectation. Lin didn't want to bargain anymore, and nodded happily. Deal. 100 kilograms per month, that's 5 ye. Before he finished speaking, King T'Chaka's lips twitched again. According to Wakanda's information, the vibranium shield held by the world-famous Captain America at that time was only 5.44 kilograms, and it was also mixed with original adamantium. Good guy, how many shields can be made with 100 kilograms of vibranium? Also every month? Wakanda has mines and can't afford to dig like this. 50 kilograms. King T'Chaka quickly opened his mouth and started another round of negotiations, and it must be traded every 3 months. This amount is 200 kilograms a year. It's barely enough for now. Make a deal. Lin nodded, looking at King T'Chaka's eyes, a little playfully. Wakanda's technology department needs vibranium and also needs to go out to ensure financial resources. In this case, it can easily trade 200 kilograms per year. Obviously, the reserves of the vibranium mine at the foot are richer than imagined. Wakanda is indeed the richest country on Earth. With that in mind, Lin is ready to pay the bill. 50 kilograms in 3 months, that's 250 million. He spread his hands, and under the eyes of T'Chaka, Black Panther, and all the Wakanda people, he said, "This money is not too much, but unfortunately, I have too many places to use the money. I'm afraid I won't be able to get it out." Everyone was stunned. This person is here to play tricks on us? Death. Chapter 66, True Layman with Money, Lin. There seemed to be a moment of silence in the atmosphere. The look of surprise in King T'Chaka's eyes couldn't go away, and he said uncertainly after a long while, "Mr. Lin, wouldn't it be, to deal first, then pay? How is this possible?" Lin looked at him with a strange face. "Since it's a transaction, definitely you have to pay for it and deliver it. I'm here to purchase vibranium, not to rob, so how can I not pay? He speaks righteously and will not punish the Wakanda people. Don't you have no money? How to pay the bill? As I said just now, this visit is to promote technical exchanges between Wakanda and Mutant." Lin said solemnly, "Since vibranium is the cornerstone of Wakanda's technology, then we Mutant definitely have to show our technological achievements. As long as Wakanda also purchases our products, won't I be rich? Good guy. The people of Wakanda call it a good guy. The king of Mutant in front of him actually wants to earn Wakanda's money, and then use Wakanda's money to buy Wakanda's vibranium. It's not impossible, but the problem is, Wakanda's technology beats all countries in the world. What products can Mutant have for Wakanda to purchase? Could it be that this person can't buy and sell by force?" Thinking of this, the young Black Panther once again became angry with 837. In his opinion, Lin was obviously still relying on her strong strength to rob and brazenness. His face changed instantly. But just as she was about to speak, Lin had already brought out her own product. Rays of light flickered, and what appeared in front of the Wakanda people were small glass bottles filled with liquids of various colors, and a straw man with the size of the palm of his hand that seemed to be made by hand. "These are magic potions." As Lin said, the fingers of her right hand moved slightly, and a small glass bottle slowly floated in front of King T'Chaka. The liquid inside was a translucent color, and a flash of light flashed in it from time to time. Therapeutic potion can quickly recover injuries and physical strength. Soul potion, after drinking it can keep the mind pure, concentrate on it, and not be disturbed by external objects. Physical potion, the effect is to improve perseverance. Take a sip, and the upper limit of endurance fatigue will be greatly increased. The potion of rage can greatly improve strength, speed, and reaction. Even if you drink it when you are seriously injured, you can instantly liven up. Definitely, after the effect of the medicine ends, there will be 10 side effects. Frost potion, as the name suggests, after drinking it, the body will be in a state of resistance to low temperature. In some scenarios, it is very effective. Lin talked eloquently, telling the effects of more than a dozen magic potions in one breath. As a mage, he definitely knows how to mix magic potions and make magic props, and all the potions that he took out at this moment are elementary level potions without exception. He definitely won't say, these are just what he deployed randomly during the 10 years when he was extremely bored. On the contrary, in his description, the effect of these potions can be called bursting. That's the truth. Although it is only an elementary level magic potion, it has already far exceeded the normal technological level. This is similar to Wakanda's vibranium technology. Mutant developed a magical civilization. King T'Chaka definitely didn't know this. With Lin's introduction, his mind shook slightly, and he felt an unimaginable sense of horror. Civilization is the soul of an ethnic group and the foundation of a country. Although Wakanda lives in seclusion, he is also very clear that the term mutant has always been a collective term for those who have awakened the X gene. Mutants are scattered all over the place, and apart from the commonality of super ability, they don't have any other connections such as blood, culture, and inheritance. Strictly speaking, it's not even a group. But now, they actually have civilization. It has to be said that the thinking of the king of a country is completely different from that of ordinary people. Black Panther and others only saw that these potions seemed to be very powerful, but King T'Chaka saw something different from them. He finally understood that for Lin he dared to call himself the king of mutants. No matter what the current situation is, the young man in front of him has the power to twist the mutants into a single rope. At the same time, he seems to have planted a seed of civilization in the mutant group. Technological civilization, completely different magic civilization. What kind of confidence is this? What kind of foresight? These magic potions, are they really that effective? King T'Chaka's attitude finally changed, and he regarded this sudden negotiation as an equal exchange. No longer because of Lin's great strength. More because he felt the same kingly thinking in Lin. In layman's terms, he thinks that Lin has the image of a king, and that this one person has emerged from the mutant group, and it is by no means a delusion to build a country. Whether the effect is good or not, you will know if you try it. Lin smiled. He shot a few wind blades casually, cutting a few small wounds on a member of the royal guard next to Black Panther, and blood flowed out. The woman in Wakanda was really tough, and she was injured suddenly. The guard frowned slightly, but didn't say a word. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the healing potion appear in front of her. As if controlled by an invisible hand, the glass bottle opened automatically, and the liquid inside shot out, and before she could react, it had already entered her mouth. All Wakanda could see, the wounds on her body congealed quickly. One after another's eyes changed quietly. They were not shocked. Wakanda's vibranium technology already contains extremely powerful medical technology, and even if they suffer from extremely serious injuries, they can be cured quickly, as reflected in the movie. But that was going into the medical room after all. As for the healing potion in front of you, you only need to carry it with you, which is extremely convenient. This is undoubtedly very valuable to the warriors of Wakanda. It might not be worth much, but already eligible to trade with Wakanda. Thinking of this, a group of Wakanda talents finally understood that the exchange of technical achievements that Lin mentioned was not taking advantage of Wakanda, and as the experiment continued, they could not help falling into Lin's rhythm. The magic potions he took out were all targeted. Spirit potion is aimed at research-oriented talents. Physique potions can make the miners of the mountain tribe more hardworking. Rage potion, making Wakanda's warriors stronger on the battlefield. Frost potion, allowing Wakanda people to adapt to the most feared low-temperature climate. One magic potion after another, all Wakanda can use. The contempt in Black Panther's and others' hearts quickly disappeared, and their eyes were full of curiosity about these magic potions. And this curiosity, as Lin showed the last product, directly turned into firmness. This is a magic prop, a stand-in straw man. Under Lin's control, the rather rough straw man stuck to the guard member's body, and the next moment, an ice arrow appeared abruptly, piercing one end into her throat. Before the Wakanda people had time to be shocked, they saw a ray of light suddenly flashed by the stand-in straw man, and the next moment, the member of the guard appeared 3 meters away. Those pierced by ice arrows are just straw people. The effect of this thing is actually the same as the name, it can save embarrassment at critical moments. Purchase. At this moment, almost all Wakanda people looked at King T'Chaka involuntarily. Although no one spoke, the meaning in everyone's eyes was the same. The same is true for Black Panther. This kind of magic item that can save lives at a critical moment is worth 100 times more than those magic potions. This goes beyond Wakanda's vibranium technology. King T'Chaka's expression was also a little excited. He firmly believed that all the Wakanda people are brave fighters, but no matter how fearless people are, they respect death at a distance. Who wouldn't want a chance to save their lives? And with Wakanda's wealth, I'm afraid that all members of the royal family, high-level tribes, and even outstanding elites in the guards can be equipped with one. Members of the royal family can even carry a few more on them. The right to trade this thing must be in the hands of the royal family. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, King T'Chaka did not disappoint his subjects. He looked at Lin and said proudly, "Mr. Lin, let's not talk about the deal of these magic potions. Just this stand-in straw man, how much is it?" $10,000. Lin smiled half-smile, and said the same price as vibranium. King T'Chaka said dryly, "Give me 100 first. Don't King T'Chaka have that sense of humor? Lin looked at him speechlessly. This is a life-saving magic item, how can there be so many? Even if there is, how can it really be bought for $10,000? Just 1 million can save 100 cases? Are Wakanda's warriors so worthless?" T'Chaka froze for a moment. The excited mood of Black Panther and others suddenly stagnated. These words, they seemed to have said similarly just now. At this moment, 0.5 is passed from Lin's mouth. This is somewhat ironic. But King T'Chaka didn't care. "It doesn't matter, Mr. Lin, no matter how many stand-ins you can provide, and no matter how much you ask for, we want it in Wakanda." Obviously, Wakanda's wealth gave him great confidence. Still, Lin shook her head. The greatest value of Wakanda's vibranium is to make weapons and equipment. It is definitely better to have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. In fact, I don't know that you have vibranium in Wakanda on the earth. He said seriously, with a serious expression on his face, "But my stunt man is something that can save lives at a critical moment. Looking at the whole world, it is a unique treasure. Compared with vibranium, its value is much stronger than that of vibranium, so add money." The Wakanda people were stunned again, and then heard Lin's real offer. "Only accept vibranium trades. 50 kilograms vibranium 10 grass figures. And it will be traded once every 3 months, only 3 at a time." Lin said very seriously, "Although my magic potion has imperceptible dependencies, although my stand-in straw man can be made easily, there is no cost at all, and it is time sensitive, and it will become a waste when it expires. B. Do you Wakanda want to buy? You have to pay more." Chapter 67 Hulk appears. We need X-Men. The so-called transaction is nothing more than asking for a high price and paying back the money when it lands. No matter how rich Wakanda is, it is impossible for him to pay a terrifying price of 250 million for a straw man. Lin knows all about this. Therefore, after some haggling, the two parties finally reached a consensus that the price of the stand-in straw man was set at 10 kilograms of vibranium, which was also traded once every 3 months, and the quantity of each time was set at 5. This made Lin further sure that Wakanda's vibranium reserves are definitely quite a lot. The so-called price is only for outsiders. For Wakanda itself, this thing may be an alternative metal currency. When they spend it, they don't feel bad at all. In this way, Lin can get 50 kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda every 3 months just for the stunt man, which is the same as the transaction quota promised by Wakanda. Which means he doesn't need a dime. If you add Wakanda's purchase of those elementary-level magic potions, he can still make a fortune. It is probably the only one to do this in business. So much so that after the negotiation ended, all the Wakanda people, including King T'Chaka and Black Panther, looked at him with an inexplicable resentment. In the past, they harvested the trading partners who wanted vibranium. This time, the identity was reversed. They became cut leaks. But there is no way, things are rare and expensive. Don't say they've seen magic props that can save lives at critical moments. They've never even heard of them before. Now that they're lucky enough to come across them, is there any reason not to buy them? Even though Lin has made it clear that this stand-in is only valid for 1 year. They should buy it or have to buy it. To put it bluntly, for Wakanda, this small amount of money is nothing more than 9 cows and 117. The deal is settled, should we talk about technical exchanges? The trip was full of rewards, and Lin was extremely satisfied, but he was not satisfied, and looked at King T'Chaka with a smile. Since Mutant and Wakanda will have a long-term transaction in the future, how about sending a liaison officer each? Liaison? King T'Chaka was taken aback. He scoffed at this before, thinking that there was no need for Mutant and Wakanda to communicate, but now, he has changed his mind. Mutants' new Xavier's school is about to open its enrollment recently, and it still lacks some knowledgeable professors. Wakanda has so many scientific and technological talents, how about sending one to the academy as a visiting professor? Lin obviously had a goal long ago, looking at the crowd behind Black Panther. How about Princess Surui? There is one thing to say, when Lin watched movies in her previous life, she didn't like Wakanda very much. But this place does possess technology far beyond the current world. Especially Black Panther's younger sister, Princess Surui, is definitely a smart person at the same level as Tony, or even better. Her nanotechnology and a lot of black technology is the master of Canon's vibranium technology. At the moment, she was still a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Hearing his own name suddenly, he couldn't help being stunned. Me. You don't need to stay at Xavier's school all the time, just go to attend a few classes when you have time, and take care of the transactions between the two parties by the way. Lin looked at the sound, smiled and said, definitely, I will also send a liaison officer who satisfies you. King T'Chaka clearly has some hesitation. Princess Surui herself is very interested. She is just at the age of puberty, and she is extremely curious about everything in the outside world. I've read the news outside, and I heard that the address of Xavier's school has only one big hole. Did you transfer it to another place? The academy is full of mutants, isn't there a lot of weird super abilities? Are those professors mutants too? In addition to super abilities, does the academy also provide scientific knowledge? A lot of questions came out of her mouth. Black Panther quickly stopped it with his eyes. Lin smiled and was about to speak when the cell phone rang suddenly. Then, Alice projected a light curtain in the air, and the name of the caller displayed on it was Mr. Lan. Speaking of professors, the college's new chemistry and genetics professors are on the phone. Lin's eyes moved, and a familiar arc emerged from the corner of her mouth. Mr. Lan's call means the opportunity he has been waiting for a long time. Finally reached. After hanging up the phone casually, he looked at Princess Surui. Are you interested in going to a good show together? Good show? Princess Surui was eager to try, and looked at her father. King T'Chaka originally didn't intend to agree, but the picture projected by Alice made the pupils of his eyes shrink slightly. Wakanda's energy shield has the effect of isolating external signals, but Lin was able to receive the call. Does this mean that, in addition to the magical civilization, Mutant also possesses a technology that, at least in some respects, is not weaker than Wakanda? Thinking of this, he found that Lin and Mutant must be given the highest degree of attention. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he nodded. Princess Surui was overjoyed. Then, leave it at that. As Lin said, with a light step on his feet, red flames shot up into the sky, and within a few breaths, a complex and mysterious small magic circle was burned on the ground around him. This is a sub-array connected to the Xavier's school's target array. The next moment, under the shocked and vigilant eyes of everyone in Wakanda, the light on the teleportation circle suddenly flashed, and the white-haired, leather-clothed Storm slowly appeared in sight. Please allow me to introduce, this is Mrs. Orlo, the professor of Xavier's school, and she will be in charge of the subsequent transaction with Wakanda. As Lin spoke, she gestured to Princess Surui with her eyes. The two stepped into the teleportation array, and both disappeared. The light from the magic circle disappeared, and Storm looked at King T'Chaka with a smile. Then, he saw Black Panther behind him, and his expression changed slightly. T'Challa. Aurora. Black Panther's expression also changed at the same time. The two actually seemed to know each other, and have a close relationship. King T'Chaka was slightly taken aback. He is very clear that Lin sent a dark-skinned mutant, obviously because Wakanda is a black country, and Storm is the most suitable person for this liaison. But seeing this scene, he suddenly had a strange feeling. This should just a coincidence? The light fades. Lin appears at Xavier's school. The teleportation circle that was originally hidden in his room has been transferred to the playground, and this will be the place where all new students will report in the future. Both Shadowcat and Professor X are waiting here. Wolverine was smoking a cigar leisurely, and when she saw Lin appearing, she joked teasingly, "Our honorary principal is back? How does it feel that everyone is busy, but you are taking a leisurely vacation?" Ever since he broke Wilhelm Stryker's base, he was in a good mood, and gradually got rid of the previous look of bitterness and hatred. Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Logan, you don't look like you're too busy." "That can't be helped. The college's enrollment information has been sent out, but during this time, no one has signed up." Logan shrugged. When Professor X heard the words, a rare look of sadness appeared on his calm face. "Lin, it seems that the effect of turning public opinion is not satisfactory. It is still a bit early for us to open the enrollment." "The timing is right, Professor." Lin has a different opinion on this. The image of X-Men has been established, and the existence of Xavier's school is now almost known to everyone. Those mutants who know the admissions information but have not signed up are nothing more than uncertain in their hearts. Is it just to expose my identity? Exposed in front of mutant is also exposed. Both Professor X and Logan clearly understand this point. To put it bluntly, it's not just ordinary people who don't believe in mutants. Mutants hidden in every corner of the world also lack trust in Xavier's school. After all, exposing identity means huge amounts of risk. The most important thing is that no one knows whether Xavier's school can continue to operate. The matter of open enrollment has obviously touched the bottom line of the high-level human beings, and it will inevitably be strongly counterattacked. Our students are in hesitation. And what we have to do now is to dispel their doubts and let them know that Xavier's school has the ability to protect them. It takes an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has come. Lin was not in a hurry to introduce Princess Surui, but looked at Professor X methodically and said, "This is why I asked Katie to call you here." Professor X and Logan looked at each other and said in unison, "What opportunity?" Lin turned to Shadowcat. Shadowcat was already prepared, took out his mobile phone, and a light curtain projected out, and the evening news of Global Daily appeared on the screen. The title is impressively. After the Green Titan, another more violent Green Titan appeared in New York City in 230, fighting the military. The Twisted Covenant city was devastated, and countless people were killed and injured. This is... The faces of Professor X and Logan changed drastically. Before they could speak, Shadowcat had switched to another screen. It is the Mutant channel of Daily X. This channel has only released one X-Men documentary since it was launched, and at the moment, the original comments below the video have all been deleted, replaced by a sentence that is all about maintaining formation. "We need X-Men! We need X-Men! We need X-Men!" There are not only tens of thousands of dense messages, but also an increase of thousands of messages per second. "Professor, Logan, this is the opportunity." Lin's voice was as calm as ever, but in the ears of Professor X and Logan, it was thunderous and deafening. They understood right away. Turbulent public opinion is an opportunity. In the past, when people encountered such a disaster, their first reaction would be to curse the mutant, thinking that the two Green Titans were monsters transformed from a certain mutant gene mutation. But now, they thought of X-Men for the first time. This is without a doubt huge amounts of progress. Under Lin's series of methods, the public opinion against mutant has been reversed a lot, and after a period of continuous fermentation, finally stimulated by this Red Titan, more and more people realize mutants can save the world. Under the call of the whole people, make a strong appearance, solve the Red Titan, and save countless people from life and death. One can imagine how high the reputation of X-Men and Xavier's school will reach. At that time, all doubts and hesitation in the hearts of those mutants hiding in the corners of the world will be gone. This is what Lin refers to as the overwhelming momentum and the torrent. Logan, get Scott and Jean, we're off right now. Professor X took a deep breath, without any hesitation order, as if he was 10 years younger all of a sudden. I will personally lead the team for this operation. Chapter 68, Another Sin Made by the Military. P.S. The last chapter was written wrong, the abomination is also green, not red, it has been modified. Manhattan, Broadway. More than a dozen Osprey fighters hovered in the sky, chasing a battle below. General Ross sat on the fighter plane, his face so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. Originally, during this period of time, he was in a pretty good mood. The Weapon X project that Wilhelm Stryker was in charge of was exposed, and he was also arrested. After the interrogation, he spent the rest of his life in prison. This caused the military to lose the help of Weapon X in terms of dealing with super ability incidents. And the green skin project he was in charge of naturally received a greater degree of attention. After communicating with General Scudder last time, the higher-ups have increased their support for him, and they must complete the green skin plan no matter what. The plan, ostensibly, is to eliminate the threat posed by the Green Titan Hulk. But the core is the blood of the Green Titan. Through capturing and researching the Green Titan, a controllable genetic drug is developed, and the Green Titan controlled by the military is mass-produced. That's why General Ross didn't care about mutant at all. In his opinion, as long as Hulk is caught, everything will be fine. However, the progress of the matter far exceeded his expectations. Hulk, who fled outside, finally returned to Twist City, which indeed gave the military a chance to capture him. However, the military has exhausted all means, and there is no way to catch Hulk. In the end, it was Bruce Banner who wanted to heal himself, went to a scientist named Dr. Lan on the internet, injected the antidote developed by the other party, temporarily lost the ability to transform, and was caught by the military. God testifies, at that time, General Ross was full of ambition, and he felt that today was the happiest day in his life. He can't wait to go back and study the power of the Green Titan. But at this moment, hate appears. Brunsky, that damn bastard, the injection of super soldier serum is not enough, and he wants to get his hands on Hulk's calendar emperor. Shoot me! Shoot hard! General Ross' angry voice spread throughout the entire Osprey fighter plane. The soldier with the machine gun looked confused. General, there are two big guys below, which one should we help? Definitely the green one. Shoot me the other one in half. General Ross' anger had reached its peak. On the one hand, it was because the originally smooth plan had gone so terribly wrong, and on the other hand, it was because after the hatred appeared, he found sadly that the only person he could rely on was Hulk. The Hulk he hunted for years. This made him so proud that he couldn't accept it at all. But at the moment, he had to order to help the former enemy, because from the perspective of the fighter plane, Hulk was no match for Brunsky at all. After Brunsky was injected with Hulk's serum, he became extremely violent and beat Hulk almost the whole time. If this continues, the entire Broadway will be demolished by two monsters. Da-da-da-da-da. The soldiers executed the order perfectly, and the high-explosive machine gun fired a storm of bullets. ITO. Meaningless. I've always been curious, where did the military get the courage to hunt and kill Hulk everywhere? They should know that their weapons can't break Hulk's defense at all, right? Do they know? On the top of a building with only a dozen floors, Lin watched the battle between the abomination and the Hulk from a commanding height, with curiosity written all over her face. Shadowcat Katie curled her lips. Probably, this is what you said about the self-confidence of fans. Lin shrugged. Tony is here. In the distant sky, red and gold meteors flew towards him quickly, and soon joined the battlefield. Pulse guns and various missiles shot towards the abomination as if they didn't need money. But unfortunately, with the Mark 10's firepower, facing monsters like abomination, the damage is really limited. Poor Tony, he obviously wants to retreat to study a more advanced steel battle suit, but someone always disrupts his rhythm. Lin was a little embarrassed. The last time he interrupted Tony's research. This time, it actually had something to do with him. He sighed softly, and said, "Let's get started, give Tony some time to go back and study the battle suit." Okay. Shadowcat couldn't bear to press it long ago, and immediately activated the setup mobile phone upon hearing this. "Hello, audience friends." The people who were frantically commenting on the Mutant channel suddenly discovered that the channel had started a live video broadcast, and the beautiful female reporter who once appeared in the Mutant documentary once again appeared in the camera. I saw Shadowcat in the camera, with an extremely serious expression. The voice was also full of inexplicable grief and indignation. Not long ago, we informed the X-Men of everyone's comments on this channel. In fact, as early as the first time we knew the news, the X-Men had already rushed towards the battlefield. Now, they've arrived. Under the control of Alice, the lens automatically shifted, and the high-definition zoom function was activated. Immediately, the audience saw that familiar Blackbird fighter plane appearing in the distant sky. Coming! The X-Men are coming! I knew that they are all superheroes, and they will never care about the lives of the people. That's it, the X-Men will definitely defeat those two monsters. Twister City is saved. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that after Iron Man joins the battlefield and joins forces with another little green titan, there's nothing he can do about that violent monster? The X-Men will definitely win. Hey, didn't you ever seen the sharpness of Wolverine's claws? It must have broken that monster's defenses. And Storm, she can control thunderstorms. And Cyclops laser beams. Phoenix can control objects. All the people who paid attention to this matter instantly boiled. From the beginning of the live broadcast, the popularity has skyrocketed at an incredible speed. However, to their surprise, there were still 4 people getting off the Blackbird, but there was no Storm, but a bald old man in a wheelchair instead. Also, the old man seems to be the leader of the X-Men. Professor X. Those who have watched the X-Men documentary immediately saw his identity. Immediately, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. After all, it can be seen from the documentary that Professor X has a powerful mind ability, which can completely ignore the terrifying physical defense of the green monster. Sure enough, as soon as Professor X appeared, he was beating Hulk's abomination violently, and his movements stopped abruptly. Hulk, who had been beaten up all the way for a long time, and Iron Man, who was circling in the air, were slightly taken aback. But then, Professor Chu's surprised voice sounded in their minds. His thoughts are extremely chaotic and violent, and it seems that more than 2 already violent thoughts are integrated together, and an unknown change has taken place. I can only temporarily control him, the time is too short, there is no way to take him away from this place. At most 30 seconds, he will break free. He must be eliminated. As Professor X said, he pressed his right hand on his temple unconsciously. This kind of small movement when he activates his spiritual ability, he only did it when he was young, which means he has done it with all his strength. Do it! Hulk's mind was also in a mess, so he didn't react for a while, but Iron Man didn't have the slightest hesitation, and huge amounts of red laser light appeared on his arm instantly. When facing whip locks, this laser weapon can only be used once. But now, it's ready for multiple uses. The red laser shot directly at Abomination's chest, the severe pain made him howl unceasingly, and his thoughts became more and more tyrannical, wanting to break away from Professor X's control. Unfortunately, at this time, Wolverine and Phoenix have also been killed. Hey big guy, Do you think your skin is thicker, or my claws are sharper? Logan spat out the cigar in his mouth, leaped 3 meters away, and came to the front of the abomination. His claws stretched out like a bag, and he pierced the abomination's chest with a hiss. Adamantium is indeed the hardest metal in the world, yet it easily broke through the defense of the abomination. But Logan's strength is not enough after all, and he can't fully exert the sharpness of adamantium claws. The wolf claws only pierced a small part. Cheen! Logan roared loudly, and Phoenix, who had already been prepared, moved when he heard the sound. Psychokinesis was brought to the extreme in an instant, and he actually controlled Logan's wolf claws and merged with his own power. Tear hard. A wound visible to the naked eye appeared on the chest of the abomination. What? He roared loudly, his thoughts became extremely violent in an instant, and he finally broke free from Professor X's mind control. But at the moment, the red rays of Cyclops arrived too. The wound torn open by the wolf's claws. Obviously, on the way here, everyone has already discussed the strategy to deal with the abomination, and the cooperation is full of tacit understanding at this moment. With just one face-to-face, the hatred was severely damaged. The laser light blasted directly into his body along the wound, and the blood gushed out instantly evaporated. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the audience, they almost thought his body had been shot through. You mutants, why are you here to join in the fun? An angry and violent voice came out of his mouth, his green eyes were full of hatred, and he broke free from the hatred of mind control, showing a completely different side from Hulk. He perfectly retains Brunsky's character and sanity. Definitely also, combat literacy. Boom! He almost immediately kicked Hulk flying under his feet, and his huge body smashed towards Cyclops and Phoenix in the distance, forcing them to dodge. The laser light suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Hate stretched out his arms and closed them violently, as if he wanted to smash Logan into a pulp. Shit! How does this guy look like a well-trained soldier? Logan, who had served in the Special Forces, immediately felt the difference in the loathing, and quickly drew out his wolf claws, doing a backflip to avoid the claws of the loathing. The same question also appeared in the hearts of the audience at the same time. As if to help them out. The camera suddenly splits into 2 parts, one part is still a dangerous battle scene, while the other part shows the shadow of the on-site reporter Shadowcat. I believe everyone must be very curious, where did these 2 big guys come from, and whether they are mutants that failed to evolve. Under Lin's influence, Shadowcat has matured a lot. When she mentions mutant, she can't leave the word evolution, which subtly influences the public's perception of mutant. In fact, on the way to the scene, I had the same question as everyone. If these 2 mutants failed to evolve, it undoubtedly shows that there are huge amounts of human genetic evolution. Risk. But after arriving at the scene, I happened to meet one of the participants in this incident, and only then did I know the truth of the incident. At this point, the previous anger reappeared on Shadowcat's face. It turns out that these 2 green monsters have nothing to do with mutant, but the military's super soldier plan. Product of. As soon as this remark came out, the whole internet was boiling. In everyone's mind, a thought appeared unconsciously. Military again? Why is it the military again? The matter of Wilhelm Stryker is still being fermented on the internet. The military has come up with such a thing again. How many buildings have been destroyed in a big battle between Hate and Hulk? Dead. How many people? How many things did the military do to threaten the safety of the people behind our backs? All of a sudden, everyone who saw the live broadcast went crazy again. And those who support the military and think that Shadowcat is wantonly slandering, the next moment they saw a terrified face appearing in the live broadcast. Hi everyone, my name is Samuel Stern, my online name is Mr. Lan, and I am a doctor of genetics. Wearing a blue coat, with a trace of blood remaining on his face, the man explained to the world with a wry smile, the reason why I appear here is because of that smaller green titan. It's my friend. And that violent green monster became like this after being injected with the serum I researched. Boom! The whole network is in an uproar. Chapter 69 Out of Control Super Soldier Plan. Samuel Stern, also called Mr. Blue in Lin's address book. At the moment, the battle between X-Men, Iron Man, Hulk, and Abomination is in full swing, but most of the audience in the live broadcast room are not paying attention to it. Everyone listened attentively to Mr. Lan's explanation. Actually, I'm not particularly clear about the whole thing. It was all told to me by my netizen, that is, the Green Titan Hulk. Mr. Lan glanced at Lin, who was not in the camera, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Many people have seen the statue and deeds of Captain America in the World War II Memorial, but they don't know the appearance of Captain America Stephen Rogers. From a secret military experiment, the Super Soldier Project. The content of this plan is to develop a super serum that changes the human body's genes and inject it into the human body, so that the experimenter has powerful strength, speed, endurance, and responsiveness. Stephen Rogers is the subject of this project, and the only one that succeeded. The injection of super serum made him change from a thin man to a superhero who rampages on the battlefield. If there are no accidents, after him, there should be an entire corps of super soldiers. But unfortunately, Dr. Erkins, who developed the super serum, was assassinated. Speaking of this, Mr. Lan didn't show sadness on his face, but was a bit weird. Dr. Erkins is the only one who has mastered the serum formula. His death has brought the entire super soldier plan to a standstill. But the military didn't give up, and soon, they restarted the program, with General Ross in charge. The Green Titan Hulk, you see, that is, Dr. Bruce Banner, was once tricked into joining the project. He thought he was conducting gamma-ray experiments, but he didn't know that he was actually participating in the Super Soldier Project. Then, the accident happened again. 867. During an experiment, he was polluted by gamma rays, and his body mutated. As long as he was angry to a certain extent, he would turn into the green monster that everyone saw. Since then, he has been hunted down by General Ross. The military wants to study his blood and create a brand new super serum that is far superior to the original. At the moment, the audience has absolutely no idea that what Mr. Lan said has actually been memorized by heart long ago. He quickly told about Banner's escape, inadvertently meeting him on the internet, and sending blood samples for him to help research the antidote. Definitely, after General Ross discovered the trace, he brought special elites to arrest him. And these obviously don't matter. The important thing is Brunsky. Banner has been injected with the antidote I developed hastily. Although the effect is not great, he can already control his anger, so he was easily taken away by the military. When Mr. Lan said this, there was a look of fear on his face. At that time, I thought this matter was over. The end of Dr. Banner's second half of his life was to become an experimental subject of the military, and he would never see the light of day. Emil Brunsky, the captain of the special forces responsible for arresting him, went crazy after seeing Hulk's powerful strength. He put a gun to my head and made me inject him with Hulk's blood. God, he even injected the super serum that the military researched later. It's just that the serum is obviously not perfect, with huge amounts of defects. After integrating with Hulk's blood, it turned him into such a violent monster who only knows destruction. He even gave himself a new name, called Abomination. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have been beaten to death by him at that time. After he finished speaking in one breath, his whole body felt relieved. It has to be said that his eloquence is quite good. The audience who heard the ins and outs of the whole incident suddenly realized that they had a clear understanding of the two green monsters who were frantically wrestling together on the battlefield. So, Hulk is a scientist. It turns out that the Abomination is a special elite of the military. And the reason why they turned into such monsters is all because the military restarted the super soldier program and developed a flawed super serum. It's just that one is passive, while the other is active. Everyone knows the truth. Then, anger surged into my heart like an overwhelming mountain. It turns out that the contract that was ravaged, the people who died tragically in the war of hatred and chaos, the nightmare that was shrouded in countless people's heads tonight, all lie in the army. They are conducting such a dangerous experiment in secret. If you are not careful, you will create a monster. Do not. They just want to create monsters. Because they need so-called super soldiers. In an instant, not only people in New York, but also people in other cities felt numb all over, and their whole body was shrouded in a deep sense of insecurity. Who knows that one day, where I live and live, there will suddenly appear a terrifying monster that only knows destruction. This is completely different from Wilhelm Stryker's Weapon X project. Although Wilhelm Stryker is evil, he only wants to eliminate mutant, and he has no threat to ordinary people. However, General Ross, who is in charge of the Super Soldier Project, can cause devastating casualties to ordinary people after a failed experiment. Today's Broadway Street, I don't know how many people have died. Fuck. This General Ross is more vicious than Wilhelm Stryker. The military actually let such a person become a general. He should be court-martialed with Wilhelm Stryker. There is also the so-called Super Soldier Project, which completely ignores the safety of the people. This is a crime. The entire military is committing crimes, and the officials and the president can't approve it. The Eagle Sauce country is hopeless. Weapon X Project, Super Soldier Project. How many secret plans does the military have that threaten the safety of the people? I think mutant is much cuter now. Compared to them, those in the military are monsters. If they continue to be crazy like this, maybe one day, the whole contract will be ruined by them. Countless messages began to flood the screen, and the turbulent public opinion once again raged, and this time, with the battle between Abomination and Hulk in Twist City, it will obviously spread faster and more turbulently. General Ross, totally famous. Beck, notorious. Notorious. On board the Osprey. General Ross was looking nervously at the battlefield below, but the appearance of Iron Man and X-Men no doubt greatly relieved him. As long as the Abomination can be dealt with, even if Hulk escapes, the Greenskin Project will not be considered a failure. Anyway, the goal of the plan is to develop a brand new, controllable Green Titan serum. From this point of view, the Abomination as an experimental subject, is even more suitable. After all, Bruce Banner couldn't even speak after turning into a Green Titan, and the Abomination, it seems, completely retained Brunski's character and intelligence. This undoubtedly shows that the mutation of hatred is more mature. Mutant is still useful. It seems that Stryker's X-Weapon project is not as worthless as imagined. As soon as this idea came to General Ross's mind, a voice suddenly inserted into the communication channel. General Ross, congratulations on becoming famous. A very beating voice appeared in his ears. Yi rudely teased a general. General Ross glanced up and found that none of the soldiers in the fighter plane responded. It seemed that the communication was only connected to the headset on his head. His face suddenly changed. Who? I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. The voice on the other end of the communication said, if I were you, I would immediately take out my mobile phone and receive the latest news from the Global Daily. S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross was dumbfounded. Given his level, he obviously knew about the existence of SHIELD. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out his phone and turned on the news. Then, Eddie Locke's angry face appeared on the screen. But he didn't speak. More than half of the screen is playing the interview video of Mr. Lan. The Global Daily actually recorded the entire live broadcast of Shadowcat, and it went directly to the news. After what happened last time, Eddie Locke seems to have found the traffic code. Great gift crab! Isn't this Mr. Lan the scientist who helped Hulk study serum? How does he know so much? Before watching the video, General Ross was completely stunned. Even Banner himself doesn't know about these things, so how could he possibly tell him? 1 second he was still fantasizing about catching the abomination and developing a new Green Titan serum, and the next second he found that his old background had been exposed. This gap was so great that he didn't react at all. But Nick Fury on the other end of the phone reacted, "General Ross, obviously, this matter has something to do with Mutant. On the one hand, they sent X-Men to deal with the abomination. On the other hand, expose your super soldier plan on the Mutant channel. You know, the 2 monsters you created with your own hands are frantically destroying the contract. Once this matter spreads, what will happen, don't I need to tell you? Mutants harvest flowers and applause, and you, the shame of history. This is an old trick they used. They did the same thing when they dealt with Wilhelm Stryker last time, but it seems that you, General Ross, haven't learned from it." Ross punched the cabin. "Damn lesson, I have nothing against Mutant." He came to his senses in the middle of speaking, and turned his eyes to look at the battlefield below, and his whole body was suddenly shrouded in a chill. "They want to step on my head to gain fame. It seems that you are not carried away by anger." Nick Fury laughed teasingly. What responded to him was an angry roar from General Ross. "Fuck. I don't know if this scolding was aimed at Mutant or Nick Fury. Is the person from S.H.I.E.L.D. contacting me just to ridicule without nutrition? Or, do you have a way to help me solve this problem?" "No." Nick Fury was silent for a while, and then said, "This is not intentional slander, they just said what you have done." Before he could finish speaking, General Ross sneered, "Thank you for reminding me." He didn't finish his sentence either. S.H.I.E.L.D. can help you. Nick Fury's voice suddenly became extremely calm. "You are different from Wilhelm Stryker. You are a general. If S.H.I.E.L.D. mediates from it, this matter may not have a big impact on you. Condition." General Ross also came to his senses and got straight to the point. They are all smart people. Nick Fury is also very happy. The Super Soldier project must be supervised by S.H.I.E.L.D. When he said this, Nick Fury's face was full of fear. There have been too many moves lately. Chapter 70 Monster Maker, get out of the contract. After disconnecting, Nick Fury's eyes were slightly excited. Hill looked at him with a strange expression. "Boss, you seem to be quite skilled at taking advantage of the fire. Why is this taking advantage of the fire?" Nick Fury didn't seem to hear Hill's ridicule, rubbed his eyebrows and said, "The Avengers formation plan is not going well, we need more superheroes. At this time, the military's super soldier plan is undoubtedly a good supplement. But their super soldier plans got out of control." Hill said lightly, obviously having a different view from his boss, that Hulk is a product of accident, and he still retains a trace of kindness in his performance, but that abomination. If there is no X-Men to take action, he will tear down the whole twist. Because of this, the super soldier program needs us to step in and steer it on the right track." Nick Fury said righteous words, every word sonorous. "Boss, we are not gods, it is impossible for the king to control everything." Hill shrugged his shoulders, and said noncommittally, "Looking at the abomination, the military's super serum is obviously flawed. What if they come up with a second abomination in the future? How will we end up? So we need to form a strong Avengers, in case something like this happens, we can also." Nick Fury obviously thought about it a long time ago, and suddenly reacted in the middle of speaking. "Hill, do you have any other ideas?" Hill was silent for a while. After thinking about it, he said cautiously, "Perhaps, we can try to contact the X-Men. The implication is that S.H.I.E.L.D. can win over X-Men, even Mutant, as a part of Avengers, and cooperate with each other to maintain the safety of the world." Nick Fury's heart trembles. But not because of the idea that Hill came up with. It's because the idea came from Hill's mouth. This undoubtedly means that Mutants' recent actions have been quite successful. Even the airship commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks that mutant can cooperate sincerely. Impossible. Nick Fury sighed deeply. Hill puzzled, why is it impossible? Because the power of mutant is uncontrolled, the World Security Council will never agree to let an uncontrolled force enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at his subordinates with a complicated expression. Hill, you are still not sensitive enough to these things. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has a detached status, it is still an official organization affiliated to the governments of various countries. In other words, this institutions must be in the hands of ordinary human beings. Think of our first Avengers roster. Hill heard the words, thought for a while, and immediately understood. The first list of the Avengers, Captain America Stephen Rogers is a man-made super soldier, Black Widow and Hawkeye are the agents controlled by the government, Iron Man is strong by relying on technology. Yes, the Green Titan Hulk, accidentally created by the military, was also on the first list of the Avengers. And he is an accidental product of the super soldier plan. In other words, the abilities of these people are all created by humans. But mutant is different. Mutant's super ability is born, which to a large extent, completely distinguishes them from ordinary people. The long-term hostility and exclusion between the two sides is not without reason. In other words, mutants are another race. If they are allowed to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. and have power that they have never had before, how can the officials of various countries sleep soundly? In case one morning wakes up and finds that the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. has been controlled by mutant. Still have to cry to death? So, this is not a question of whether mutant can be trusted, or whether mutant can protect the world as a superhero, but mutant must never be allowed to gain political power. Hill muttered to himself. Then I couldn't help but burst into a swearing, damn politics. It's reality, Hill. Nick Fury shrugged, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to protect the world better, it must abide by the rules of the game, otherwise, as soon as the funds of various countries are withdrawn, S.H.I.E.L.D. will immediately exist in name only. Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang suddenly. He took out a look, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's Stephen Rogers. It seems that he has finally figured it out and is willing to join us. He is obviously very confident about recruiting Captain America. That's the truth. As soon as the call was connected, Captain America on the other side said straight to the point, Nick, an old guy who has been out of touch with the world for 70 years, is willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and protect the world with you, but I have one request. What request? I will definitely do it. Finally got the good news, Nick Fury agreed quite happily. You know what happened to the contract break? As soon as these words came out, an ominous premonition emerged in Nick Fury. Captain America on the other end of the phone didn't notice it, and said to himself, the Hulk and the abomination that almost ruined the entire contract and caused countless casualties were all created by the military's super soldier plan. The most ironic thing is that, the reason why the military restarted the super soldier program was because I succeeded back then. It turns out that my success has created countless failures in the future. Captain America's voice seemed a little downcast. Apparently he had just woken up and found out that such a thing had hit him to a certain extent. But his belief is unwavering, so, the first thing I did when I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was to stop the military's super soldier program, lest they create more monsters. I can't do this alone, I must rely on the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick, would you like to help me? Nick Fury's expression froze instantly. Hill clearly sensed the psychological changes of his boss. If it can manifest, it must be a series of non-repetitive fuck and shit. He just made a deal with General Ross, and the super soldier plan will be supervised by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Turn around, Captain America is going to stop this plan? Does this count as extreme joy or sorrow? Definitely. I will definitely help you. Nick Fury scolded his mother in his heart, but on the surface there was no hesitation at all. The current super soldier plan has obviously deteriorated, and the power of the super serum can no longer satisfy them. If this continues, I don't know how many people's lives will be lost. Being threatened. So I will help you, Stephen. So, welcome to the Avengers, Captain. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's face immediately turned 180 degrees. He looked at Hill, and ordered coldly, in the future, matters related to the super soldier plan must be kept strictly confidential. Only agents above level 9 are eligible to review, and Stephen. 100% confidentiality. Hill was not at all surprised by this order. S.H.I.E.L.D is an organization that keeps the world safe. But the director of S.H.I.E.L.D has always been an unscrupulous person. On the other side, Lin has been on the rooftop, watching the battlefield below. Ask for flowers. Charles is still as soft-hearted as ever. He curled his lips, not surprised. In sight, under the mind control of Professor X, Wolverine, Cyclops, and Phoenix cooperate tacitly, plus Iron Man harassing in the air and House Shoe's teleportation from time to time. Although the hatred is very powerful, it still has no power to fight back. The whole battle didn't last too long, and he was completely wiped out. But the X-Men did not kill the killer, but stayed at the scene after everything was over, looking at the Osprey fighter in the sky. Not long after, General Ross got down from the fighter plane. What appeared in front of his eyes were countless collapsed and damaged buildings, corpses lying motionless on the ground one by one, and the crowd watching from afar when the matter was over. In the ears are the chaotic sounds of the wailing of the injured, the sound of police cars and ambulances, and the noisy voices of people. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, with his psychological quality, he couldn't help but feel a little pressure. The daughter, Betty Rose, who was behind her, rushed towards Hulk regardless. But she quickly stopped. Because Hulk's eyes were full of vigilance, and his eyes kept wandering between her and General Ross. 00. Charles, Mr. Stark, thank you for assisting the military in eradicating. General Ross took a deep breath, bit the bullet and walked towards the center of the battlefield. But before he could finish speaking, someone among the crowd watching suddenly shouted, "Monster Maker, get out of the contract!" This sound was like a signal, instantly igniting the anger of countless people. Obviously, many people watched Shadowcat's live broadcast just now, but they didn't know what happened, and it was quickly popularized by others. As a result, everyone's eyes on General Ross changed. Monster Maker, get out of the twist! Monster Maker, get out of the twist! Monster Maker, get out of the twist potion! At this moment, no one cared about the military's deterrence. Everyone was full of hatred for this monster who created and destroyed his own homeland, and wanted to rush up and beat him up. The waves of sound continued, and soon gathered together, resounding over the sky of Twisting City. General Ross' face changed suddenly. But his pace did not stop, and he was still heading towards the center of the battlefield. No matter what, the dying hatred must fall into the hands of the military. As expected of someone who can be a general. On the rooftop, Shadowcat couldn't help but sneered, compared to him, Wilhelm Stryker is not enough. Lin is non-committal. The live broadcast has ended. Mr. Lan Samuel Sten's face is full of curiosity. Mr. Lin, don't you intend to stop it? If they are taken away by the military, they will definitely study the Green Titan serum. So what? Lin didn't care. The injection of serum you gave him has completely destroyed his brain, and now every drop of blood in his body is full of tyrannical factors. Even if the military can use his blood to develop new, the Green Titan serum can only create a bunch of monsters. Isn't this a good thing for us? Mr. Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and his awe of Lin became stronger. He is the only one in the whole world who knows that this matter is actually under the control of this young man in front of him from beginning to end. Poor General Ross probably thinks that the appearance of the X-Men is just a coincidence. But in fact, as early as when he and Hulk became netizens and secretly helped research serum, this young man had already approached him. Chapter 71 Hulk Hates Magicians. This matter is actually quite simple. Knowing the plot, Lin just found Mr. Lan at the right time, and after a chat, he successfully invited him to be a visiting professor at Xavier's school in the near future, and gave him a phone number. Call whenever Bruce Banner is visiting. And then in the serum that Brunsky injected, he added a little bit of something. Mr. Lan is a person with an extremely strong desire for knowledge. For him, satisfying his curiosity is more important than anything else. This can be seen from the fact that he secretly helps research serum when he does not know Hulk at all. He hadn't been willing to give in to Lin. For this reason, Lin did not use magic such as Confusion Curse or Imperious Curse. Instead, it just puts a condition. Fund him to build a completely independent laboratory. In addition to the funds, he will also provide the laboratory with Hulk's blood, and even the blood of various mutants, so that he can wander in the ocean of super abilities. Mr. Lan agreed with almost no hesitation. At the moment, it is obviously time for Lin to deliver on her commitment to 780. But Mr. Lan has been hesitation for a long time, but he doesn't know how to speak. Although he doesn't know much about the truth, what happened today is almost exactly the same as what Lin said at the beginning. The young man in front of him seemed to have predicted what happened today, and then made targeted arrangements. If it weren't for that special serum, the abomination would never be so violent and crazy. The battle with Hulk will not spread so widely. Not so many people will die. In other words, this is a ruthless person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Now that he has completed all his plans, will he kill someone to silence him? Mr. Lin, this. Thoughts flickered in his mind. Mr. Lan took out a broken badge from his pocket, and tentatively said, "Thank you for giving me this thing. If it wasn't for it, that slap of hate would have killed me already. It's just a little gadget, you're welcome." Lin smiled, seeming to know what he was thinking. "You are the first visiting professor hired by the new Xavier's school. Since you are one of our own, it is only natural for the school to protect your safety." Mr. Lan secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lin had a half-smile. This life-saving prop did save Samuel Stern's life, but it made him lose the chance to be stained with Hulk's blood, increase his intelligence by 1,000 times, and become the famous villain's boss. If he himself knew this, he didn't know what his expression would be. But anyway, starting today, he is already a visiting professor at Xavier's school. After confirming that Lin had no intention of killing people, Mr. Lan asked directly, "Where will my laboratory be built? And Hulk's blood, how can you keep providing it to me?" "It's very simple." Lin said calmly, "Isn't it enough to let Mr. Bruce Banner also become a professor at the new school?" "Kindness." Mr. Lan was taken aback. Shadowcat's eyes suddenly flashed slightly. Hulk ran away. "Then it's my turn to play." Lin's voice came, and the person had disappeared in place. In the dark night, Hulk swayed quickly between cities. His jumping ability is really good. He used his strength to jump between various buildings, and soon came to the suburbs. Seeing a forest in front of him, he got into it without any hesitation. Just as soon as his feet hit the ground, Lin appeared in his sight. Hulk! Hulk, who had just experienced a big battle, obviously maintained a very high level of anger, and his instinctive reaction was a vertical leap. A huge palm slapped Lin's head. "Calm down, big guy, I'm not here to find you." Lin smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly became nothingness. Despite Hulk's great strength, it was like a slap on the air, directly passing through his body. Hulk staggered and fell to the ground due to huge amounts of inertia. 4-ring space magic nothingness. It has to be said that Hulk's strength lies only in his tyrannical strength, speed, and reaction. In terms of fighting skills, almost half of it comes from instinct. Such a powerful existence, if it is on the battlefield, will definitely be able to go on a rampage and move forward indomitable. But heads up! Especially if you are going head to head with a Fae. No kidding, Lin has a million ways to cope. At the moment, he chose the one that saves the most effort, and while Hulk stabilized his figure, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual magic. Super powerful stunning curse. The level of this magic is very low, only the second ring, but under Lin's full power, the power has reached an astonishing fifth ring. With a buzz, a faint magical light directly entered Hulk's head. Kindness. He was dazed, he didn't fall asleep on the spot, he still rushed towards Lin vigorously, and slapped out wildly again. With a bang, Lin's body exploded instantly. Hulk was stunned, as if he was a little surprised by the ending, and then, he found that as far as he could see, one Lin after another appeared in sight, densely filling the entire forest. 3 rings mirror art. The movements of these Lins are exactly the same, raising their hands is a wave of magic light, and the real and fake powerful stun spells hit Hulk again. This time, he suddenly felt his eyelids sink, and he felt an extreme desire to sleep. Hulk! Hulk shook his head violently, dispelling the strange drowsiness, jumping one after another, using his hands and feet together, smashing Lins one after another with boo, boo, boo and boo. However, these are all mirror images. Hey, big guy, don't you know that magician has the upper hand against berserk? Each Lin spoke at the same time, with strange expressions on their faces, and the hidden Lin's real body was still shot out with powerful stun spells. After a few minutes, Hulk was tortured almost insane. His anger is getting higher and higher, his strength is getting stronger and faster, and his speed is getting faster and faster, but his eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and his brain, which is not very bright, seems to be covered by a layer of cloud, and it is falling into darkness little by little. Finally, after enduring 98 powerful stun spells, he roared, "Hulk, hate magicians!" Then he closed his eyes, and fell to the ground with a bang, falling into a sweet sleep. The green skin that swelled like steel changed back to normal color little by little. The body also slowly changed back to human form. Only then did Lin put away the mirror image technique, and all the duplications disappeared, leaving only one, and walked in front of him. "Mr. Bruce Banner, Hulk is asleep, are you still awake?" As if in response to his words, Bruce Banner's eyelids twitched slightly. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. VRE. He seemed quite confused about what happened just now, looking at Lin's gaze, full of uncertainty. "Lin, mutant, headmaster emeritus of the new Xavier's school." Lin introduced herself with a smile. "The reason why I came to see you, Dr. Banner, is to ask you to be the visiting professor and vice principal of the new Xavier's school." "Professor? Vice-chancellor?" Banner looked confused, subconsciously asked 3 sole questions. "That's right, Mr. Bruce, you have 7 doctorates, and you are one of the most intelligent geniuses among human beings. You are the vice principal of the new Xavier's school, responsible for teaching knowledge beyond abilities, and you are undoubtedly the most suitable person. 0.6 selection." Lin looked sincerely, and said slowly, "As the vice principal, you will enjoy a high annual salary, a comfortable working environment, and you don't have to worry about being chased and killed at any time. For this reason, I specially hired Mr. Lan as a visiting professor, specializing in research the antidote for you." For Bruce Banner, he didn't offer any extra treatment. And just like a normal school, hire a normal teacher. Because he knew very well that this was exactly what Banner needed. After living in exile for a long time, the only thing the world's top scientist wanted was a quiet and peaceful life. This is undoubtedly the greatest sincerity. Banner felt this sincerity, but he still asked subconsciously, "You let me be a professor, are you afraid that the Hulk in my body will wake up and ruin your academy? No problem. Regarding this point, Lin's answer made him look confused. If Hulk wakes up inadvertently, I'll beat him back again. Are you polite? Chapter 72 The general trend has come. Dog Day Ross. I have to say that Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, deserves to be a person who is like a fish in water in the political world. He has an incomparably thorough understanding of mutants' situation. Although the image of mutant has been greatly different from the past after fermenting public opinion again and again during this period of time, more and more people have begun to believe and support mutant. But an image is just an image after all. Illusory. If mutant wants to fully come under the sun, it is absolutely not enough to have the support of some ordinary people. If the government does not recognize the legitimacy of this group for a day, mutant will still be able to shrink into a corner. Will humans officially recognize it? Definitely not. Once mutant becomes a legal group, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the existing political system. With mutants' endless emergence of super abilities, how can ordinary people compete with them? The simplest example, that Wolverine can't be killed no matter how hard she beats her. If she wants to become a police detective, how many major cases must be solved and how many gangsters should be eliminated? And that Professor X, which can read minds. If he becomes a judge or something, what crime can be hidden from him? There is also that Cyclops, a laser beam that sweeps away everything. If this goes to the battlefield, wouldn't the national merit skyrocket? There are too many such mutants. Once they enter the human government, 17 who can stop them from being promoted quickly, then infiltrating various departments, and grasping more and greater power? At that time, will the country still be a country for ordinary people? This is an unsolvable contradiction. Those who have power will never give up power willingly. For this reason, they will do whatever it takes, even if they launch a war that will kill them all. This is also the reason why the officials of various countries have not officially implemented the Mutant Registration Act on the surface, but secretly never stopped the research on the mutant super ability. In the final analysis, there is no certainty of victory. It can only be tolerated temporarily. Politicians never lack patience. However, neither Nick Fury, nor the President and Congressmen in the White House, nor the bigwigs of the military would have imagined that a monster like Lin would appear in Mutant. He is also aware of this point. So he didn't go head-to-head like Magneto, and he didn't compromise like Professor X. What he was aiming at was this opportunity to hold back. One word. The enemy retreats, we advance. Boiled frogs. From the second day on, the story of Hulk's contract with the hate war spread like wings, and the corresponding one was naturally General Ross and his super soldier plan. Unsurprisingly, there was an uproar. Monster Maker's get out of the contract has become a well-known meme, and countless people feel that their safety is threatened, so they no longer happen only on the internet like the last time Wilhelm Stryker happened. But in reality, they took to the streets and appeared outside the 100 camps. For a time, the voices condemning General Ross were raging like a tide, and there was a lot of trouble. Some people even bound Wilhelm Stryker and General Ross together, demanding that the official public interrogation of this pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes in the military. Officials have definitely remained silent on this. Not even a single influential public figure spoke out for this matter. But, there are spies in our team. On the third day, a person who no one expected suddenly appeared on TV and was interviewed by Eddie Bulletin-Locke, the hottest reporter of Global Daily. I'm Maura MacTag, a former CIA high-level agent, who served as the head of the operations department before retiring. A simple self-introduction let all the audience know her identity. It turned out to be the CIA girl agent in the X-Men documentary. Professor X's girlfriend when he was young. And she appeared in the studio of Global Daily, not so much as an interview, but as a voice for Mutant. In view of the huge scandals that have occurred in the military in recent times, she believes that the ugliness of the human heart is more terrifying than the mutation of genes. The military has been making terrible weapons, but the X-Men can keep the lives of the people safe. That's a huge amount of irony. As a 70-year-old retired man who still lives not far from Broadway, she does not hope that one day, she will be smashed into her house by a monster in her sleep and die for no apparent reason. Therefore, she publicly sued General Ross on the grounds that her life and property were threatened, and formally filed a lawsuit in the federal court. At the same time, there is a strong call for the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau to specialize in the management of mutant cheese. Make the X-Men truly an official organization with law enforcement powers. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The status of a former CIA high-level official makes Moram Mactag's speech extremely authoritative, because she is the only one who considers it from the public's point of view, and she is also an old man in her 70s. Such a retired person stood up, couldn't it be for the sake of fighting for power? Do not. She is speaking out for the safety of the people. As a result, the extremely angry contracting people seemed to have found their backbone suddenly, and one after another woke up like a dream, and joined the team responding to Moram Mactag without the slightest hesitation. Countless lawsuits were handed over to the courts. Public trial of General Ross. Public trial of Wilhelm Stryker. Establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Make X-Men an official organization. The military can't protect us, let the X-Men come. The White House must never shield the military. The great battle between Abomination and Hulk had such a bad impact that the entire contract was shrouded in a cloud of darkness. As Moram Mactag said, no one wants to see another monster one day and send him a punch go west. As a result, the whole contract seems to be caught in a frenzy that has not been seen in a century. Great Gift Crab Special. Is this Moram Mactag crazy? How could such a traitor appear in the CIA? The high-level White House officials who got the news soon were all shocked and angry. Almost 733 tables in the conference room were blown apart. What made them even more incredible was that Catherine Burgert, the police superintendent of the NYPD 17th Precinct, even publicly supported Moram Mactag's proposal. Immediately afterwards, the New York State Court accepted these lawsuits. It was accepted by a female judge named Kate Mara, the woman who served Tony the subpoena in Iron Man 2. This is betrayal. That police detective named Catherine, she was the one who arrested Wilhelm Stryker last time. Isn't she a police detective? Why is she still promoted? She must be a hidden mutant like this Kate Mara. They must be arrested immediately. Fuck. Angry cursing came and went. However, some people in the crowd frowned. I can assure you that Kate Mara is definitely not a mutant. Her resume is 100% correct. She turned out to be an executive officer of the court. She was recently promoted to a judge because of her excellent work. Someone also responded to the doubts about Catherine. She broke the assassination of the president, and the whole world knows, so why not give her a promotion? Now that something like this has happened, even if she wants to be dismissed, she can't do it right away. The key is to calm the impact of this incident. Noisy and noisy, the meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Then, almost everyone cursed in unison. Military Dog Days. Ross in Dog Days. Chapter 73 Shocked. Hydra may become the biggest winner. The officials in the conference room would never have imagined that at the same moment, General Scudder, the leader of the military, was also cursing General Ross. Ross, that idiot, swears to me that there is no problem with the operation, and we will have a Green Titan army soon, but he falls into someone else's trap. In a secret meeting room, Admiral Scudder made no secret of his dissatisfaction. No matter how the White House deals with him this time, the military has no objection. When the other three people in the meeting heard this, they all secretly rolled their eyes. Admiral Scudder seems to have shifted the responsibility to Ross, but he pointed out the key point of this matter in one sentence. Ross was tricked. And it was Mutant who designed this trap. The other party didn't even hide their existence. First, they used the mutant channel of Daily X openly and aboveboard, and then, somehow, they invited more MacTag. Speak up for the mutant platform. This is quite a serious problem. The CIA, the police, even the court system, have been infiltrated by mutant. Is this worth it? In the current situation, everyone is very clear that there is no point in dealing with General Ross. Vice President Rodriguez was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "The exposure of the Weapon X program last time can also be said to be mutants' revenge on Wilhelm Stryker. After all, Stryker has caught a lot of mutants. But this time, they targeted General Ross and exposed the super soldier plan. It's clear that it was premeditated. Mutant, it's clear they want more than just turning their image around." He sharply pointed out the crux of the problem, and then said, "This incident is testing our bottom line. If we agree to set up the Mutant Affairs Bureau, they will definitely make progress step by step and get their hands on the power that should not belong to them. It has to be said that those who can achieve this position are definitely not stupid people." Last time, he didn't speak for Wilhelm Stryker because the exposure of the X-Weapon project had no effect on him, and he could use the opportunity to suppress the power of the military. That is an internal struggle. But this time, what Mutant wanted obviously touched his bottom line. The White House originally planned to set up the Mutant Affairs Department to deal with mutant crimes, but it was a small agency under the CIA. To put it bluntly, it was just a display for people to see, and it was far outside the core power level. In contrast, the Mutant Bureau is completely different. Division, Bureau, the difference of one letter, the world of difference. How is it possible that the White House has agreed to let Mutant form a department on the same level as the CIA, FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D? And the kind that has law enforcement powers? This is literally digging into the foundations of the White House. You're right, Rodriguez. The attitude of President Matthew Ellis has also changed, with deep doubts appearing on his face. The mutant group has obviously changed from before. They no longer rely on their super abilities, but use rules to seek their own benefit. This is not the style of Professor X, and it is not what a jailbroken Magneto can do. Mutant, there may be a new leader. And this person, we don't know anything about it. The complexions of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder changed slightly. The two looked at each other, and they both saw the strong fear in each other's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the two said almost in unison, "If this is the case, we cannot compromise, and the Mutant Affairs Bureau must not be established." It has to be said that the Vice President and the Military General can abandon all power struggles and stand on the same front, which is enough to show how effective Lin's efforts during this period are. The threat level of Mutant has already increased by several levels in their hearts. So is President Matthew Ellis. But he didn't agree, but sighed deeply. "But have you ever thought that what happened this time is different from last time?" Under the puzzled eyes of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder, he said slowly. "Last time, we faced the public opinion of ordinary people. And this time, we are facing more than that. There are many, our own people inside." As soon as this remark came out, the faces of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder were so gloomy that water could drip out. They instantly understood what the president meant. The battle between the Green Titan and the Abomination almost destroyed half of Broadway, and the number of casualties was too high to be counted in a short period of time. This undoubtedly made the entire contract breaker feel huge amounts of insecurity. And it's not just ordinary people who live in the Twisting City. And people from various state agencies. From the ordinary staff, up to the middle level with some power, and even the high-ranking officials in the large conference room outside, how many people have great resentment against the out-of-control super soldier plan? How many people are grateful for the X-Men's efforts to turn the tide? Let's not talk about the female judge named Kate Mara, let's talk about Catherine Burgard of the 17th Bureau. The president's face is also not good looking, she is really just a small police officer. We can deal with her with a phone call, but you know, since she led a team to assist the X-Men and destroyed Wilhelm Stryker's base, does she have much prestige in the police circle? There is also that Moira MacTag, who was the head of the CIA's operations department before she retired. Do you know how many CIA agents were trained by her? And how many of those agents have been in these years made it to management? In these two departments alone, there are countless people who will support the proposal to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder became more and more silent. Only then did they realize that some people who were not considered to be important roles in their eyes could display power far beyond their imagination at certain special moments. They can ignore the public opinion of ordinary people. But how could they ignore the huge voices within themselves? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If this wave is too rough, it can overturn them all. In the final analysis, this incident, the room has passed a hornet's nest. And Mutant has perfect timing for the swarm sting. Then deal with Ross, publicly announce the end of the Super Soldier project, and calm public opinion. Admiral Scudder thought for a while, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. No matter what, the Mutant Bureau must not be established, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The President and Vice President looked at each other, thinking for themselves. At the moment, the last person in this secret meeting suddenly smiled slightly and interrupted the discussion. It's just setting up a new department, why do you have to be like an enemy? As the voice spread, the eyes of the other three were immediately attracted. Admiral Scudder's face was a bit ugly. Pierce, what's your opinion? Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council. Also the immediate supervisor of SHIELD. The World Security Council is composed of heads of state and does not participate in specific affairs. Therefore, his weight as secretary is quite large. Being able to participate in a secret meeting of this level is evident. A brand new department is not so easy to set up. There is no budget, no manpower, no equipped weapons and equipment, no support from other departments, isn't it empty? Pierce said calmly, even if this so-called Mutant Affairs Department is at the same level as the CIA, FBI, or even S.H.I.E.L.D., it only has the power to deal with mutant crimes. What's the difference between this and the Mutant Affairs Department you originally planned to form? Even because of this, Mutant is under the jurisdiction of the White House. Isn't that a good thing? His point of view is completely different from that of the other three people. Don't forget, recently, the FBI, CIA, and S.H.I.E.L.D. have not found the location of Xavier's school, and we are losing monitoring of Mutant. But once the Mutant Affairs Bureau is established, they are equivalent to being actively exposed under our noses. Wouldn't it be easier for us to deal with Mutant in the future? The President, Vice President, and Admiral Scudder were all startled. Then the eyes lit up. I have to say that Pierce's words are very reasonable. In the final analysis, the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Department or the Affairs Bureau is just a title. Seems not that important? The three looked at each other, and the Vice President still shook his head, but once you start this, it is equivalent to acknowledging mutants' right to participate in politics, in case later. Can you stop it now? Pierce sneered, Your Excellency Rodriguez, whether you want to admit it or not, the current mutant is no longer the previous mutant, they can't hold back anymore. War is a matter of time, and even now the horn has sounded. With one sentence, the atmosphere in the meeting room became chilling, and what we need now is time. As long as the antidote to mutant in Worthen Laboratory is successfully developed, or General Ross's super soldier project achieves a breakthrough progress. When the time comes to break into Xavier's school and clear all the mutants, isn't it easy? The eyes of Rodriguez and Admiral Scudder flickered slightly. The former glanced at the President. The research of the Worthen Laboratory has entered the most critical moment, and the super ability elimination agent for human experiments will soon be produced. The Worthen Laboratory, apparently affiliated with the White House's mutant research project, is under his control. Admiral Scudder heard the words, and didn't hide it. Ross has brought the abomination back to the base. It shouldn't be a problem to research the Green Titan serum. Just find a way to eliminate the violent factor in it and make it controllable. We shall have an army of Green Titans. The President heard the words and did not respond. Instead, he looked at Pierce with a strange expression. Pierce, you, the Secretary of the World Security Council, know our secret plan very well. That's what S.H.I.E.L.D. is for, isn't it? Pierce didn't seem to hear the dissatisfaction in the President's words, and smiled and said, Your Excellency, our world is undergoing unprecedented changes, and mutant is just an insignificant part of it, and it's not worth your effort at all. This seems to mean something else. The three presidents looked at each other and asked, What do you mean? Look at this. Pierce smiled, took out a small projector, and aimed it at the wall of the meeting room, just when you were being overwhelmed by mutant. S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that the Earth has been visited by aliens. After our initial contact with each other, got this. Needless to say, the three presidents have already seen it on the screen. This is a desert. A rainbow beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then, a robot with a strange shape appeared out of thin air. Now, with a red light in his eyes, a violent explosion occurred in the small town on the desert. I saw a burly and strong man rushing out of the small town with a hammer in his hand, and fought with him. All of a sudden, the storm surges, the thunder and lightning dance wildly. This turned out to be the battle between Thor and the Destroyer, Thor-1 plot. The pupils in the eyes of the three presidents suddenly shrank to the extreme. Even watching the video, they could feel the terrifying power displayed by the two in the picture. You mean, the aliens are here again? The president swallowed, moved his eyes with difficulty, and looked at Pierce. As the president, he definitely knows a lot of secrets. Captain Marvel fought against the Kree on Earth, and fought alongside Nick Fury of SHIELD. These are all sealed in the good file. And those files, as the president of S.H.I.E.L.D's largest employer, he definitely has the authority to read them. In fact, if it weren't for these, the officials of various countries would not have spared no effort to support the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, Your Excellency the President. Pierce did not turn off the projector, but sat up straight with the power displayed by Thor and the Destroyer, and looked at the three presidents. This guy who calls himself Thor, come from the myths and legends of Asgard, the son of the god King Odin. They seem to have come to the earth thousands of years ago, and now, they are coming again. The three people present are all old foxes, so Pierce just briefly introduced the situation, and then stated his purpose in a simple and rude way. Your Excellency, the Earth is facing an unprecedented threat, and the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from enough. We need bigger support. When he said this, his expression was extremely solemn, as if he would fight aliens for the survival of the Earth at any time. But in his heart, he was extremely excited. Good job, mutant! Just find any reason to let General Ross go from punishment and continue to be in charge of the Super Soldier Project. S.H.I.E.L.D. can take this opportunity to intervene. 3. The people of Asgard are also wonderful. The greater the threat they pose, the more important the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is, so the countries of the world will have to increase their support, giving people and money. With the superposition of the two phases, the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. will become stronger and stronger, and gradually develop into a behemoth that no one can control. Who will this end up being cheaper for? Definitely is Hydra attached to it. Hydra hail! P.S. My wife is swollen, the author doesn't know how many days it will last. If one day the update suddenly stops, don't worry, it will be updated when it recovers. Chapter 74 Charles, you don't know anything about Master Lin It has to be said that the sudden appearance of Mora Mactag is too bizarre. So much so that all forces were caught off guard. Even Professor X was shocked when he saw his old lover on the news. He came to the door almost immediately. The door opened, and the old face of Mora Mactag appeared in his sight. One of the two was in a wheelchair, and the other was grey-haired, but they complemented each other somewhat. Speaking of which, Professor X's lower body was paralyzed because Mora shot Magneto, and when Magneto bounced the bullet, he accidentally shot through his lumbar nerve. Charles? Mora's complexion was extremely complicated, but she was not surprised. She seemed to have known for a long time that Professor X would appear. Since you're here, why don't you come in and sit down? She stepped aside to open the door, walked into the kitchen, and made Professor X a cup of coffee. Professor X pushed the wheelchair by himself, watched every movement of his old lover, and unconsciously became a little crazy. Mola, you erased my memory back then, didn't you? Mola handed him the coffee, and her expression returned to normal. It's your student who helped me recover my memory. He also asked me to do this thing. Lin. Despite speculation, Professor X was still extremely shocked when he learned the truth from Mora. Not because Lin will find Mora and let Mora make a move. During this period of time, he has already learned a lot about Lin's style and methods, so no matter what Lin does, he will not be surprised. What really puzzled him was, why would she want to? Professor X is very clear that although Lin acts a little unscrupulously, he is different from Magneto. He must know the relationship between Mora and himself, never use the magic of controlling the soul on Cao law. Therefore, Mora's behavior can only be voluntary by herself. Why? Why would an ordinary human spare no effort to help mutant? Could it be that because of the recovery of memory, he remembered the love affair with himself that ended without a disease? You must be thinking that if I openly speak out for X-Men and mutant, it is almost equivalent to betraying humanity and my own race, right? Mola seemed to know what he was thinking, and said with a smile. Professor X felt weird for a while. This kind of conversation that penetrates people's hearts and grasps the rhythm has always been his specialty, but at the moment, he felt that Mola's gaze seemed to have a strange insight, seeing his mind clearly. This made him suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. So, Mora, can you tell me, how did Lin convince you? Professor X suppressed the turmoil in his heart, looked at his old lover seriously, and tried not to say the word betrayal. Mora's smile was suddenly a little weird. You haven't changed at all, Charles. She sat down on the sofa, her movements were steady, and she didn't look like someone in her 70s, until now, in your subconscious, you still distinguish mutants from humans. Professor X was slightly taken aback. Subconsciously thought of Lin's theory. Mutants are part of humanity, regardless of each other. You think that I am helping mutant to speak out, calling for the official creation of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, and making X-Men an official organization with law enforcement powers, which is helping you and other mutants. Mora looked at him quietly, with the same serious expression. Then have you ever thought that the reason why I did this is because the military's super soldier plan really threatened the safety of ordinary people, and the X-Men, and it is really trustworthy? Once you have law enforcement power, you can better, protect the people. What? Professor X froze. This was obviously a reason he hadn't thought of at all. So, as a retiree who has served the people for decades, I want to make our country better and our people better, so this incident happened. Mola said word by word, and finally asked, what is this about betrayal? Professor X opened his mouth, but was speechless. It's been a long time. Is it self-indulgence? What Mora did has nothing to do with mutant. And just feel that the government should use the power of mutant to better manage the country and better benefit the people? Charles, you are old. Mora suddenly sighed softly. The limitation of thinking makes you habitually put mutant on the opposite side of human beings when you think about problems. No wonder Lin said that you are an excellent principal, but not a qualified leader. Facing the ridicule of his old lover, Professor X could only smile wryly. I know how Lin convinced you. He took a sip of coffee to hide his embarrassment, but even so, I don't think you will be persuaded so easily. You sympathize with mutant and are willing to help mutant change the living environment to a certain extent. It's because of your kindness. But as an ordinary human, and an ordinary person who knows the power of mutant very well, mutant gradually gained power and finally surpassed ordinary human beings. It's not what you want to see and accept. He knew Mora just as Mora knew him. In other words, he understands the psychology of ordinary human beings. The more he gets in touch with human thinking through the brainwave strengthening device, the more thoroughly he can see the inferiority of human beings, so he is very clear. Vested interests will never give up power willingly. No matter how kind, noble, and selfless people are. This is the instinct of human beings. So Mora must have other reasons for doing this. Mora was silent. Your eyes are still so sharp. After a long time, her eyes suddenly became complicated, and she asked an irrelevant question softly, Charles, do you really understand your students? Who? Lin. Professor X didn't keep up with the rhythm for a while, and after thinking for a long time, he finally said, he is a mutant stronger than me and Eric. Do not. Mora shook her head, he is more powerful than you and Magneto combined, and this is the feeling he gave me when he first found me. Today, how powerful he has become, I can't even imagine it. Do you know what time that is? Professor X was slightly taken aback. Mora said to herself, 15 years old. A 15-year-old mutant has shown a desperate strength, not the strength of a single ability like you and Magneto, but omnipotence. Yes, he gave me the feeling that he is omnipotent, with endless magic, as if facing any situation, he can calmly deal with it. No weakness. As Mora spoke, her voice trembled subconsciously, the most important thing is that he had already planned this scene 3 years ago. At that time, he was still studying at Xavier School, right? What terrible wisdom is this? Professor X's heart trembled violently. 3 years ago? Lin actually found Mora 3 years ago. As early as 3 years ago, he had planted the seeds for this incident. This. Professor X feels that he has paid enough attention to Lin, as long as the means are not too outrageous, he can even ignore it completely and let Lin to toss about. But now it seems that what Mola said is not wrong at all. For Lin, a student, I may really know nothing. Think about you and Magneto. After decades of hard work, the end result is that one is a prisoner and the other is trapped in a school. Where's Lin? How long after he graduated, the X-Men are about to have law enforcement powers, and Xavier's school has opened its enrollment, Mutant is about to walk in the sun openly. At this moment, Mora's voice seemed to come from outside the sky, Charles, this is God bless Mutant. With such a monster appearing in the mutant group, it is impossible for human officials to suppress him, and it is impossible to hold the power of this world firmly in their hands like before. If I don't help, he will pick it up by himself. If he also resorts to violence like Magneto, it will be a disaster for mankind. Speaking of this, Professor X has fully understood why Mora helped Lin. She is scared. Afraid that Lin really did the same thing as Magneto with more aggressive, more violent tactics. Instead, she simply helped Mutant to gain the power and status it deserved. At least for now, Lin has been acting in the game rules despite frequent tricks. This is a good thing for humans. Wrong. Professor X was about to sigh, when he suddenly thought of something, his eyes flashed brightly, Mola, Lin is indeed doing better than me, but he only started doing these things recently. 3 years ago, are you sure that besides his formidable strength, he has even more terrifying means? Obviously, something must have happened 3 years ago. That's why Mora is willing to do things for Lin. Thinking of this, Professor X's eyes showed guilt, Mola, I'm sorry. Psychic ability activates instantly. Want to spy on Mora's true thoughts. But at the moment, Professor X's complexion suddenly changed drastically, and at the moment his mental fluctuations invaded Mora's brain, a pale golden light quietly appeared, forming a spiritual shield, blocking his brain waves. Charles, you are still as self-righteous as before, and you want to enter my brain without my consent. Mora spoke coldly. A strange wooden stick in the shape of a branch appeared in her hand, and with a light swipe across the air, a blazing flame appeared between the two of them out of thin air. Professor X looked at her like a ghost. Mola, you. In this situation, why didn't he understand what happened a year ago? This girl is clearly magic. Lin taught Mora magic. Isn't that his super ability? How can others learn? The impact of this scene was so great that Professor X lost his composure like never before. If magic can be mastered through learning, doesn't that mean that those Delta-level mutants with weak super abilities in Lin's plan, can actually master powerful power? He wants to implement the magic system in the mutant group. That's the real heart of his plan to save mutant. You guessed it right. As if knowing what Professor X was thinking, Mora nodded, with a devout look of reverence and awe on her face. I am Master Lin's apprentice, and he is my magic mentor. Professor X gasped. Great Gift Crab Special. Chapter 75, The Candidate for the First Director. When Professor X left Mora's house, he was still in a daze. There are too many questions in his mind. Did Lin only teach Mora magic? Why is that female judge named Kate Mara willing to accept Mora's lawsuit? Is she a Delta-class mutant in hiding? Or, is she an ordinary person who, like Mora, is Lin's magic apprentice? Number BA. Are Lin's magic apprentices just the two of them? If not, does it mean that besides Xavier Academy and X-Men, Lin also controls a hidden magical power? How much preparation did this student do? Ugh! The chaotic thoughts hit Professor X's heart like a turbulent tide. He suddenly panicked and let Lin do it. Isn't it a little too hasty? I just want to change the living environment of mutant. But looking at the current situation, this student of mine, it seems to want to overturn the whole world. With this in mind, Professor X can't wait to find Lin immediately and have a good chat. But he pondered for a long time. Finally chose to give up. In any case, things are indeed moving in a direction that is beneficial to mutant, and I have no reason at all to sing against Lin at this time. And the most important thing is... Number 2. TLF. Can't change Lin's mind at all? There is no power to change his mind anymore. Today, Lin's prestige in Xavier Academy and even X-Men is no less than her own, just as Mora said, she is already old. The present and future of mutant belong to Lin. Perhaps, I am really more suitable to be a principal. This idea suddenly appeared in my mind. The night was getting darker and the breeze was blowing. Professor X looked up at the sky and let out a heavy sigh of relief. There was a sudden screeching sound of brakes on the street ahead, and before the car door was opened, a deep voice came to my ears, Charles, I am from SHIELD. The voice stopped abruptly. Professor X's powerful mind ability was activated, and everyone's thinking stopped. By the time they woke up, several minutes had passed. The figure of Professor X has also disappeared. Shit! Nick Fury's face was instantly gloomy. Ever since Moram Mactag appeared on TV, S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the lookout for the first time, betting that Professor X would come to visit her young love interest. Facts have proved that he was half right. But Professor X's actions undoubtedly show that this dove mutant leader has good intentions for human beings. There is absolutely no point in communicating with S.H.I.E.L.D. This was unimaginable before. You know, Professor X is a well-known good guy, not only in S.H.I.E.L.D., but also in many secret departments such as CIA and FBI. there are people who know of his existence and have contacted each other many times. But never once was turned away. This is not a good sign. I don't believe it, I can't find the new address of Xavier's school. Nick Fury frowned, and finally closed the car door firmly, and ordered his subordinates, "Give me 24 hours to monitor the ruins of the Xavier Manor, no matter who has been there, you must find out all 18 generations of ancestors." "Understood, boss." Phil Coulson, who had just returned from the desert in the southwest, nodded tactfully. Back at the academy, Professor X locked himself in the office. The TV channel is always locked on Global Daily. Ever since they tasted the sweetness of mutants traffic, Global Daily has never missed any mutant-related news. As long as there is definite news about the Mutant Affairs Bureau, they will be the first to report it. What surprised Professor X was that this time, the efficiency of the White House was unexpectedly fast. Just 2 days later, the White House announced to the public that the Mutant Affairs Bureau was formally established, and the X-Men belonged to it, officially becoming an official organization with law enforcement powers. At the same time, General Ross was demoted and the Super Soldier program was suspended. This is not only an explanation to the public, but also a comfort to the official insiders. But Professor X is very clear that this is just an illusion to confuse ordinary people. After this incident, General Ross's Super Soldier plan will not stop, but will get more rewards. But anyway, Lin's goal has been achieved. From this day on, Mutant officially entered the official power system. This is certainly a huge amount of victory. However, it is not so easy to achieve this victory, because when the White House announced the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, it also issued another statement, welcoming all mutants to compete for the position of the first director. Competition 4. Professor X couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Eric is out of prison. Once he knows the news, he will definitely. In the mutant group, there has never been a shortage of ambitious people like Magneto. This statement from the White House makes it clear that if mutant wants to fight to the death, it is best to kill each other. "Don't worry, Professor." Lin's voice suddenly sounded, and the next moment, with a boo, he appeared in the office with Apparition. "This position of Director General will only be ours." For his appearance, Teacher X was not surprised this time. In fact, he was waiting for Lin. He looked at the student he was most proud of now, and possibly in his entire principal career, with burning eyes, and asked, "Lin, do you want to take on the position of director personally?" Mutant can have such a victory today, it all depends on Lin's strategizing. But to this day, he has never stepped onto the stage. Perhaps he was waiting for such an opportunity. "I don't want to deal with those politicians all the time." Lin shook her head without hesitation. He definitely will be on stage, but not now. But on a more important occasion. That day is not far away. Professor X said in surprise, "X-Men will belong to this department from now on. Besides you, who can take on this important task? Do you want me, an old man, to go?" "Don't make trouble, Professor." "Zero looking for flowers." Lin looked at him with a smile. "You should honestly be the principal in the college, this is more suitable for you." Joke. If you really want this good old man to be the chief, you can't be bullied by those politicians? Mutants still think about it. That. Professor X was a little embarrassed, and quickly said, "Hank McCoy?" He was originally a researcher of the CIA, and he has been in touch with human officials since then. The original Mutant Affairs Department was appointed as the director of the department. He's talking about the Beast, the rare top talent in Mutant. Not only has a super high IQ, but also is proficient in various professional knowledge such as human evolutionary biology, genetics, biochemistry, etc., and has even set foot in other scientific fields, and can help X-Men manufacture weapons and equipment. Known as one of the smartest people on Earth. The knowledge mastered by Dr. Hank is the most precious wealth of the mutant group. Letting him deal with those politicians all day is undoubtedly a blasphemy against that knowledge. Lin still shook her head, in comparison, asking him to return to the college as a professor can give full play to his value. 0. Professor X got it. Lin obviously has already made arrangements for the director's position. Cut it out, Lin. He didn't say any more, with a look of curiosity on his face, he asked directly, who are you going to let be the director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau? You know it, Professor. Lin didn't intend to hide anything, she smiled and said, then, please allow me to introduce to you, the first director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, Ms. Emma Frost. The voice fell, and the door of the office was slowly pushed open. A graceful and enchanting figure walked in with lotus steps. Long time no see, Charles. White Queen Emma Frost's delicate and fair face, with a bright smile, fell into Professor X's eyes, with a radiant look. Professor X's pupils shrunk slightly, and his expression changed uncontrollably. Even if he is extremely intelligent and profound, how could he have thought that the first director Lin chose would be the White Queen? But after thinking about it, he actually thought it was very suitable. This woman is the third founder of Hellfire Club. And Hellfire Club brings together the richest and most powerful people in the world, as well as countless social elites, and its influence spreads all over the world. And those people, all named after Black King Sebastian Xiao and the core group headed by the White Queen, were invited. Therefore, White Queen is undoubtedly very good at dealing with high society. Such a person is going to be the director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Simply the perfect candidate. The only problem is that the White Queen was once our enemy. As Professor X said, he saw White Queen walking to Lin with a smile on her face, raised her head and gave Lin a sweet kiss. I can't say anything after that. And you, Lin? He could only change the subject in embarrassment. The director's position has been handed over to someone else, what are you going to do next? Lin definitely's answer. Definitely welcome freshmen, professors also. Chapter 76, The Opening Ceremony in the Huge Pit. On the night of the official announcement of the establishment of the Mutant Bureau, cars appeared outside the huge pit where the original Xavier Manor was located. These cars came from all directions, but without exception they all turned off the lights. Drive carefully in Proxima Midnight. It seems that I am afraid that others will find out. After the engine was turned off, none of the car doors were opened, just like ghosts, silently observing the huge pit in front of them, and if something wrong happened, they would immediately start the car and leave as quickly as possible. Such a scene was naturally discovered by the spying SHIELD. Report to the mothership immediately, there is a situation in Xavier Manor. Phil Coulson, who was in charge of monitoring, reported it immediately. Looking at the cars that appeared one after another on the surveillance screen, his expression became more and more unbelievable. Great gift crab special. There is such a mutant in just one twisted contract. There are more and more cars outside the huge crater, scattered all around, slowly showing signs of surrounding the huge crater. And farther away, there are still more vehicles slowly approaching. Looking at this posture, there are hundreds or even thousands of them. Probably more. Not just mutants living in Twist City. Phil Coulson quickly understood, since the news of Xavier's school's open enrollment spread, many mutants scattered all over the world must have secretly come to negotiate, but they have been secretly observing, waiting, and hesitation. It was not until today that the Mutant Affairs Bureau was established, that we finally made up our minds. In fact, at the beginning, they wanted to block the surrounding land, but was stopped by SHIELD. Nick Fury desperately wanted to get in touch with Xavier's school. He knew very well that since the 230 information of the new Xavier's school's public enrollment contained the address of Xavier's Manor, as long as students came to sign up, Xavier's school would someone is bound to show up. For this reason, he even sent someone disguised as a mutant, trying to lure the snake out of the hole. It's not difficult. S.H.I.E.L.D is full of talents, and there are many agents with super abilities under its command. The ghost in Ant-Man 2 was once recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent. However, to Nick Fury's surprise, Xavier's school turned a blind eye to this at all, as if the school address they left at that time was just a joke with the whole world. It's clear that the enrollment is open, but it doesn't accept students. What the hell is this? Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. can't understand this question. At this moment, however, Phil Coulson understood. Xavier's school has been waiting for this opportunity. The purpose of releasing the enrollment information in advance is to allow more time for mutants all over the world to react. Then stimulate these mutants through the news of the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Gather here. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This series of events turned out to be premeditated. Every step was clearly planned and all achieved the best results. What kind of character appeared in Xavier's school? And today, how many mutants will sign up? Time passed slowly. There are more and more cars on the surveillance screen. Those mutants hidden in the car were very cautious and patient. Even at this time, no one got out of the car to check the situation, and no one even opened the windows to communicate. Everyone is waiting tacitly. Phil Coulson knew very well that if the waiting this time didn't result, the reputation accumulated by Xavier's school during this period would collapse in an instant. After these mutants left, they would never come back again. Therefore, Yi Academy will definitely respond tonight. Thinking of this, with his psychological quality, he couldn't help becoming a little anxious, and contacted Nick Fury again. "Boss, where are you?" 5 minutes. Nick Fury obviously knew the urgency of the matter, and responded simply and directly. Phil Coulson looked up at his watch. It is already 12 o'clock in the morning. In the monitoring screen, there is no longer a car. But I don't know why, there is still nothing unusual around the huge pit, and there is not even a single X-Men appearing on the scene. Until Nick Fury's Quinjet roars in. Boom! Suddenly, a glaring red beam of light rushed out of the huge black crater, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth, illuminating a few kilometers around as if it were daytime. Crabty, they're waiting for the boss. Phil Coulson's eyes widened suddenly, and after a second of stupefaction, he picked up the guy and called out to his subordinates, "Quick, quick! Control the scene! But don't shoot without orders!" A group of well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed out of the underground bases hidden around the huge pit, and surrounded them from all directions. At the same time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. special vehicles on standby further away also made roaring engine sounds. The originally silent night was suddenly broken by the noise. Those mutants hiding in the car heard the movement, except for a small number of people who did not move. Everyone else subconsciously started the car and was about to flee from this place. After many years of hiding, when they faced official forces, their first reaction was to run away. However, this time, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears at the same time. "Don't be nervous, here, no one can hurt you." This voice seems to have a strange magic power, which makes people calm down unconsciously, and gives people a sense of security that cannot be described in words. All the mutants stopped when they heard the words. Then, through the front glass of the car, they saw the beam of light in the giant pit trembling slightly, scattered into red fireballs the size of a basketball file, and floated to all parts of the pit. Wow! Hundreds of fireballs sank suddenly and fell into the huge crater. With the sound of roaring, the 3-kilometer-long huge crater burst into flames. It looked like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. In the flames, Lin's figure slowly appeared. "Welcome, incoming students." He was suspended in the air, his figure was swayed, and he was divided into 4, stepping on the flames and walking slowly in 4 directions. "I am the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school, and also your senior Lin. I have been waiting here for a long time." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into a car. The doors opened one after another. Mutants came out one by one. These people include men and women, old and young, and even many teenagers. With the support of their parents, they walked slowly to the edge of the huge pit. Their eyes were nervous, restless, but mixed with a glimmer of hope. All looked straight at Lin. All four Lins were smiling and speaking at the same time. I know, you came here today, each of you paid huge amounts of courage, because you have never really lived in the sun, and once your identity is exposed, the consequences are unpredictable number. It may usher in the arrest of the official forces. Maybe facing malicious persecution. You may also be targeted by some ambitious guys who covet your super abilities, and your life will never be peaceful again. His pace stopped 3 meters away from the edge of the huge pit, and he looked around everyone in the audience with calm and deep eyes. As a senior, what I want to tell you is that all this is over. Starting today, as a student of Xinyi College, you will be able to walk freely in the sun, you can live and study comfortably, you can ignore any strange eyes and malice, and you can completely say goodbye to the past days of hiding. After you graduate and perfectly master your super abilities and all kinds of knowledge you are interested in, you can freely choose the jobs you want, chase your dreams wantonly, and start your own family openly. The most important thing is that you can put on your face and say to all those who reject, hostile and persecute you. Mutants never were monsters. We are the evolution of humanity. Human beings step on the ground and look up at the stars. We are the future. More hope. With the blazing flames under his feet, Lin gave a special opening speech to all the students who came to sign up. When his voice fell, the quiet needle drop could be heard at the scene. All mutants are captivated by the picture he describes. As mutants, some of them can only hide in Tibet and live a precarious life. Some of them hide better, or are protected by their parents from being discovered, and they are also in constant fear, for fear that one day they will be kicked into the house. This kind of dark life, there is no hope at all. But at this moment, the open enrollment of Xavier's school, like a bright light in the dark night, suddenly illuminated another completely different path for their future. Only then did they realize that they had a chance to get rid of the shadows and live in the sunshine with integrity. So, despite the hesitation and doubts, after all, they chose to take that step. Finally came here. At this moment, a light called hope shone in everyone's eyes. They looked at Lin, who was talking in the flames, and seemed to see their future self. Mom, can I be like Senior Lin in the future? A little boy who was only 8 or 9 years old suddenly murmured something. His parents are just ordinary people, and they finally brought their son to New York after going through a lot of hardships, and they were exhausted physically and mentally along the way. The two looked at each other when they heard the voice. Suddenly burst into tears. Yes. My little Carl, you can definitely become the greatest mutant. The same emotion spread among many underage mutant families. Seeing this scene, those adult mutants who have been in exile for many years and who have experienced hardships and dangers, can't help but feel a little sad. But they are not ruled by sensibility. A man wearing a jacket looked at Lin and said, Xavier's school really has no age limit for enrolling students this time? I'm almost 30 years old, can I still go to school? You can use your real body to talk to me, sir. Lin glanced at him and said with a smile, Xavier's school is divided into elementary school, middle school, and university. To gain useful knowledge. Definitely, if you pass the examination, you can also choose to become a teacher of the academy. The pupils in the man's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of other people, the doors of several cars nearby were opened one after another, and people exactly like him came out of them. After the 6 people stand together, they integrate into one like cells. Multiple man. You are so powerful, you actually saw through my duplication at a glance. He looked at Lin with excitement in his eyes. My name is James Madrock and I want to join Xavier's school. Definitely, welcome. Lin ordered. Nod. As the senior who welcomes the freshmen, his task today is obviously to answer questions for the freshmen. The mirror image in the west also encountered almost the same situation. Mr. Lin, I. The person who spoke was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, extremely handsome in appearance and in good shape. But he seemed a little uneasy, and he seemed to have some hesitation. Words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. Mr. Warren Worthington. Lin's mirror image looked at him, and said lightly, "You mean to say that your father, as the person in charge of the Worthen laboratory, has a deep cooperation with the government, and has been using Mutant as an experimental laboratory. As his son, you will not be rejected by the Academy, will you?" "What?" The young man opened his mouth wide in shock, never expecting that Lin knew his identity. "Yes, he is Angel. Future X-Men." In the timeline after the restart, it was transformed into one of the 4 nights by Apocalypse. "Don't worry, Mr. Worthington, the door of Xavier's school is always open to all kind-hearted mutants on May 9th. You can enroll with complete peace of mind." Lin said indifferently, "If you are unhappy in the Academy, you can drop out at any time, and I promise you, no one will stop you. This is also to let other mutants know that the Academy will not force them to stay. Feel free to leave whenever you want." "Real?" Angel was extremely excited when he heard the words. A pair of white wings spread out from behind. It caused bursts of exclamation. On the south side, the one who asked questions to the mirror image Lin was a red-haired girl with a graceful figure, youthful beauty, and she seemed to be of Asian descent. "My name is Clarice Ferguson, and I just want to know one thing, can Xavier's school really protect us students?" She pointed to the huge crater of flames under Lin's feet, her eyes full of distrust. "Until now, we haven't even seen the shadow of the Academy, so it must be a scam." Bar. This question is obviously the most concerned about by the vast majority of people present. Almost at the same time, someone from the crowd in the east raised it. "Just by comparison. This green-haired girl is much simpler and rougher. We're all surrounded." She pointed to the back, the Quinjet that had already landed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D agents roaring over, with a sneer on her face. "Are you going to continue talking nonsense here?" Lin just smiled slightly at this. "People from S.H.I.E.L.D are the audience I specially invited to attend the opening ceremony." Nick Fury, who was walking quickly, just heard this sentence. His complexion instantly turned pale. Chapter 77 This jump, from hiding in the dark to walking in the light. Mr. Lin S.H.I.E.L.D apparently installed listening equipment nearby, so Nick Fury heard Lin introduce herself. He walked towards Lin in a one-eyed windbreaker, and the gloomy look on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a smile on his face. "It will be our honor to participate in the opening ceremony of Xavier's school." Definitely, the famous director Nick Fury came to watch the ceremony. Principal Charles must be very happy. Lin laughs too. The two who have fought against each other many times, finally saw each other's true face on such an occasion. Lin's smile comes from the heart. Nick Fury's happiness isn't faking either. After a recent period of observation, he is indeed becoming more and more afraid of Xavier's school, but it's just that. The X-Men are not as aggressive as Magneto, and they will launch wars against humans at every turn. So it never occurred to him to deal with Mutant. Even when Mutant exposed General Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D took advantage of the opportunity to intervene in the Super Soldier Plan, and gained a lot of benefits. So, whether it was outside Moira's house last time, or this time at the start of school, Nick Fury has only one purpose. Get in touch with Xavier's school. Have a nice chat with Charles. He wants to know what these people are doing. Mr. Lin knows me. Nick Fury looked at Lin with great interest. For such an important matter as the opening ceremony, Charles actually entrusted you with the responsibility. It can be seen that Mr. Lin, the honorary principal, is very unusual in Xavier's school. Thanks to the principal's trust. Lin also looked at him with great interest, turning a blind eye to the group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents behind him. Besides, this is just for welcoming new students. The opening ceremony will definitely be held in the academy. Oh! Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, then, can I trouble Mr. Lin to lead the way? He really wanted to know that there were at least 1,000 mutants here, and what method Xavier's school would use to bring them all to the academy. All the mutants present also wanted to know this question. Lin didn't keep them waiting. The 4 mirror images of East, West, North, South, and Duplication are suddenly merged into one. He stood in the middle of the huge flame pit, and said to all the mutants around him, "Jump down, I'll take you to the academy." As if in response to his words, the flames under his feet suddenly shot up, reflecting terrified faces. Everyone looked at Lin in disbelief. Jump! The green-haired Lorna Dane parted her lips slightly, and thought she was having auditory hallucinations. She had been in the chat room since she was a child, and at the age of 15 or 16, she dared to go into the gangster's lair alone. How can you not be so courageous? But let her jump into this huge flame pit, she still couldn't help swallowing, and a touch of fear appeared in her eyes. Even if she knew, there might be another mystery in it. The flames in front of me are really scary. And the huge pit below is too deep. As the flames rose, she could clearly feel the terrifying heat wave, and her vision became blurred. With such a high temperature and such a deep pit, unless she was immune to the flames, she would definitely die if she jumped into it. There is great terror between life and death. It's not about courage. It is the deepest instinct of biological genes. This is the college's assessment of freshmen. In the distorted and blurred flames, Lin's voice seemed to come from hell. Jump down, and you will get the real admission qualifications. If you don't jump, you can go back the same way. The voice fell, and the sun and the moon were quiet. The mutants looked at each other, and they could all see the fear in the eyes of the people around them. The parents of those mutant children were already pale. Nick Fury's complexion also changed slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not dare to jump, but he is also very clear that Xavier's school will spend a lot of time and effort, and it is impossible to kill all the students who come to sign up, so this huge flame pit is 100% just a test. But here lies the problem. Knowing it's the test, and actually jumping in. It's two different things. What if this is a trap? What if you jump into it and get burned directly to fly ash? Psychological test. In Nick Fury's mind, this idea involuntarily appeared, and he felt as disgusted as eating a fly. What the hell is this, recruiting students or recruiting the army? Enrollment is open to the public, and they are still picking people. Simply outrageous. The raging flames seemed to be burning endlessly, and at this moment, time seemed to stop moving forward. The mutants looked at each other, no one dared to take the first step. Lin was not in a hurry and watched quietly. I don't know how long it has been. His eyes moved slightly, and in the crowd on the west side of the giant pit, a figure suddenly roared boldly, then rushed to the edge of the giant pit, and completed a shocking leap amidst countless shocked gazes. It was Angel Warren Worthington. I'm not a monster. Amidst the roar, Worthington flapped his wings instinctively, as if he wanted to create a gust of wind to blow the flames away from his body. Lin smiled. Without him needing to make a move, the flames around Worthington suddenly opened up, turning into a flame channel, and the body wrapping him quickly disappeared. Fine. This scene obviously gave other people huge amounts of comfort, and countless people's eyes lit up. To the east, Polaris Lorna Dane flicked her hair, and rushed out without any hesitation. I want to see what's so special about the mysterious Xavier's school. On the south side, Clarice Flicker took a deep breath and jumped out, God bless. To the north, multiple man James Madrock is about to charge out. A figure has already passed him and rushed out. If you are afraid of death, Don't block the way. Kindness. Multiple man's complexion changed drastically, that figure turned out to be a woman, and at first glance, it was a super ability in terms of speed, it was like a whirlwind whistling, he didn't even see the other's back. Shit! He cursed and rushed out quickly. In an instant, figures around the giant pit jumped down like dumplings, and then were swallowed by the flame channel. Occasionally accompanied by a roar. Haha, this academy is really interesting. Don't be a mutant if you're afraid of death, is this the first lesson the academy taught us? Fear only makes me stronger. I can't wait to see what the academy looks like. Haha, Logan, an old friend is looking for you. This is the voice of Gambit's Remy LeBeau, a former friend of Wolverine's. At the beginning, the mutants just jumped off scatteredly. As more and more people rushed out, the remaining people became obviously anxious. One by one, they tried their best to overcome the fear in their hearts and joined the fire-jumping army. Soon, the mutant teenagers who were held tightly by their parents couldn't help it either. Mom, I'm bound to be a great mutant, right? The teenager Carl looked up at his parents, and courage gradually appeared on his immature face. His parents' eyes were full of fear, but after glancing at their son, the couple looked at each other again, with firmness and determination appearing on their faces at the same time. Honey, we are with you. While speaking, the two held Carl's hand, one left and one right, and rushed into the flames at the same time. Lin captured this scene clearly. The smile on his face grew brighter. Mutant, who has come forth in abundance, is there any reason why he can't rise? Starting from Carl, one after another mutant teenagers seem to have gained courage, and there is no longer only fear in their eyes, but a more determined light. Taking the family as a unit, they leaped high one after another. Seeing this scene, Phil Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents couldn't help showing shock. Such a young child, even if he knows that the flames won't hurt him, he shouldn't dare to jump, right? Why? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, completely confused. Responding to them was Nick Fury's deep voice, because of the Xavier's school's admissions advertisement. Let all the mutants walk under the Sunday. They are for freedom. When Nick Fury said this, he didn't even know how he was feeling. With his heart as hard as iron, at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little admiration for these young mutants. Such a unique welcome ceremony. These mutants should be remembered for life, right? This jump. Rather than giving them the courage to overcome their fears. Rather say. Help them break the shackles of invisible in their hearts. From this jump, they completed the soul metamorphosis from hiding in the dark, to walking in the light. This Lin, it's horrible. While thinking about it, Nick Fury's one-eyed eye locked on the figure in the center of the flames, and a flash of understanding suddenly appeared in his heart. Perhaps, he is the real mastermind of this recent series of events. LYNN830 doesn't use mind magic, so definitely has no idea what Nick Fury is thinking at the moment. His attention has been on the remaining students. It's a pity for him that, after all, there are still people who dare not dance. Ugh! He sighed softly, divided his figure into four again, and walked to the edge of the huge pit. So, even though you know that the flame is a transmission channel, you still dare not jump. Around the huge pit, there are about 70 or 80 people left. There are both adult mutants, as well as mutant children and their parents. These people all turned pale, looking at the raging flames under Lin's feet, eager to try 1 second, and showing fear in the next second, swallowing with difficulty. Senior, I really want to enroll, can you take me with you? A young mutant in his 20s looked at Lin courageously. I am born afraid of fire, as long as I am not allowed to jump into this fire pit, I am willing to do anything. Senior, trust me. Others also begged for mercy. Some of the mutant teenagers even cried and begged. The four mirror images of Lin shook their heads without hesitation. Let's go back. They spoke at the same time, without any ripples on their calm water faces, after you go back, be an ordinary person with peace of mind, the world of mutant is not suitable for you. As soon as the words fell, the flames in the huge pit under their feet suddenly shrank rapidly from the surroundings to the center. For just a split second, even if these remaining mutants jump again, they won't be able to touch the flames. In other words, they lose their eligibility for admission. Senior. Ignoring the pleadings of these people, Lin manipulated the flames to condense into shape, which instantly turned into a road of flames and spread to Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, please. He smiled slightly, and glanced at Phil Coulson and others behind Nick Fury. If you want, everyone can be together. No, Phil Coulson, just come with me. Nick Fury shook his head without hesitation. I really want to bring a large group of people fully armed to attend the opening ceremony of a college. He S.H.I.E.L.D. really can't afford to lose that person. Dignified Chief, don't you want to lose face? Chapter 78 5 Principles. Here comes Magneto. Passing through the end of the flame passage, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson only felt a change of light and shadow in front of them, and they appeared in another world. Really? What appeared in front of my eyes was the Xavier Manor that disappeared at the beginning. At this moment, the place where the two are standing is the pond in the manor. It is not large in size, but it is obviously affected by a strange force. Under their feet is a solid water column, and a series of water-condensed stairs extend out, connecting on the shore. The mutants who came in first have all walked down the steps and stood bustling on the playground by the shore. What kind of power is this? Nick Fury's one eye narrowed slightly. 1 second, they were still in the raging flames, but the next second they were standing firmly on the water waves, which made him feel quite bad. Because he didn't see which mutant was manipulating the water flow. This is slightly different from the mutant in his impression. He turned his eyes and was slightly startled, but he didn't see Professor X, Wolverine, and others, nor did he see any staff of the Academy. 2. Please take a seat. Lin said politely, and a separate water flow ladder appeared quietly, leading to the open space on the west side of the pond. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other and walked over in silence. While walking, the former asked in a low voice as if nothing had happened, Phil Coulson, where is our location? I don't know, boss. Phil Coulson quickly responded, there seems to be a weird force here that has isolated our signal, but one thing is for sure, we are far away from where we were just now, a long way. Nick Fury's complexion didn't change at all. Obviously expected. He just sighed imperceptibly, teleportation across space, it's fine if you can teleport people, they actually moved the entire Xavier Academy here. Phil Coulson had nothing to say about that. Continue to observe. Nick Fury instantly suppressed his emotions, and said solemnly, our mission today is to see what kind of power this new Xavier's school holds. Clear. Phil Coulson nodded slightly. When the two walked down the stairs, they saw that there was nothing in the open space. They were about to speak when Lin's voice came from their ears again. Everyone, please take your seats. As if she couldn't follow her words, just as Lin's voice fell, 10 huge amounts of long tables and chairs appeared out of nowhere in front of the freshmen. The same goes for Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. Wow! The eyes of the freshmen widened in surprise. Lin's voice spread again, after waiting all night, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat something first. The opening ceremony will start soon. Roast beef, roast chicken, fried sausages, stews, lamb chops. A series of steaming dishes suddenly appeared on the long table, and the freshmen who watched were drooling. They even saw pudding and other desserts, as well as various drinks on the table. You're welcome, this is your first meal after school, please be sure to eat happily. If Lin had a long white beard, was wearing a white necromancer robe, and a pair of half-moon glasses, then his image at the moment would definitely match that of an old man named Dumbledore. He raised his left hand with a smile, and signaled to the group of freshmen, Definitely, parents, please don't be restrained, the new Xavier's school welcomes the families of all students. All the freshmen and their parents looked at each other in blank dismay. Then he sat down at the dining table without any scruples and began to feast on it. After waiting outside the giant pit all night, they were already hungry. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson at a separate table watched this scene silently. The latter carefully stretched out his hand, picked up a fried sausage, and was about to put it into his mouth when he suddenly felt the summer chill. He paused, then turned to look at his superior. "Boss, I haven't had dinner yet." Nick Fury sighed silently. "It's all here, let's eat." Overjoyed, Phil Coulson, who got permission, ate the sausage in one bite. Delicious. The sound of infinite satisfaction reached Nick Fury's ears, and he suddenly had the urge to shoot this subordinate. On the surface of the lake, Lin's mouth curved slightly. "While everyone is eating, please allow me to introduce the teachers of the new Xavier's school to you." He opened his mouth slowly, his voice was like a bell, and spread throughout the audience. "First of all, it is definitely known to everyone that the founder of our new Xavier's school, who spent all his wealth to provide a safe place for mutant in distress, Principal Charles Xavier." Boom! A wave suddenly exploded from the calm lake, holding Professor X's wheelchair. It froze in mid-air. There was a trace of helplessness on his face. But he still greeted the freshman with a smile. "Welcome." Big bells and whistles. There was a sneer on Nick Fury's face, obviously disdainful of the way Lin arranged the opening. Not so with freshmen. They definitely knew Professor X, and they were full of respect for this X-Men leader. Seeing this scene, they all put down their food and applauded vigorously. Lin raised her right hand, and another wave surged. "The next one is the teacher of the extraordinary course, Professor Jean Grey." Jean Grey, who looks like a royal sister, won louder applause than Professor X. And then, the teacher of the fighting class, Professor Logan. Wolverine, who is extremely popular on the internet, blew up the audience as soon as she appeared on the stage. Nick Fury's ears hurt from the applause. Lin continued to introduce. "Next is Professor Scott Summers. Professor Orlo. Professor Hank McCoy, Beast. Professor Sean Cassidy, Kraken." After bursts of applause, the X-Men finally came to an end, and Lin even took the trouble to introduce the glorious deeds of each of them. The sneer on Nick Fury's face faded quickly. He could see that Lin was not doing useless work, but using this grand appearance method to subtly improve the students' confidence in the college. This is how a sense of belonging slowly grows. So, Lin's introduction didn't end there. He put down his right hand and raised his left finger to point to the lake on the left. "The next thing I will introduce to you is the first vice principal of the college. Some of you may have heard his name, and some of you have admired him for a long time. There are people who are afraid of him. But please don't worry, from today onwards he will only be the vice principal and professor of our new Xavier's school. Let us please, Mr. Eric Lane share." This time, no water waves exploded. Instead, a series of steel bars suddenly flew from the sky, plunged into the water surface. Hundreds of steel bars gathered together vertically, forming a steel pillar. Magneto stepped on a piece of iron and flew slowly under the eyes of everyone. "Take a step forward and stand on the iron pillar, Magneto." As expected, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Obviously, Magneto's name was widely spread among the mutant group. At the same time, Professor X's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Magneto in disbelief. "Eric." One thing to say, he is not surprised. Lin will invite Magneto to the college as a professor. No matter what this student does, he has been able to accept it calmly. What really surprised him was that Magneto actually came. Is this still the Magneto in my impression? The rebellious Magneto who vowed to wipe out all humans and let mutant completely rule the world? How have you changed? A college vice principal, you wish? Fuck. On the other side, Nick Fury also cursed secretly at the same time. He definitely knew the news about Wan Si Wang Yu prison, and had been sending people to track down Magneto's whereabouts, but he never thought that Magneto would appear here. The Mutant Brotherhood and the X-Men are sworn enemies. Professor X sent Magneto to prison with his own hands. How come? How can we abandon the past and cooperate? Even if the friendship between the two is very complicated, and they actually have an extraordinary friendship with each other, it is just a personal friendship, and the two mutant leaders with completely different ideas are absolutely free. Let's move forward hand in hand. This means that Magneto has given up on the philosophy he has held on to all his life. It is precisely because of knowing too much that Nick Fury's shock at the moment is far stronger than that of any mutant present. He subconsciously looked at Professor X, only to find that the other's face, of Wang's, was also full of astonishment. Suddenly, an incredible idea popped into my mind. Charles doesn't know about this. Magneto joins Xavier's school with another secret. What is the reason? Or, who is it? The one-eyed eyes turned unconsciously, and quietly locked onto the figure in the center of the lake. Nick Fury's soul seemed to tremble violently. It's him. It's him. The uproar did not last long. Magneto's serious eyes scanned the audience, and all the freshmen unconsciously quieted down. Starting today, I will be your vice president, an adjunct professor. There was an undisguised sneer on the old and majestic face. Lin said that I am old, and you are the future of mutant. I don't know if he's right or not. So, if you don't study hard, I will punish you mercilessly. Although these punishments are all within the scope allowed by the school regulations. But I assure you, you will never be willing to experience, even just one of them. Stern attitude, old-fashioned admonition, coupled with the great reputation of Megatron Mutant Group. There is a demeanor of the dean. All the freshmen were silent. This is a ruthless person who almost killed all humans. Chapter 79 Nick Fury, fuck. 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 Vice Principal Eric, don't scare our freshmen. Lin's voice spread in a timely manner, making people feel like a spring breeze. He was quite satisfied with Magneto's dean's attitude, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he introduced, as you can see, besides teaching, Vice President Eric is mainly responsible for the discipline of the college. He will urge all students to study hard and graduate smoothly in the future. Hearing this sentence, Professor X's eyebrows trembled slightly. He immediately understood what Lin meant. For the new Xavier's school, his previous management methods were too gentle and loose. In contrast, Magneto's ruthlessness and sternness undoubtedly stimulated the motivation of the students. Even if this motivation is passive, the two complement each other and complement each other to activate the vitality of the entire college. Charles. Behind them, the gazes of Phoenix and Storm all came together. This matter. Compete. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Professor X did not speak, and the voice rang directly in everyone's minds. Lin wants a college full of competition, not only among the students, but also among us professors. Only through competition can there be growth. All the X-Men looked at each other. If this is the case, Magneto has come, will his mutant brotherhood be far behind? As predicted. What Lin will introduce next is Mutant Brotherhood's number one man, Mystique. After Mystique appeared, she didn't speak. The grim temperament is exactly the same as Magneto 860. She didn't even look at Professor X, an old friend. Lin's spiritual power enveloped the audience, and she clearly saw Professor X's face, with a look of gloom. But he didn't care, but continued to introduce. What everyone needs to know is that the existence of each subject has huge amounts of value. Therefore, the college does not only teach knowledge about super abilities. We also attach importance to other aspects of knowledge. The sonorous and powerful voice once again attracted everyone's attention, so, the next thing I want to introduce to you is the vice principal who is in charge of teaching in this area. This is more for those parents. No one wants their child to become a person who only knows how to play with super abilities. Therefore, when the parents heard the words, they all concentrated their attention. Dr. Bruce Banner. Lin didn't talk nonsense. Another wave of water exploded, and the figure of Dr. Banner appeared in everyone's sight. Fuck! Nick Fury cursed again. Phil Coulson, who was eating and watching, also stopped in shock. Boss, if I remember correctly, Bruce Banner is the Green Titan Hulk? His recruitment list in Avengers Inside. After the Battle of Broadway, S.H.I.E.L.D. was looking for Hulk everywhere. Who would have thought to see it here? For a moment, he almost thought he was hallucinating. Nick Fury didn't speak, his face was already gloomy enough to drip water. The one-eyed eyes flickered. In the line of sight, Banner's expression was obviously a little reserved. Perhaps because of running away for many years and being forced to hide in Tibet, he is not used to this kind of scene that attracts so much attention. But Lin has already introduced him. Dr. Banner has 7 doctorates in nuclear physics, radiation physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics, and is one of the smartest people on the planet. As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen gasped. The parents were even more surprised from ear to ear. 7 PhDs. It's all cutting-edge subjects. What kind of concept is this? Is the faculty of the college so terrible? Such thoughts popped up in everyone's minds. They thought that the academy only taught knowledge about super abilities. Who would have thought that there would be such top scientists sitting here? And Lin's presentation clearly wasn't over yet. In addition to Dr. Banner, the college is also honored to invite several other professors who have made achievements in different fields. They are Mr. Matt Murdoch, Professor of Law; Dr. Zhao Halen, Professor of Genetics, Medicine, and Biology. Her attainments in nanotechnology are also among the top in the world. Dr. Samuel Stern, Professor of Biochemistry; Astrophysicist Professor Jane Foster; Associate Professor Daisy Lewis. It didn't take much effort to invite Halen Zhao to be a visiting professor. Although her achievements in the future are quite high, and she also helped Ultron come up with the vibranium body, but at this point in time, her Life Cradle project is still in the preparation stage and is looking for investment. Lin showed up in due course and agreed to invest. Then, she agreed to be a visiting professor. Although most of her time is spent on research, it is still very easy to occasionally come to give a class to the students. The most important thing is that her Cradle of Life technology can provide the college with powerful medical support. Boss, Dr. Helen Zhao's Cradle of Life technology seems to be on our watch list. This time, even Phil Coulson's complexion was a bit wrong, and that Jane Foster seems to be the student of Dr. Eric we just recruited. I heard that he has great ability in astrophysics. When he said this, his tone was very grateful. Fortunately, we have Dr. Eric. You shut up, Phil Coulson. Nick Fury almost gritted his teeth and burst out a few words. At the moment, his face has turned green. Not only Helen Zhao. Daredevil Matt Murdock has also been on the watch list of SHIELD. Although his ability is not very strong, it is not born with it, but acquired by accident. If necessary, it can be recruited for your own use. But now, why do these talents that S.H.I.E.L.D. likes come to Xavier's school one by one inexplicably? Is this just a coincidence? Thinking of this, Nick Fury unconsciously remembered that when he recruited Eric Shavig, the other party seemed to say that someone had already offered him a very good job. If Tesseract is not too attractive, the other party might reject me too. Now it seems that the job the other party mentioned is clearly Xavier's school. Fuck. 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 For a moment, Nick Fury was silent on the surface, cursing crazily in his heart. And soon, he knew that he had scolded too early. Along with the clamor of freshmen, Lin smiled and invited another person. The next professor is very special, she not only masters many advanced technologies far ahead of the times. Still a princess of a country. Most importantly, she is older than many of you. Please, Princess Surui. The appearance of Princess Surui is also very special. When she was in adolescence, after learning about the opening ceremony, she went back to Wakanda and drove her favorite chariot over. A sports car made entirely of vibranium. Buzz! Amidst the ear-piercing roar of the engine, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the woods on the other side, appeared in front of everyone in just a few seconds, and drove up to the surface of the water with difficulty. The sports car stopped, and Princess Surui opened the door excitedly. The shoes she was wearing obviously had other secrets, and she stood on the water with ease just like Lin and others. Hi, everyone! The 16-year-old girl greeted playfully. Wakanda. Nick Fury got up suddenly, his teeth were almost gnawed, his whole body seemed to be numb by electricity, and he stood there in a daze. Before he could react, Lin double recorded and invited another person. The last professor to be introduced below, like me, also serves as the honorary president of the college. He is the one. Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Goodness behold, when Iron Man flew down from the sky, Nick Fury has lost all sense of the world around him. He felt rejected by the whole world. Chapter 80 Lin's school motto. We will do anything. Great gift crab special. Mr. Stark is our honorary headmaster. He's not a mutant, how could he be willing? What kind of school is this? X-Men, Magneto, top doctors in various fields, the princess of a country, the helm of the Stark Group, are all our teachers. Am I dreaming? Before I came here, I really thought that Xavier's school only taught us to master super abilities and could protect our safety. Who thought it would be so powerful? So, our mutants will be able to walk in the sun openly in the future. It's not a slogan for propaganda, but really. Someone help me, I'm a little dizzy. Undoubtedly, the appearance of Iron Man brought the atmosphere of the audience to its climax. Everyone was dancing with excitement, and some were even incoherent. The noise came and went, and lasted for a long time. In the hearts of those parents, the last worry about Xavier's school has completely disappeared. Even Iron Man is the honorary principal of the school, what else do they have to worry about? This study is settled. Remy Lebo of Gambit looked at this scene with complicated eyes, and then looked at Wolverine Luo behind Professor X, and couldn't help muttering to himself, has Xavier's school developed to this level before you know it? Perhaps staying with Logan back then was the right choice. His ability is very strong, and his IQ is also sufficient. Therefore, even though Mutants' living environment is getting worse and worse, he has lived a pretty cool life these years. It's just the taste, only you know it. Blinking Clarissa's expression was also extremely complicated. In the future, I will never be arrested and imprisoned again. In the eyes of Angel Warren Worthington, there were tears streaming down. Father, I will make you understand that I was born as a mutant, I am not a monster. I am the pride of the Worthington family. Polaris Lorna Dane's gaze was fixed on Magneto. For some reason, she always felt that this man was somewhat familiar. Lin watched the scene quietly. He didn't speak again until the excitement of most people subsided and they became quiet again. Definitely, professors such as Dr. Banner and Mr. Stark, their courses are obviously a bit advanced, so only students from the university department can take them. He looked around the audience, raised his hand again, and called out a large wave of water. For the students in the elementary school and middle school, the college has also equipped the most suitable teachers. In the future, you will gradually become familiar with them. On this large wave of water, there are dozens of ordinary teachers standing, both male and female, with different complexions. But without exception, there was no look of reluctance. Obviously all willing to teach mutant. This is not surprising at all. For this kind of basic course teachers, as long as you spend a little more money, you can easily find a lot of them. Those who are finally hired have even been screened by Lin. Do you make money, where work is not work? What is the difference between teaching regular students and mutant students? Who made Xavier's school pay too much? For these people, Lin did not introduce them one by one. He waved his fingers lightly, and the water jets on the left and right sides led a group of professors to rush to the shore. Then, next is the questioning session. At the same time, he continued, about the academy, if you have any questions, you can ask them. As soon as these words came out, all the freshmen raised their hands almost at the same time. Obviously, after this extraordinary opening ceremony, these mutant, regardless of their age and file size, have inadvertently adapted to their status as students. Lin is very satisfied with this. He pointed to Polaris Lornadane, who impressed him deeply in the crowd. Senior Lin. Miss Polaris's attitude was completely different from before. She even blushed a little under the watchful eyes of everyone. Where do we have classes? This manor can't accommodate so many of us, right? This question is obviously also a question for all new students and their parents. Even Professor XETL want to know. Since Siren and more than 100 people joined the academy, Logan wanted to take the students to build a house, but was stopped by Lin. So much so that the freshmen have already enrolled, and there is only one building in the Xavier Manor in this large area with a radius of 3 kilometers, which seems extremely empty. The college definitely won't let students sleep rough. Lin was clearly prepared for this, and glanced at Professor X. Actually, this is what Principal Charles meant. He felt that as the honorary principal of the college and a senior who just graduated this year, it is necessary for me to give the first class to the freshmen. Let everyone know the teaching philosophy of the college. Professor X was slightly taken aback when he heard this. I do ask you to give a class to the freshmen and share the learning experience of outstanding graduates. DJ. What does this have to do with it? I definitely can't refuse the principal's request, so next, I just ask everyone a question. Lin's eyes flashed brightly, and her temperament changed in an instant, from calm and indifferent to sharp-edged. Mutants all have super abilities, but do you really understand your own abilities? Kindness? When this question came out, all the freshmen were taken aback. Or from another angle, what exactly is mutants' super ability? Lin continued, for example, Professor Logan's self-healing factor can recover no matter how serious the injury is, but does this super ability just make him an immortal person? For example, Professor Scott's eyes can emit extremely powerful laser light, but could it be that his super ability just makes him see something that is not pleasing to the eye, so he will be bombarded? Another example is you. Calm eyes slowly passed over the group of freshmen, making everyone feel a pressure. Some of you can control fire, some of you can control magnetic field, some of you can create portals, some of you have wings. But could it be that your genetic evolution only allows you to control fire, manipulate magnetic fields, teleport, and fly? After saying these words, even Professor X, Magneto, and others couldn't help being puzzled. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not keeping up with Lin's rhythm at all. Among the crowd, only Tony's eyes lit up. These questions may be a bit complicated, let me put it bluntly. Seeing everyone's eyes full of bewilderment, Lin shook her head and said, there are countless possibilities for genetic evolution, but why did humans acquire super abilities, and why did we acquire this existing super ability? Woolen cloth. Why not a uniform lifespan increase? Or a uniform brain development? Why are our super abilities so strange? Undoubtedly, Lin is perfecting his theory of genetic evolution and instilling his ideas in the first batch of students at the first opening ceremony of the new Xavier's school. I can't give you the answer directly, but I know. There is a reason for existence. His tone suddenly rose, like thunder, and it was deafening. Using a super ability and mastering a super ability have always been two completely different things. That's what we're going to learn in the academy. To understand ability, discover ability, and finally understand what these abilities can give us in the world. What kind of metamorphosis? In Lin's view, the mutants in this world use super abilities too crudely, or in other words, the vast majority of mutants don't have the concept of developing super abilities at all. They simply know how to use it, and rely on instinct. Compared with those fairy tales of Long Kingdom, the extreme development of various spells is like the difference between primitive society and modern society. This is clearly not enough. This world is not only the Earth. The new Xavier's school he built is positioned as the Holy Land of Mutant in the short term, and will become the core of the Mutant Empire in the future. How can there be no perfect super ability system, L? Asking for flowers. In short, these eloquent words are to set a goal for all freshmen, let them know what they should do, instead of being muddled like before. This is something that a group must have to move towards a civilization. So, please allow me, as the honorary principal, to promulgate the first school motto of the new Xavier's school. At this moment, the light in Lin's eyes seemed to magnify infinitely, like the scorching sun, shining into the hearts of every mutant in the audience. We learn, master, develop, and evolve super ability. One day, we will have nothing. Cannot. As if responding to his words. The ground under his feet trembled violently without warning. The next moment, under countless almost dull gazes, the ground under their feet rose little by little, and it turned out to be 10-meter-high clay titans, slowly standing up with a long table. 10 long tables, exactly 10 titans. A group of freshmen hurriedly grabbed the table, but found that there was no sign of falling, so they breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the ground below. The water column under Lin's feet also soared to the same height. I saw him open his right hand and lightly grasp the ground below. 0. Amidst the loud noise of rumbling, the ground rolled up like dragons, and the rocks shattered, and the trees in the forest pulled themselves out of the ground, stripped their bark, and turned into standard logs. The streams of water are turbulent and blended, and they are actually condensed into a smooth mirror. Everything is like a dream. In just a few minutes, a group of freshmen actually witnessed a castle rising from the ground. Not a castle. It's a giant castle complex surrounding the Xavier estate. Based on earth and rocks, with giant trees as beams, water mirrors as windows, and various grotesque vines as embellishments, the rest of the vegetation seems to be spiritually swelled, and giant leaves fall down and connect with each other to form a landscape. Road also has numerous flying stairs. There are even stars falling from the sky, or gathering into fireflies, floating away, or clinging to the vines, embellishing the castle. In the castle, there are teaching areas, activity areas, and living areas that are clearly separated. There is also a tall tower on each side, which is the research room for the professors. When the castle group is fully formed, everyone is already stunned. This scene is destined to be imprinted deep in their souls, and they will never forget it forever. At the moment, they suddenly had the most intuitive and profound understanding of the school motto that Lin mentioned. We learn, master, develop, evolve super abilities. One day, we will omnipotent. We will be omnipotent. At this moment, the unprecedented shock impacted every newborn soul. Even Professor X, Magneto, Wong and other professors also felt struck by lightning. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson, who also saw this scene, even directly suspected that they were dreaming. He just changed the molecular structure of how many objects. No one responded to them. Down below, in the Xavier Manor, students such as Burning Man John and Bishop who did not attend the opening ceremony have already driven cars full of bedding and daily necessities towards the castle complex. Lin stepped on the water and looked at the group of freshmen. So, how about going to visit the school together? With a light wave of his left hand, buttons of file-size badges appeared out of thin air and were automatically pasted on the chests of the freshmen. On the badge, a staff and an ancient book intersect, forming a strange X-shaped pattern. This is the school badge of the college, and it is also the voucher for entering and leaving the castle. It is automatically bound to every student, and it can also have a defensive effect at critical moments. In the suspicious eyes of the freshmen, 10 Mud Titans have already stepped forward to move up the mountain. Chapter 81. What are they going to do, and what the hell do they need to think about? Lin did not participate in the visit to the castle. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson definitely won't be going either. So, after the 10 Titans roared away, only the 3 of them remained at the scene of the opening ceremony, which was still bustling just now. Mr. Lin. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and suddenly said loudly, "Since the opening ceremony is over, can I trouble you to send us away?" Lin looked at him in surprise. A visitor from afar, Director Nick Fury won't wait for Principal Charles. With a slightly puzzled voice, a water ladder appeared again, extending to the shore. No. Nick Fury has no hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a lot of things to deal with. I need to go back immediately. Lin smiled. It's early morning, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. still has to work overtime 24 hours a day? He smiled and didn't stop him. He raised his hand to open the teleportation circle again. If that's the case, then we won't be able to entertain you well. In the center of the lake, the rippling water turned into a vortex. Nick Fury walked over quickly, and took a deep look at 487 Lin. Mr. Lin, I hope that the next time we meet, we can still be as happy as today. Director Nick Fury was joking. Lin looked at him calmly. Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone, we just want to do what we should do, that's all. Hope so. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he jumped into the vortex without any hesitation. Phil Coulson looked bewildered, but he followed up step by step. The light and shadow changed, and the two reappeared on the edge of the giant pit. At the moment, the night is deep and all is still. The dozens of mutants dismissed by Lin have disappeared, only the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are still waiting for their boss to return. Boss, are we leaving like this? Phil Coulson was puzzled. With a hamburger in his hand, we finally got into the new Xavier's school, just to talk to Charles. It's not necessary, Phil Coulson. Nick Fury's footsteps stopped, and his voice trembled slightly in the darkness. Phil Coulson was keenly aware of the strangeness of his boss. Boss, do you know what these mutants are trying to do? Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Suddenly it exploded. Phil Coulson, do you know why the government has always been afraid of mutant and secretly researching mutants' ability, but until now, even a small Mutant Registration Act has not been officially implemented? He yelled, and without waiting for Phil Coulson to respond, he continued, because in the eyes of the higher UPS, mutant can't be a climate at all. Because the fucking Magneto and the fucking Professor X are not the same. Because the fucking mutant group is a plate of loose sand. But now, look at Xavier's school. No, look at what that Lin did. Also integrates X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood, so that rivals Magneto and Professor X can work together. What does that mean? It means that he wants to integrate all the mutants step by step through the way Xavier's school recruits students. He also found a bunch of allies for Mutant, and Wani Stark is fucking with him. And the Princess of Wakanda, do you know how hard it is for us to buy a little vibranium from Wakanda? He even asked the Princess of Wakanda to come to the academy as a professor. Professor shit. Look at his school motto again. Mutant has always been a mess, because the only thing this group has in common is the possession of super abilities, and there is no other connection other than that. But if all the mutants have the same goal, then this group will no longer be scattered and isolated, and they will have a unified thought. Besides, he even found a lot of scientists to teach mutant knowledge other than super ability. What is this? There are super abilities, talents in various fields, unified ideological support, and have been trying to control public opinion. This is transforming the mutant community in the same way as building a political party. What is he going to do? What the hell is he thinking about? Need us to ask Charles? Nick Fury was obviously stimulated by huge amounts of, and a series of fuck came out of his mouth, which made Phil Coulson dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, he took a breath. Boss, you mean? Phil Coulson's face changed several times within a few seconds. No matter how he thought about it, he felt incredible. If so, why did he take the initiative to let us participate in this opening ceremony? This is deterrence. Nick Fury took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. He is not afraid of us knowing this at all, he just uses this opening ceremony to let us know, the mutant now is different from before. They don't need to hide anymore, they don't need to look at the faces of the officials, the military or even S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. He's showing off his muscles openly, warning us not to have any bad thoughts. Phil Coulson fell into a long silence. He already understood why Nick Fury didn't want to stay at Xavier's school for one more second, and why he just gave up on meeting Charles. Indeed, it is no longer necessary. Mutant wants to turn the sky upside down. The night wind was cold, Phil Coulson shivered, and the group woke up from the horror. Then, what should we do? Do nothing. Nick Fury didn't speak. The two looked at each other silently. For a moment, there was a feeling of being at a loss with nowhere to start. To say something that strengthens the ambitions of others and destroys one's prestige, with Xavier's school's current strength and Lin's powerful strength shown tonight, it really has the qualifications in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. That's not the point. The point is, Lin made it clear that Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone. The implication is obviously that as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. does not come to provoke, Xavier's school will not bother to answer. In this case, should we take the initiative to provoke? In case they are angered, Professor X and Magneto will join forces. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D. can stop it is really a question. Do you want to ask Captain Marvel for help? But if they are left alone, if this group of people is allowed to develop like this, it will not take long for the mutant group to be baptized, and it will definitely become a big phenomenon. I don't know how long it has been. The two opened their mouths at the same time, but at the same time they hesitated to speak. Then, both sighed. We don't even know where they are. I went to Xavier's school once, but I didn't seem to go. With this feeling, Nick Fury, who has always been resourceful and frequently resorted to tricks, couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But he deserved to be the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was not really hit. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he ordered in an orderly manner, Phil Coulson, contact me with Stark tomorrow, I want to know what's going on with him. Do you still want the Stark Group's business? Send Barton, Hawkeye, to Wakanda, I want to know what deal they made with Mutant to send all the princesses out. Send Natasha Romanoff to Matt Murdock, who spends his days fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen, and still has time to be a teacher. Also, increase the monitoring. The teachers and students in Xavier's school will always be on vacation. As long as they find the target and contact them immediately, I don't believe it, there is no clue about the location of the school. After issuing a series of orders, he paused, and then added in a low voice, in addition, inform Base Zero that the research on Tesseract must be accelerated. 5.5 At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. should not know the name of Tesseract. In order to facilitate everyone's memory, I used it in advance. Clear. Phil Coulson, write it down, and asked curiously, Boss, then you? I'm off to find a new Avengers member. Nick Fury didn't know what he was thinking, and muttered to himself, no matter when it comes, power is the root of everything. Phil Coulson was silent. He turned his head and glanced at the huge pit behind him. Do you want to block this place? Not for now, just keep monitoring. Nick Fury shook his head. If this place is blocked, it will undoubtedly be a provocation to Xavier's school. The current situation is clearly not the time. Phil Coulson nodded. The two resumed their steps and walked towards Quinjet. The night wind continued to blow. Faintly, it seemed that there was a whisper. "Boss, I always feel that Lin took the initiative to invite us to watch the ceremony, it's not just as simple as shocking." Chapter 82 In the name of the Academy, do official things. Xavier's school ushered in unprecedented excitement. Although the appearance of Magneto greatly exceeded the expectations of Professor X and others, the whole thing was undoubtedly developing in a direction beneficial to Mutant, so they did not explode on the spot. Next, it depends on the later running in. For these, Lin does not intend to intervene. It was his original idea to form 3 schools headed by Professor X, Magneto, and Dr. Banner in the college. Professor X cultivates ability, Magneto tempers will, Dr. Banner imparts knowledge. 3-pronged approach, students can get all-round improvement. Therefore, the new Xavier's school will be a typical example of easy admission and difficult graduation. Every student must excel in at least one field in order to graduate smoothly. This is what Lin is going to implement, the new mutant hierarchy. The college does not divide grades by age, but by ability and knowledge. After 3 days, the start of term assessment will be held. All students, including the original ones, must participate. Based on the assessment results, the grade they are in will be determined. The elementary school conducts basic knowledge education, so that students can initially master their own super abilities. From the middle school, majors are divided, professional courses are compulsory, and non-professional courses are optional. Students with non-combat abilities can choose law, physics, medicine, and other majors according to their own interests. When you arrive at the university department, you will start regular assessment. Those who pass one round of assessment are level 1 mutants, those who pass the second round are level 2 mutants, and those who pass 3 rounds are level 3 mutants. If they can be assessed as level 4 mutants, they can graduate smoothly. 21 The principal's office of Professor X has been enlarged more than 10 times by Lin using the traceless stretching spell. The college's core professors gathered around a giant conference table, listening to Lin speak. This kind of teaching change is obviously nothing to Magneto, Dr. Banner, Tony, and others, but to Professor X and others, it is completely different from before. Phoenix and Storm looked at each other, and the former said, "How to conduct this kind of assessment? How to balance the control of super abilities and the control of professional knowledge? According to different majors, the emphasis is different." Lin snapped her fingers, and stacks of materials appeared on the table in front of everyone. 70% of the assessment for students in the super energy department is about mastering their own abilities, and 3% is about mastering a certain professional knowledge. 10. Students of other majors are just the opposite. In short, what the Academy wants to cultivate is elite talents with both muscles and brains. Even, this is only one aspect of the assessment. He paused, leaving time for everyone to browse through the materials, and then continued, "On the other hand, it is a paper, whether it is the research, excavation, or conjecture of his own super ability, or the summary and research of this professional knowledge, all students can submit articles to the school journal, and every time a paper is published, there will be corresponding bonus points. If you can combine super ability and professionalism to produce some kind of exquisite chemical reaction, the score will be doubled. If everyone realizes something." This undoubtedly echoed Lin's speech at the opening ceremony. Treat super ability as a profession, and encourage students to conduct research and development. I seem to have returned to my college days. Dr. Banner smiled, he was very familiar with these, and felt very kind. Beast frowned slightly and said, "Lin, the combination of super ability and professionalism. What exactly do you mean?" He agreed to come back to serve as a professor entirely because of Professor X's invitation, so he doesn't know much about Lin, an outstanding graduate of this college. Originally, he just wanted to do it first, and if he had other plans in the future, he would talk about it. But after the extraordinary opening ceremony just now, he suddenly looked forward to the future of the new Xavier's school. The whole person has also become full of enthusiasm. For example, Principal Charles's brainwave strengthening device can amplify one's own super ability, and Principal Magneto's anti-psychic helmet can resist other people's psychic attacks. Lin explained patiently, snapped her fingers again and said, "Another example is this." A long broom appeared out of nowhere on the conference table. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Lin flicked her fingers, and a page of paper on the table suddenly folded itself, first turning into a paper figure, and then rapidly growing in size. With a flash of light around him, Xiran turned into a person exactly like Wolverine. WTF? Lin, this joke isn't funny at all. Logan immediately protested, but to no avail. He could only watch myself jump up and sit on the broom. At that moment, he felt a kind of ballsy sadness for no reason. But then, his eyes straightened. I saw a person sitting on the broom, and it flew out with a swoosh. Great gift crab special. Not just Wolverine, the faces of many people present changed slightly. This broom can carry people on flight? Can it do without flight's super ability? Because of the untraceable stretching curse, the meeting room is quite large and high, so Wolverine controls the broomstick up and down, fast and slow, and it even suddenly lowered its height, sticking to Logan's hair whizzes by. This time, everyone understood. This is the combination of super ability and professionalism. Although this broomstick obviously has Lin's magic, and there are very few mutants with such a comprehensive ability, but those with a single ability can definitely work hard in this direction. They don't have magic, learn technology. Isn't Charles's brainwave strengthening device made in this way? It's no wonder Lin puts so much emphasis on teaching technology. Professor X and Magneto glanced at each other quietly, and they both saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. Even in their city, they couldn't help but feel sincere admiration for Lin's foresight. On the other side, Tony was equally amazed. No wonder Lin said that mutant will change the world. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Lin's theory of genetic evolution. The emergence of mutant is indeed the direction of human evolution, but in the past, the development of mutant was disorderly and chaotic, until now, under the guidance of Lin, it is developing in the right direction. If things go on like this, human civilization will progress by leaps and bounds. Myself, come on. Lin, is this for sale? Wakanda can buy it. Princess Surui spoke suddenly, showing great interest in this broomstick, paused, and added, use vibranium. The word vibranium spread, and everyone present trembled when they heard it. All eyes gathered together. It's just complicated. Definitely, let your big brother talk to Teacher Orlo. Lin nodded. He would not tell Princess Surui that this broomstick was just made by him to satisfy his own bad taste when he was extremely bored. If you really want to make magic props like flight, how can you choose to sweep the rich? Don't you sit down? Lin. Professor X smiled happily, and suddenly said, students can only graduate after level 4, isn't the requirement too high? He raised the information in his hand, his face was a little shocked. According to the series of assessment criteria you listed, I'm afraid our professor can only be regarded as an upgrade city. Apparently, he thought Lin's standards were too strict. According to this information, he and Magneto can be rated as level 6, while X-Men is basically level 5. Under this rating system, students need to reach level 4 to graduate. How stressed are the students? Principal, this is not just a common assessment mechanism in the academy. Lin raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked around at everyone seriously. I hope that all mutants in the world will come to participate in the assessment. As long as they pass, the academy will issue corresponding certification badges, from level 1 to level 4. Even level 5. Only a mutant with a badge will have the opportunity to work in a mutant company and will be recognized by the Academy. No matter what happens in the future, you can go to the Mutant 043 Affairs Bureau for help. As soon as these words came out, all the mutants including X trembled. The non-mutant professor also reacted instantly, identity authentication. There are smart people here. Li doesn't understand the purpose of this move? Lin, this is the official institution to make the Academy into a mutant group. College open enrollment. Established Mutant Affairs Bureau. Introducing a new hierarchy within the mutant colony. This step by step. It is clearly interlocking, and it has been premeditated. In the name of the Academy, doing official things. Professor X and Magneto looked at each other again, this time they really felt old. Compared with Lin's planning, their previous affairs can only be said to be trivial. Forget it, stop fussing. Be a principal, vice principal, with peace of mind. So, what method should we use to get all the mutants to participate in the assessment? Phoenix broke away from the shock, and said, and the Academy's registration point has been exposed, if there are really too many mutants appearing, S.H.I.E.L.D will not sit idly by. Obviously, she didn't understand that Lin invited Nick Fury to watch the ceremony. Lin doesn't explain either. He just looked at her teasingly, and said with a smile, Mr. Gile, have you forgotten my core identity? Phoenix was slightly taken aback. Isn't Lin's identity the honorary principal of the college? Wait. He seems to be the chairman of the Second World. I don't know why, obviously it hasn't been long, but the memories of the Second World in Phoenix's mind seem to be a little far away. It is really that too many things have happened during this period, and she has an inexplicable sense of unreality until now. Looking back at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. The Oasis project is about to officially set sail. Chapter 83 Warm up the second wave. Oasis Pioneer Experience Program. A few days later, White Queen Emma Frost officially took office as Director of Mutant Affairs Bureau. X Daily made a special report on this matter on the Mutant Channel. Although this department is a complete empty shell, with important people, no one asking for money, no money, and not even a decent office location, it is definitely the most friendly cooperation between Mutant and the official in so many years. Many people took this as a signal. Signal of Mutant's official recognition. The resulting impact is that more and more people have changed their attitudes towards Mutant. After all, Mutant even has a special law enforcement agency. If you encounter mutant crimes in the future, you can directly report the case and let the X-Men handle it. To be honest, Mutant is integrated into the rule, and it seems to become less scary. This change in thinking is subtle, and as time goes by, it will affect more and more people. Some people even read the report, and a question naturally appeared in their minds: if this continues, the number of X-Men will definitely increase. Will it become another independent police system one day? The answer to this question, now definitely no one knows. But not many people really care. Because, they quickly attracted attention to another video. Today, the popularity of X Daily has been completely unstoppable, and more people have participated in it, posting videos to share their lives, and countless new accounts are opened every day. This video comes from a channel called Second World. A green Titan Hulk appeared on the screen. Hulk. I saw the big green guy roaring wildly, chasing an ordinary young man, as if there was a deep hatred between the two. He pulled up a big tree by the roadside and threw it over. The young man dodged in embarrassment, and as soon as he hid next to a car, he heard the sound of bang and bang, and the cars were blown away by the Hulk and fell like raindrops. Big guy, it's almost done, don't bully people too much. The young man ran away in a panic, and the people watching were extremely excited. He rushed all the way, and when he saw a person who had just stopped and opened the door, he pulled him out and sat in the cab instead. Step on the accelerator directly to the bottom, and the sports car shoots out like an arrow from the string. To the surprise of all the audience, Hulk turned a blind eye to the man whose car was robbed, and still ran after the young man. Even other people on the road, he didn't seem to see. After chasing and fleeing, countless exclamations and panic were set off. A few seconds later, the sports car rushed onto the world-renowned Golden Gate Bridge. Hulk leaped high and swayed between the bridge frames one after another. On the hood, the sports car was instantly overturned. The young man was thrown out of the car window directly. Countless vehicles on the bridge collided one after another. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help feeling anxious. That day, the big battle between Hulk and the Abomination also caused huge amounts of disaster like this. But at the moment, they saw the young man's face without the slightest fear. Instead, there was a touch of anger. Enough! With a shout, the young man was in the air, his clothes suddenly changed, and he turned into a Gotham Knight Batman, and a claw gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a sound of bang, the claws were launched and nailed to the steel structure at the height of the bridge. With the pulling force of the claws, the young man passed over Hulk's head unharmed, and stood on the tall steel structure a few seconds later, looking down at Hulk. Naturally, Hulk would not let him go, and jumped up high again with a violent roar. "You forced me!" The young man snarled, and changed his clothes again, and turned into the well-known Superman again. Those familiar battle suits and bright red capes will never be forgotten by anyone who has read the news. How is this going? The audience's minds were full of questions, and before they could react, the Superman in the screen flew out with a swoosh and had a head-on collision with Hulk's fist. In the sound of bang, bang, and bang, Hulk was directly smashed to the ground, and the concrete bridge was almost smashed through. But then he jumped out again, and his strength seemed to be stronger than before. "It's not over, is it?" Superman snorted coldly, and changed his clothes again. This time, even his hair turned white. With a black windbreaker, he looked a bit like Storm from X-Men. He raised his right hand, and lightning bolts cracked down from the sky, striking Hulk. Hulk roared, scorched black appeared on his green skin. The mad rush has not diminished in the slightest. The young man was furious, and in a blink of an eye he changed into a Cyclops outfit again, and red laser rays burst out from his eyes, hitting Hulk's body. But even so, Hulk still braved the damage of the laser light and rushed in front of him. Ugh! The young man sighed helplessly, his hair and clothes turned red, like a phoenix. He rubbed his hands and gently grabbed Hulk. Why bother? Hulk's body suddenly stopped in mid-air. Countless viewers have seen this scene before. Phoenix's psychokinesis is extremely strong. Under the control of this super ability, any object will lose its ability to move. However, in the picture, Hulk was clearly under control, but he still didn't give up. His broad right hand was moving little by little. But it's not about hitting young people in the face. Instead, towards his wrist. It wasn't until at the moment that everyone suddenly realized that Hulk's target was not this young man, but a black bracelet on his hand. "Give me." Oasis. A slow but firm voice slowly came out of Hulk's mouth. "No." The young man, who had never been really angry all this time, changed his expression instantly when he heard this sentence, and suddenly changed into Wolverine's costume again, with sharp adamantium claws protruding from the bones of his hand, and stabbed into Hulk's body with a stab. "Oasis, mine!" At this point, the picture has been plunged into darkness, and the video has been merged. At the beginning, people who saw this video were stunned. But then, they reacted. "That black wristband, a bit familiar. It really looks like I've seen it somewhere. Great gift crab special. Isn't that the bracelet on Iron Man's hand in the news some time ago? I remember that it seemed like a game. At that time, I was still thinking about what game to play without a computer, but with a wristband. So, Hulk is fighting that guy to the death just to grab a gaming bracelet. I'm so..." Saw an ad. After reacting, Countless people started cursing and swearing. They thought it was an extremely dangerous battle, but after a long time it turned out to be an advertisement for the game. After Green Titan left the contract, he went to shoot commercials for someone. It's just outrageous. One thing to say, the public has a good impression of Hulk. Although he fought against the abomination and almost destroyed half of Broadway, with the rapid spread of the scene, everyone knew that he was stopping the abomination. In addition to Shadowcat's live broadcast, Mr. Lan explained the reason for the accidental birth of Hulk. Many people even developed sympathy and love for this big green guy. Because of this, when seeing the figure of Hulk, most people subconsciously clicked into the video. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? For a moment, an unparalleled sense of absurdity filled the hearts of every audience member. Many people even have the urge to smash their phones. But at the same time, they unconsciously became curious about the black bracelet. So, the game that Iron Man played back then was called Oasis. What kind of game is this? Is that young man in the video a player? Why can he switch between Batman, Superman, Storm, Cyclops, Wolverine at will? Is this a kind of imitative super ability? Or is the selling point of the game displayed through the screen? Fuck. This is definitely the most hateful game company in the world. For such a long time, except for 2 advertisements, no valuable content has been exposed. But it has successfully aroused my interest. What should I do? Brother, you are not the only one, I am also extremely curious now. What is this game like? Who isn't? As the video spread, more and more people commented, and some even wanted to use the account name of Second World to hack into the tax bureau's system to find information about this company. But they didn't really act. Because there is a sticky link under the Second World channel. Click to enter. It is a very simple page. Oasis World Pioneer Experience Program. 13,810 cities around the world. 100 players will be drawn from each city to participate. Below is a series of information that needs to be filled in, such as name, address, country, and contact information. This game has not announced anything, and a trial version has been released first. Everyone who clicked in was dumbfounded. What is this operation? Can all cities in the world participate? Are you so confident? What kind of game company can release it simultaneously in all countries and cities around the world? Simply inexplicable. Cursing voices swept the entire network in a very short period of time, but at the same time, registration information one after another also appeared on the counter of the Second World Company database. Stark Building, Office of the President. Tony witnessed the whole process of this internet drama, and finally gave Lin a thumbs up. The marketing thing, you really understand it. It's not shameful to rub traffic. Lin smiled, and sent it back. Lee does. Who made you and Hulk so famous now? It's not just us. In just a few minutes of video, you use everyone in the X-Men, as well as Batman and Superman. Tony didn't mean to joke with him, but said with interest, aren't you afraid that Batman and Superman will come to your door? For this question, Lin answered very seriously, if they find them, I will ask them to be the Star Experience Officer of the world of Oasis. Tony stared at him blankly for a while. Only then did he sigh deeply. You really deserve the money. He sighed with emotion, and slumped directly on the luxurious sofa. After the trial version is launched, when are you going to officially hold the press conference? I can't wait to count the money. Presentation rape. There was a strange look in Lin's eyes, and then he shook his head, it's not the time yet. As soon as Tony saw his expression, he knew he had a plan. Can't help but ask curiously, Oasis has not released any content, and it has already gained such a big reputation. Do you still think it's not the right time? No way, the internet has national boundaries. Lin sighed softly, although the 2 warm UPS were very successful thanks to your and Hulk's fame, we have to admit that in many countries with firewalls, Oasis may be well known, but not too much. So, we also need a big news that breaks the barriers of the global network. Big news? There was a thoughtful look in Tony's eyes. Chapter 84 Ghost Spider and Pokemon. The essence of human beings is really fragrant. In the following period of time, there were so many comments, posts, and videos criticizing Oasis on the internet that it was too numerous to count. However, the number of people who sign up to participate in the Pioneer Experience program is increasing by a terrifying number every day. More and more people are looking forward to what this mysterious game that can make Iron Man addicted and Hulk crazy will look like, and what kind of magic power it has. So, when the list of experiencers was announced half a month later, more than 1 million people who were drawn were ecstatic. More people were disappointed, and then set off a second round of online scolding. At the same time, I frantically searched for the winners around me, hoping to know more about Oasis. In this regard, the more than 1 million experiencers have no time to pay attention to it. As soon as they received the game bracelet, they were immersed in the magnificence and dream of the second world. Inextricable. Twist about. The home of Police Chief George Stacy. When Gwen Stacy came home from school, she habitually checked her mailbox. When she saw a package with her name written on it, she was shocked and her eyes widened. Recently, she didn't buy anything online. So, this is... Could it be? Suppressing her excitement, she quickly opened the package, and then, the black bracelet that had been watched countless times in the video appeared in her sight. Oh, God! She almost jumped up in surprise. She never thought that she would be one of the 100 lucky secrets in Twisting City. 127 What kind of luck is this? Some time ago, she hesitated for a long time, but she still didn't go to the new Xavier's school to report. On the one hand, her ability was obtained after being bitten by a spider, so it can't be regarded as a pure mutant. On the other hand, it is because of reluctant parents. Therefore, she has been in a low mood recently, always feeling that she has lost a chance to enter the world of super abilities. Because of this, she paid more attention to Mutants news. When she saw that Hulk was doing an endorsement advertisement for Oasis, she immediately became interested and signed up decisively. Who would have thought it would be picked? Is this the favor of the goddess of fate? For a moment, Gwen thought it was his own hallucination, because the population of Twisting City was too large. How small was the probability of picking 100 out of more than 8 million people? Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed the bracelet and rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. Then, I can't wait to put on the bracelet. Ding! The black bracelet can automatically adapt to the file size of the wrist, and it will open automatically when it touches the skin. In an instant, a red light shot out, like a scanner, quickly passing over Gwen's body. Before she could react, the scene in front of her suddenly changed drastically. It's like there's a vortex. Devoured her into another world. My spider telepathy is not responding. As soon as this idea came to Gwen's mind, she realized that she was already outside the Earth, and the azure blue planet seemed to exude a layer of ancient existence, Seb. Mysterious and magnificent. She couldn't help taking a deep breath. Please name the character. The sound of machinery rang in my ears. God, it turns out that this game really doesn't need a computer, but a holographic simulation. No, how could the holographic simulation be so real? It's just a bracelet. How did you do it? Am I transmigrating with my real body now? Or has my consciousness entered the other world? Gwen was also an out-and-out student master in college, but she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, so she could only create characters step by step under the guidance of the game system. For the image, please refer to the Gwen Spider in Spider-Man, Parallel Universe. After the character is created, the system's prompt sound appears again. Is it allowed to scan the player's body data to obtain matching attributes? In this game, the starting attributes of the players are actually different. Gwen was startled. Although she doesn't play games very much, she also knows that whether a game can last for a long time, the most important thing is balance, but this does not seem to exist in Oasis. Out of vigilance, she hesitated for a while. After all, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and agreed to scan his body attributes. Player, Ghost Spider. Identity, Student. Ability, Gene becomes God, to be activated. Strength, Level 4, Intelligence, Level 4, Speed, Level 3, Endurance, Level 3. Skill, to be activated. Equipment, none. Props, none. Fortune, none. Copy gold coin, none. Genes become gods? Ability to be activated? What do you mean? Level 4 strength, what kind of strength? Gwen looked bewildered. This kind of doubt, as she fell from space and appeared in Twist City, quickly turned into shock and disbelief. She found a remote alley, and punched the wall casually, and there was a boom. The concrete and steel walls were blown away by the punch. Great Crab Special. It turns out that this is the power of level 4. Just like me in real life. The characters in the game have perfectly copied my physical fitness. She couldn't help but swear, and at the same time, a guess came to her mind: this game doesn't seem to be for ordinary people, but for people with super abilities. No wonder Hulk endorses the game. This is literally a game developed for Mutant. By this time, even if she hasn't contacted other players, and hasn't compared the data with each other, she probably understands that she with super abilities is different from ordinary players. Obviously, the game bracelet can scan out your own body data, but cannot scan out your real ability. That's why there is such a simple and straightforward guide. It seems that only players who are recognized as mutant by the bracelet will have the ability to be activated. And this, in fact, allows mutant players to expose their abilities. How could anyone want to do that? Even if someone is willing, how can you be sure it's true? Questions came to mind one after another, and Gwen was suddenly full of curiosity about the developer of the Oasis game. She activated her abilities very seriously. The Properties panel changes. Ability, Spider Gene. Skills, Spider Telepathy, Spider Physical Ability, Self-Healing Factor. At this point, she began to formally explore the world of Oasis. Then you know the charm of this game. Players can not only re-experience a brand new life in this virtual world, but also enjoy the dream of extraordinary in each instance. The copy is the fun of this game. Gwen is a person who likes to watch movies very much, so, in the list of copies, she first chose a copy of Movie Experience, Fast and Furious. With her ability, no matter whether the dungeon is decent or villain, they are not her opponents at all. But she was having so much fun. Because she found that in this dungeon, she can unscrupulously fight against gangsters, international smuggling organizations, criminal organizations, FBI, and other crimes. In this aspect, she has exercised her control and development of her ability. On the other hand, it also allowed her, a newly promoted Spider-Man, to accumulate various experiences in fighting against criminal organizations. Where is this just a game? This is simply a portable training space. There is no super ability user who can resist such a temptation, right? For a moment, Plaid completely forgot the passage of time, wandering wantonly in the dungeon. Her driving skills are average, but she can shoot cobweb tied behind the high-speed vehicles, flight like a kite. That feeling fascinated her. But after all, this is something she can experience in reality, so when the progress of the dungeon reaches 60%, she quits and chooses another dungeon of Pokémon. No girl can refuse Pokémon. So, she wasn't in the least bit addicted to it by accident. Oh my god, the completion of the dungeon is more than 50%, and you can get a Pokémon reward. Wow, Pikachu is so cute. Whoa, I want this too. How do game developers grow their brains? How can they design so many wonderful dungeons? Underworld? Vampire vs. Werewolf? I'll try too. The night was getting darker. George Stacy, who was still working overtime at the police station, suddenly received a call from his wife. What? Gwen hasn't come home yet? No one answered the phone. Be right back. Director George, who was a serious daughter slave, hung up the phone with a bang and rushed out of the office in a hurry. A group of police detectives were left looking at each other. How about we also get off work? Chapter 85 Severe Internet Addiction Patients are about to sweep the world. Unbeknownst to Gwen, the Oasis bracelet is not a purely technological product. Among them, the detection magic of branding has been improved according to the brainwave recognition of Professor X, which can identify whether the player is a mutant, but cannot clarify the specific ability. B. Once the bracelet is activated, it is connected to the player's soul. This kind of connection is quite weak, and it will not cause damage to the player's soul, and those with high soul strength will not be able to detect it. That is, as long as players don't master the method of deceiving their souls, there is nowhere to hide what their super abilities are. If Lin wants, she can even peek into their memories. So in essence, the world of Oasis is like a realized brainwave strengthening device, which connects the player's consciousness together, and then through many magical manifestations, forms Shi Kong. The so-called activation ability. It's just an illusion. After all, no one likes to run naked. If you scan the wristband and list all the abilities of mutant players, it will definitely cause unnecessary panic, so that you are afraid of Oasis like a tiger. That's not what Lin wants to see. In this case, if a super ability player arranges his abilities at will, it is definitely fine, but the game system will treat him as an ordinary player, and if he wants to modify it back in the future, he will have to pay huge amounts of price. The world of Oasis is basically two games for ordinary people and superpowers. The game process and copy difficulty are different. Even, the system will limit the ability that is too powerful. After all, the super abilities in this world are all kinds of strange things, and some of them are really incomprehensible. No matter how hard ordinary players try, they will not be able to catch up, which will undoubtedly greatly disrupt the balance. Superman belongs to the restricted one. Yes, as a reporter, Superman definitely downloaded the X daily and looked for materials from it on weekdays, so he also saw Hulk's endorsement advertisement, and then signed up. When Lin saw his registration information, she gave him a spot without any hesitation. This thing surpasses the current technological level of the Earth. After experiencing the world of Oasis, Superman Clark Kent quit the game, with a somewhat satisfied and regretful expression on his face. It's a pity that because of his ability, he can only play a part in the game. But the satisfaction is because he experienced the hardy battle in the dungeon. He chose a copy of Godzilla. Since the last battle with General Zod, he has become more and more accustomed to his super ability. However, on Earth, the enemies he faced were too weak to even interest him. He is not a belligerent person, but occasionally, there will be a feeling of being overwhelmed by the heights. Until just now, a big battle with Godzilla. He directly chose head-to-head confrontation, super strength versus super strength, super defense versus super defense, heat vision versus atom breathing. The ultimate collision made him feel the long-lost excitement and exhilaration. Clark is very clear that everything just now is illusory. But it felt so real. It was so real that he was a little obsessed unconsciously. No wonder the name of this company, it's called Second World. This is completely a real extraordinary world. Clark expressed the same emotion as Iron Man back then. For a superhero like him, the extraordinary world like Oasis is even more attractive than the real world. At the same time, he also discovered the special features of superpowers in the game. Obviously, this is called the Second World Game Company, and it is inextricably linked to Mutant. The boss of their company must also be a mutant. As a super ability user, Clark didn't discriminate against mutant, and he couldn't help but think, should I go to him and ask him to help me lift this restriction? Although in this way, my identity as Clark Kent will be revealed. If you don't go, the combat experience is really not enough. After living on the Earth for so many years, Clark never thought that he would fall into an unprecedented entanglement because of a game. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make up his mind. Then continue to choose a copy. Soon, his eyes were attracted by the names of the two copies. Saint Seiya. Dragon Ball. They all seem interesting, which one should I go to first? He took a slow breath and muttered to himself. This time in the Oasis Pioneer Experience Program, there are quite a lot of qualified super ability people. Foot Basin Country, Kyoto. Psylocke, who was dressed in a purple leather jacket and showed his bursting figure vividly, also experienced it immediately after receiving the bracelet. Like Gwen, she saw the admissions information of the new Xavier's school, but she didn't go to report to Mutant, but the reason she didn't go was not because she didn't trust Xavier's school or worried about her family, but pure disdain. Since becoming a mutant, she has wandered between life and death countless times. She has long developed a withdrawn and cold personality, and the development of her own abilities has reached the extreme she believes. So she didn't think she could learn anything by going to Xavier's school. But at the moment, she suddenly felt that she was wrong. Shit! With a roar, her eyes were completely dark, and she returned to her room in the world of Oasis. Then, a settlement panel appeared in sight. Dungeon, Ninja Gaiden. Progress, first level. Fail. With my skill and super ability, I can't pass the first level? Is the difficulty of this dungeon outrageous? Maybe it's because she has lived in the Foot Basin country for too long. After she entered Oasis, she chose Ninja Dragon in the first instance. She thought she could pass through it easily, but she didn't expect it to be a dismal start. This made the proud and arrogant her completely unacceptable, but at the same time, she suddenly discovered. It seems that my fighting skills and experience are not as perfect as I imagined. I need more training. So, without even drinking her saliva, she re-entered the dungeon without any hesitation. I must break through this dungeon, and I must get that ninja knife. In the firm and unruly voice, the war started again. If Lin was present, he would probably recall playing Souls games in his previous life, those unbearable days. Repeated defeats, repeated defeats, repeated defeats. That's the only way to become stronger. S.H.I.E.L.D. Air Base. Nick Fury has been very busy recently, and now he finally returned to the mothership, only to feel a burst of intense exhaustion. But instead of resting, he found Hill immediately. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hill, get ready, follow me to Base Zero. Nick Fury said a word, but he was taken aback when he didn't get an immediate response. When he turned his gaze, he saw Hill leaning on his chair, seemingly in a daze. With a drink in hand? Hill. Nick Fury's anger welled up all of a sudden. As the chief, he was busy every day without touching the ground. Hill, the commander of the mothership, was actually being lazy? With a low shout, the necks of the surrounding agents were startled. What? Only then did Hill react. The Hawaiian beach that only she could see quietly disappeared. Asking for flowers. Only then did she see the boss with a face as heavy as water, and she got up quickly, with her right hand still tucked in the clothes on her left wrist, and covered the black bracelet inside. Boss, are you back? Hill. Nick Fury was about to get angry, but saw the dark circles under the eyes that could not be concealed on Hill's face. He was stunned for a moment, and could only slow down his tone. I know everyone has been working hard recently, but our world is facing threats. As S.H.I.E.L.D. we must always be vigilant as a member of the... Understood, boss. Hill didn't apologize for any hesitation. I promise, it won't happen next time. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. Let's go to base 0, Eric Shavig has recently accelerated his research on Tesseract, and it seems that there is some progress, let's go and see. Yes. Hill followed suit. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he was lucky enough to get the Oasis bracelet, and he must not let Nick Fury know. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Speaking of, I filled out a registration form on a whim, and it was still the home address of the judge. How did you win the draw? How lucky have you been lately? It's a pity that in the mothership, many dungeons are inconvenient to enter. Only to experience some leisure dungeon scenes, it is regarded as a vacation trip. Speaking of which, the beaches of Hawaii are no longer attractive. Going to the moon next time? Or Mars? Just as he was thinking, Nick Fury's voice came into his ears again, go and pick up Steven on the way, things haven't been going well recently, with him here, at least we'll be safer. By the way, what has Steven been doing lately? Hill was taken aback. After hesitation for a long time, he said cautiously, the last time he talked on the phone, he seemed to have said, "Want to find a game to play? Experience the experience of being frozen for 70 years. Unexperienced fun. Game." Nick Fury's footsteps suddenly stopped, his one eye was as sharp as a knife, and he stared straight at Hill. Don't tell me, that game just happens to be called Oasis. Hill really doesn't know about this question. So she shook her head honestly, maybe, I can't deprive people of the right to play games in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Nick Fury gave a strange laugh, his face full of sarcasm. You want to tell me that among the more than 8 million people in Twisted City, 100 people were randomly selected to participate in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program, and we happened to be their captain of the Avengers, Stephen Rogers. The president of the Second World Company is Lin. What does he want? Let my number 1 officer become a patient with severe internet quotient syndrome. The sound of cursing spread throughout the command room. Hill's face remained unchanged. In my heart, I sighed slightly. During this period of time, the more than 1.8 million people who participated in the Pioneer Experience program all over the world have probably become severe internet addicts. Among them, may also include myself. I really don't want to play games. It's really Oasis developed by those mutants, it's really fascinating. Everyone is afraid of super ability, and everyone wants to have super ability. Who can refuse a completely real second world where they can become Superman step by step and experience all kinds of exciting life? When it is actually released, the whole world will not go crazy. P.S. The combat power of this book is mainly based on the performance of the movie, and it should be raised appropriately, so it is impossible to write pills like comics. Chapter 86 Infiltration Plan A and D. The real function of Oasis. Compared to Nick Fury, Lin has had a much more carefree time during this time. He is enjoying a romantic date. In Manhattan, in a French restaurant on Fifth Avenue. The female judge Kate Mara, who has been in the limelight recently in the federal court, is wearing an elegant fuchsia dress, which perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She lightly cut a small piece of steak and chatted with Lin while eating. "Sir, the male lead in the Oasis advertisement is very handsome. Recently, many people in the office are discussing him, he is a new A student at Xavier's school." "That's right." Lin smiled. In fact, among the male students of Xavier's school, many of them are quite good-looking, but after the votes of all the female students, Warren Worthington, Angel, finally won the first prize and won the opportunity to appear in the photo. That video had a huge impact. The watery eyes always linger on Lin's body, Kate Mara said with a smile. "Using Hulk and Mutant to shoot commercials is really your style, sir, and I have no intention to hide the relationship between the Second World and Mutant at all." "Why hide?" Lin took a sip of caviar, and frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of food at all. There are no secrets in this world. Could it be hidden? The relationship between the second world and mutant, wouldn't be have you been found. He never underestimated the 737 power of official intelligence. What's more, he has already made public appearances in front of SHIELD. Hiding it again is pure self-deception. Kate Mara obviously understands this truth, but in this way, the authorities will definitely not sit idly by. They dare not deal with mutant blatantly now, and they can't find the location of Xavier's school, but they will definitely not let the second world go on smoothly. So what? Lin didn't care, and her expression was even a little surprised. Even if the government wants to deal with mutant, what does it have to do with me as a game company? We are a conscientious enterprise that operates legally and pays taxes according to regulations. Kate Mara covered her mouth and chuckled. The officials want to make trouble, but they still care about whether you operate legally and pay taxes according to the regulations. This is half true. FBI, CIA, Taxation Bureau, Department of Homeland Security. Just find a reason for any department. Obviously it can affect the normal operation of the Second World Company. These are even obvious means. The Stark Group is a shareholder of Second World. Lin's expression didn't change a bit. But I heard that the Stark Group seems to be preparing for a transformation, gradually reducing arms sales, and turning to clean energy business. Recently, the relationship with the military has been very tense, and it has offended many people. Kate Mara still smiled. In this case, will the officials still be afraid of Stark Group's connections and influence? This matter is definitely not as simple as the Stark Group wanting to transform. Tony became the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school. It is also a key factor. Are you trying to say that the Stark Group will go downhill soon without its arms business? Lin wiped her mouth, still calm. There was a doubt in Kate's eyes, isn't it? Definitely not. Lin curled her lips. In a society of capital, profit is everything. Even if the Stark Group does not have the arms business, how many technology patents do they have ahead of the times? How much market potential does the clean energy created by Tony have? Can it be applied? In how many fields? And most importantly, Tony Stark is Iron Man. Kate, this man is the core value of the Stark Group. He looked at Kate's face, and said word by word, as long as Tony is here, the contacts and influence of the Stark Group will never be weakened, but will be constantly strengthened because he can bring benefits to too many people. Kate realized something. Sir, you mean? On the delicate and fair face, there was a look of thought. After the Stark Group gives up the arms business, it will gain more contacts and influence in other fields, and the military doesn't even dare to offend him. That's right. Lin nodded. Tony is a man with a mortal body comparable to a god, although managing contacts has never been his strong point. But he has small chili peppers. It can not only develop the group business, but also maintain personal connections. With the perfect combination of the two, the future of Stark Group is limitless. But even so, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Kate still has some doubts. I'm afraid the official will not give up targeting the Second World because of Stark Group's holding, right? After all, if Mutant is allowed to earn a huge amount of wealth through Oasis, it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. You still don't understand. Lin sighed softly. This is a country where capital is paramount. As long as you are willing to spend money, let alone break a contract, the top law firms in the entire Eagle Sauce country will work around the clock to help us find countless legal provisions and sue us. Officials maliciously suppress private companies. This is a typical Eagle Sauce feature. As long as the money is enough, there are countless lawyers in this country who dare to fight against the authorities, forming an impenetrable legal firewall around the Second World. And Lin has never been stingy with money for this kind of thing. Kate's complexion suddenly became weird. Use the rule to defeat the rule. This is what Lin once said to her. She didn't really understand the meaning until now. Sir, I heard that the salary of employees in the second world is much higher than that of similar positions, which has resulted in countless top talents wanting to join. Kate hesitated for a while, and said, if your funds are not sufficient, I can find a way. Thank you for your kindness, Kate. Lin picked up the red wine glass, touched this full woman lightly, and then sighed softly, but now. I really don't need money. In fact, he has been spending a lot of money recently. Most of the 2 billion funds raised in the stock market were invested in the operation of the Second World Company. With Stark Group's factories all over the world, game equipment is produced day and night. It is conservatively estimated that at least 1.5 billion has been spent on this aspect. Then there is Zhao Heilan's Cradle of Life project. The investment in the first phase is as high as 500 million. Mr. Lan's laboratory has an initial investment of 100 million. Dr. Banner's laboratory purchased various equipment, and it also cost 3 or 4 billion. Although, Lin went to Wakanda and made a business that did not lose money but made a lot of money, but the profit was not too much. A transaction once every 3 months can only bring tens of millions of profits. All these things add up to make ends meet. But Lin isn't worried at all. Because not long ago, he accepted the capital injection from the third shareholder, White Queen. These girls are really rich. After in-depth communication, Lin found out that the background of White Queen Emma Frost is not worse than that of Professor X originally. She had a huge family property. Later, she co-founded Hellfire Club with Black King Sebastian Shaw. It's an astonishing amount of money. You know, the core group of Hellfire Club is mutant, but the peripheral members are all rich and powerful plutocrats or elites. Tony's father, Howard Stark, is a typical example. Such a group of people gather together and exchange what they need, and originally can create countless opportunities to make money. The White Queen participated in it, and the wealth skyrocketed. Although after being arrested, all her assets on the surface were dealt with by the authorities, but how could it be possible for a person like her to only have that little wealth on the surface? After knowing Lin's plan, perhaps because of her support for Guan Beiji, or because she is optimistic about the future of the Second World, she spent $3 billion without any hesitation. Like Professor X and Stark Group, each holds 10% of the shares. So today, Lin no longer needs to worry about money. As the time for Oasis to be officially launched is getting closer, he will even soon become a person who has no concept of money. 2. Kate Mara was a little disappointed when she heard the words, but she immediately laughed and said, "For sir, how can there be any problems with a mere amount of money?" When she said this, there was obvious reverence and admiration in her eyes. Intense and almost indestructible. At the moment, if Professor X is present, you will definitely notice that her gaze is almost exactly the same as that of Moram Mactag. Apparently, she's also one of Lin's magic apprentices. Kate, don't talk about these annoying things. For this magic apprentice, Lin valued it far more than Mora, not only because she was younger, but also because her magic talent was quite good. Therefore, Lin intends to focus on training. He put away his joking look, and said seriously, "The protagonist today is you. Since what happened last time, your life in the federal court has been difficult, right? This is a very normal thing. Although the current wind direction is not so malicious to mutant. But Kate is in the official system, and it can be said that she is on the side of mutant openly, so she will naturally be excluded, and there will definitely be people who want to expel her. There are definitely troubles, but I'm not a small character who can be manipulated by others." Kate heard Lin's concern, her face flushed, and she smiled slyly, "Since what happened last time, my current reputation is getting better every day." Lin nodded. For a judge, social fame is obviously a very useful 0.6 weapon. Don't worry, the days of fighting alone are over. He shook his head, and his eyes flashed brightly. During this period of time, you should know all the potential stocks in the political circle that need help, right? Oasis will be released soon, and by then, Lin will gain unimaginable wealth. The infiltration plan is on the agenda too. Yes, sir. Kate smiled sweetly, flicked her slender fingers on her forehead, and her thoughts immediately connected with Lin. Mr. James, whose son was rescued by Wolverine at the Hammer Fair, has had a change in attitude towards mutants since then. Reed Strack, the district attorney, is in charge of mutant cases and is quite repulsive to mutant, but he doesn't know that his son and daughter are mutant. One name after another appeared in Lin's mind, accompanied by detailed information. Lin nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said that the performance of the two magic apprentices, Mora and Kate, made him quite satisfied. Therefore, he was looking forward to the official release of Oasis. Yes. His research and development of Oasis has never been just to make money, nor is it to collect and train the mutants of Chuanchikang. More importantly, find more people with magical abilities. Chapter 87 Jin Bin's Invitation. Needless to say, it was a pretty enjoyable date. Lin had a rare relaxation, put everything aside temporarily, and concentrated on tasting the wine and food. If he wanted, after the date, he could even have an intimate mentor-apprentice session with Kate Mara, the famous beauty of the federal court. But unfortunately, this atmosphere did not last until the end. The sudden appearance of the restaurant manager interrupted their dinner. "Mr. Lin, if you excuse me." The polite elderly gentleman, with an impeccable smile on his face, put an invitation on the table of the two Lins and said, "The owner of our restaurant would like to invite you to participate in the entrepreneurship conference held tonight. Please enjoy the exchange meeting." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Kate, and added, "If Ms. Mara needs anything else, I'll ask the kitchen to make it right away." "Definitely, our boss will pay for this dinner." Kate was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head, "No, thank you." "Then I wish you two a pleasant meal, and I won't bother you." The manager stepped back politely. "Gentlemen." Kate looked at Lin and asked doubtfully, "I haven't heard of any large-scale entrepreneur exchange meeting recently. Could it be a small scale? But why are you detailing the invitation letter here? Most importantly, why did you give it to Lin?" 24. Oasis has not been officially launched, and the Second World Company has not yet started to make a profit. The reputation of Lin as the president has spread. This is obviously not a formal exchange meeting. Lin picked up the invitation and opened it. A strange smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Contract twisting entrepreneur exchange meeting. He really didn't expect that he would get in touch with a famous villain just by going out for a casual meal. That's right, the signature on this invitation letter is Wilson Faith. Gold. The famous overlord of the underworld. It is said that 40% of the criminal activities in Twisted City come from Jinbing, and almost all underground businesses such as drugs and smuggling have to obtain his consent if they want to enter Xinjiahu City. Such a supervillain actually calls himself a family? Also, on behalf of the Association of Entrepreneurs who twist the contract, send an invitation letter to yourself? Well, he seems to be an entrepreneur. Lin is going to start a company after the contract, and he definitely knows Jinbing, so he knows that Jinbing seems to have been washed very white in recent years. Wilson Faith seems to be a successful businessman in the eyes of the public. This restaurant, apparently, is one of his tiny businesses. And from Kate's mouth, Lin even knew an amazing news: Wilson Faith is secretly planning recently, and wants to participate in the mayor's campaign. And this thing? Lin's interest was immediately raised. This is undeniable talent. In the world's gangsters, how many gangsters can be selected from black to white? And according to the memory of his previous life, he seems to have succeeded in the end. It's just that this famous mayoral candidate doesn't seem to respect the guests he invites very much. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. The so-called exchange meeting was obviously held temporarily, and Lin was not even given any time to prepare. The visitor is not kind. Lin wiped her mouth, stood up slowly, and glanced at the purple dress on Kate Mara. I hope the specifications of this exchange meeting will not insult this expensive dress. My clothes, this is not for this inexplicable exchange meeting. Kate's eyes were like silk, she got up naturally, and reached out to take Lin's arm. The venue of the exchange meeting is not far away, it is nearby. Obviously chosen for Lin's sake. The two of them were not in a hurry, and walked towards their destination while strolling. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already 10 o'clock. So, when Lin and Kate walked into this high-end social place called Terrace Club under the guidance of the waiter, they saw unfriendly faces. 3 hours. Jin Bin, who is extremely strong and looks like a huge piece of meat, leans on a luxurious sofa, and locks Lin's eyes like a wolf. Mr. Lin, you have spent 3 hours for a 10-minute journey. Any questions? Lin was slightly puzzled. Jin Bing obviously knows that he is the president of the second world, so he can naturally guess that he has something to do with mutant. In this case, his attitude, does he not take mutant seriously at all? Who gave him confidence? Or is it that he, as the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract, has long been accustomed to this aggressive posture? When Mr. Faith sent me the invitation letter, he never asked me if I was free tonight. Lin didn't even look at Jin, and took Kate to the opposite sofa to sit down. Then he looked at the other people in the room. Yes. There are only a few people in this so-called contract-breaking entrepreneur exchange meeting. Norman Osborne, chairman of the Osborne Group. Compared to Jin Bin, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa on the left was obviously more polite. I never thought Mr. Lin would be so young. On the other side of this sofa is a slightly younger man, Victor Von Doom, the president of the Doom Group. On the right side of Lin, on the wide sofa was only a skinny old woman, holding a cane, as if she would run out of fuel at any moment. You can call me Mrs. Gao. Lin was a little surprised, but also a little speechless. What kind of entrepreneurial exchange meeting is this, a twisted contract? In the small room, Jin Bin, Green Goblin, Dr. Doom, Hand and one of the 5 fingers gathered, 4 heavyweight villain bosses. Other than them, there is no music, no dance floor, no hot and beautiful women, not even a fucking buffet. Ugh. Lin let out a long sigh, glanced at Kate apologetically, then glanced at the 4 people present and said, Chong Yemanman, don't waste each other's time, if you have something to do directly. Jin Bing and the 4 of them looked at each other indiscriminately. We know that Mr. Lin is the president of Second World Technology Corporation. Jin Bing spoke slowly, not talking nonsense. Recently, the Oasis game has launched a pioneer experience plan, and the response around the world has exceeded expectations. If there are no accidents, after the official launch, there will definitely be hot all over the world. So, as well-known entrepreneurs who have broken the contract, we want to cooperate with the second world. At the moment, if another person hears this, there is a high probability that they will laugh out loud. How can there be such cooperation in this world? How can there be such a business? But Lin didn't smile. For this, he had already guessed. He leaned on the sofa, and said with a half-smile, what is the cooperation? The second world is a game company. Among the group businesses, is there any game-related one? Not before, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Jin Bing at the moment was not angry anymore, and looked full of sincerity, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to share the agency rights of Oasis with us. As soon as the words came out, Kate couldn't help but glanced at Lin's side face. Sure enough, in a society where capital is paramount, interests are everything. This is the wolf-smelling meat. Hurry up! Chapter 88 You Don, T really think? I dare not kill people, do you? Lin smiled. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. The world of Oasis has only just released the demo version, and its immeasurable market potential has already been seen by countless interested people. The 4 people in front of them obviously wanted to step in. They are very clear that this kind of product beyond the times means countless banknotes. What's more, this pioneering experience plan has clearly revealed the ambition of the Second World. This newly established company is not satisfied with opening up the market step by step, and ready to be released worldwide simultaneously. This kind of behavior, placed on any company, is undoubtedly an extremely stupid strategy. However, Oasis has unparalleled quality and potential, and among the shareholders of Second World, there are the world's top consortiums like Stark, and under the combination of powerful forces, they have the ability and confidence to swallow the global market. But even so, things in the business field have never been so simple. So many countries around the world. There are so many consortiums, forces, gangsters, and criminal organizations in every country. Which one will not be jealous? Therefore, for Second World companies, the best strategy is to let go of agency rights and choose some powerful partners with great energy in various countries and regions. In other words, everyone earns money together. And Jinping's reason is also very sincere. The technological content of Oasis is far ahead of the times. Looking at the world, except for the Stark Group, there are probably few who can provide technical assistance, but, can give Oasis. The release of Oasis has caused trouble, but there are not a few. We also know that Mutant is behind Second World Corporation, but now, although Mutant's situation has improved, there is only one new Xavier's school after all. Mutants are also a minority group after all. How much can we do about this problem? It's impossible to have a team of X-Men stationed in every city, right? And these? We can all help out. It has to be said that he deserves to be the overlord of the underworld who can control the underground world. His way of doing business, though simple, is not brutal. Benefits and threats are on the table respectively. As long as Lin is willing to make concessions and let them obtain agency rights in certain countries and regions, the Second World can get a lot of money, and at the same time, it can save a lot of trouble. Definitely, how much of this so-called trouble comes from themselves? I don't know. Lin thought about it and found it made sense. After all, Second World is just a newly established company. Although it is developing regardless of cost, it lacks foundation after all. If it encounters problems in the sale in certain countries, it really lacks the ability to deal with it. The simplest thing is that Oasis is selling well in a certain city, but the sales point is harassed and destroyed by gangsters all day long. The disease of scabies can also make people feel anxious. Understood. Lin nodded, looked at the eyes of Jinping and the others, but did not hide her sarcasm. You guys are worthy of doing big business, and they are clearly seeking cooperation from the Second World. How can we? It seems that there is no room for rejection at all. Kim remained silent. Norman Osborn said with a smile, Mr. Lin was joking, we definitely came here with a certain amount of sincerity. Mrs. Gao said directly in Chinese, for business, Mr. Lin must be able to understand the principle that cooperation will benefit both and division will harm both. Victor Doom held a glass of red wine and looked at Lin with a half smile. Divide two evils. Lin's smile grew brighter. The implication is that if he refuses to agree, he may have to face some bad consequences. He sighed softly, I'm really curious, since you guys know about the relationship between the Second World and Mutant, and you dare to talk about cooperation in this way, aren't you afraid that I'll gather a group of mutants and kill you all? He didn't just talk casually, but really didn't understand. It seems that in this world, there are always many people, not just the four in front of me, have an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that they can compete with super ability people. One is not too many, and a group is not afraid. Where did he get the confidence to feel that those with super abilities are weak and deceitful? Let's just talk about the four in front of me. Madame Gao was born in Kunlun and has the energy of Qi. Lin didn't sense any power fluctuations either. In other words, he has not yet become heroine of destruction. These four people, at best, control a huge wealth empire. Facing ordinary people, they definitely don't have to be scruples about tricks, but facing the second world who obviously has a mutant background, how dare they be so intimidating? What do you think? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The four of Jinbing exchanged glances silently, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. But to Lin's surprise, they didn't have the slightest fear. Not so, not so. Norman Osborn coughed lightly, and said with a polite smile, "We are all businessmen, and for businessmen, making money is the first priority. Even if the business cannot be negotiated, there is no grudge between us and Mutant. How can it be impossible to make trouble to that extent?" He paused, and then added, "Besides, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has been established, and any crime committed by Mutant will be wanted by the X-Men." He didn't finish his sentence. But Lin had already figured it out, and was involuntarily stunned for a moment. After a long time of trouble, is this different from the past? Since Mutant chose to integrate into the rules, he must be bound by the rules in his actions, so he can't be as unscrupulous as before? You are already a good man, so you can't use the knife at will. Hee. For a moment, Lin felt a sense of irony. Kate beside her also looked weird. In the spiritual link between the two, she heard her teasing laughter. "Sir, is this another way to use rules to defeat rules?" Lin was speechless. "It's not that I feel like I'm in a cocoon. These four people in front of them are indeed smart people. From the recent chaotic series of events, they can see that Mutant is actively integrating into human society, so they believe that Mutant will not use super abilities to kill people unscrupulously. B. You are not good people. Do you have a misconception about who you are? Mutant really wants to deal with you, is it a crime? Do not just fight crime. Understood." Lin suddenly found it quite interesting. He leaned on the sofa, folded his arms and looked at Jin Bin. "Mr. Faith K is indeed right. Mutants are a minority group after all, and it is indeed difficult to deal with the endless small troubles around the world, but, you guys, is it possible? If I remember correctly, Mr. Faith K is known as the overlord of the underworld, but he is only limited to Twist City, right? There are a few others." He glanced at Osborn and others. "Your group business has already opened up to various countries in the world. Negotiations have reached this level, and these words obviously mean that they are loose." Jinbing and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Although my sites are all contracted, the smuggling channels are all over the world." Jinbin was the first to speak. "If Mr. Lin is willing to open up the agency, then I think the entire American state should have no problems. Madame Gao is also full of confidence. I can handle everything in Asia. I have some business in Australia." Victor Doom said with a smile, "As long as I sign, the business focus of the Doom Group will be transferred there." Osborn's expression was extremely humble. "The Osborn family actually has the blood of the British nobles. Good guy. This is even the land is divided. Poor Africa, where Wakanda is located, there is no candidate. Do you think that people in that place can't afford the game equipment of Oasis? Okay." Under Kate's surprised gaze, Lin didn't even agree with the slightest hesitation. The next moment, under the eyes of Jinbing and the other four who couldn't restrain their excitement, he slowly raised a hand. "Of what kind?" and pointed, "Agency fee." As soon as these words came out, the youngest Victor Dum immediately couldn't hold his breath and said, 100 million. Lin shook her head slowly. 1 billion. Jinbing spoke in a deep voice, and the expressions of the other three also sank slightly. But what they didn't expect was that Lin is still shaking her head. 10 billion. Per year. Saying these words word by word, Lin smiled slightly, took Kate's hand and stood up slowly. "There is no room for negotiation on this price, you can discuss it with me. If you are still interested, please feel free to contact me." He just walked away without the slightest hesitation. With a click, the door closed. The faces of the four people in the room became extremely gloomy in an instant. and the eyes of mafia heroes like Jinbing and Mrs. Gao even showed a cold chill in their eyes. However, what they didn't know was that the same light appeared in the eyes of Lin, who opened the door to leave. Even after the plan started, there hasn't been any bloodshed, which has given some people the illusion. What cats and dogs dare to bully you? They don't really think my methods are less aggressive than Magneto's. Don't you dare to kill people. Chapter 89, Sweeping Darkness and Evil in the American Comics World. I don't know how long it has been. He's playing us. In the suffocating silence, a roar suddenly sounded. Jinbing slapped the coffee table with both palms, stood up abruptly, and the heavy coffee table shattered with a bang. This matter will definitely not be left alone. Mrs. Gao returned to her ancient and calm posture, her withered face showed no expression. But under her crutches, the marble floor cracked at some point. It seems that we underestimated mutants' ambition. A look of thought appeared on Norman Osborn's face. Perhaps, they established Second World Company not just to make money. Anyway, the business is a failure. Victor Dumb's eyes were a little strange, but he didn't look angry at all. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Seeing him leaving as soon as he said it, Osborn had a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. It's not over yet. Come on, Mr. Hansburn. Victor Doom shrugged. The business of our Doom Group is not as deeply involved with the military as your Osborn Group. Since the business of Oasis is not involved, we can concentrate on operating the original business of the group. That's it. Why continue to offend those mutants? Listening to what he said, it seems that this exchange meeting is not that simple. Osborn's face darkened again. He was about to speak again when Victor Dumb turned and left. He didn't even say hello to Jinbing and Mrs. Gao. It's late 360. Osborn's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what to think of, so he got up and said, Faith K, Mrs. Gao, I'm going back first. What happened tonight, let's just pretend it didn't happen. Wait for him to open the door and leave. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao looked at each other. The latter suddenly sneered, they won't really spend 10 billion to buy a one-year agency, right? 10 billion a year, even if they can afford the money, how much can a continent's agency make in a year? Is it enough? Jin said with a blank face. Madame Gao fell silent. The Osborn Group's research and development of human body strengthening drugs is not going well. The military is very dissatisfied with this. If this continues, they will even lose other contracts with the military. However, this time they did not succeed. Jin is indeed a gangster who is keen on politics, and he seems to know a lot of secret things. It seems that the Osborn Group will be excluded from the military's recently increased investment list. What? Mrs. Gao snorted coldly. Super Soldier Project. Born in Kunlun, she seems to disdain things like becoming stronger through potions. Victor Doom wasn't as relaxed as he made it out to be. Jin didn't care about her attitude, and said to himself, the dumb group can develop to the scale it is today. I don't know how many political officials have been involved. He messed up the matter. Don't you need to go back and explain? A look of surprise appeared in Mrs. Gao's eyes. So, for what happened tonight, the two businessmen had another purpose. Instead, it was us two gangsters who really wanted to make money. I'm a businessman too. Jinbing glanced at her coldly. I might as well tell you, if tonight's matter is decided to draw an appointment for the mayor's seat, it will be one of my things. So you also have another purpose. Madame Gao looked at him without showing any sign of weakness. Unfortunately, that Lin has no intention of cooperating at all. Your mayor dream, shattered. Being ridiculed like this, Jinbing was not even angry. Everyone is the same, isn't it? He said indifferently. Hand and the association have been operating in the Foot Basin country for so many years, and they have long been indistinguishable from the officials, right? Didn't you get involved in this matter after receiving orders from headquarters? Mrs. Gao raised her eyebrows, and a cold breath came out from her body. But soon dispersed. It's meaningless to say this now. She laughed again abruptly, like a poisonous snake that has been dormant for hundreds of years. The next thing needs our sincere cooperation. If we don't cause trouble for the second world, that Lin may really think we were just scaring him. Definitely. Jin Bing also smiled. Many times, some small tricks that are not on the table can often achieve unexpected results. Madame Gao nodded, stood up and prepared to leave the pile. She looked like she was dying, but her actions were not affected in the slightest. The moment he opened the door, Jin Bin's reminder came from his ear, if mutant takes revenge, remember to leave evidence. Mrs. Gao responded without stopping. But unfortunately, she didn't take this step. So, there is someone behind you. On the sofa where Lin sat just now, a familiar figure seemed to appear out of thin air, and he applauded softly, that is to say, cooperation is only one of them. If you can't do it, then stimulate mutant to take revenge, and then leave evidence to destroy mutant's image. Bang! The door opened by Mrs. Gao is closed again. A strong wind hit her, causing her wrinkled face to tremble violently. At the same time, Jin Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, his body turned around suddenly, and he assumed a guard, Kfia, posture. You, unexpectedly. Madame Gao immediately turned her head, looked at Lin on the sofa, her face was gloomy. When will you? When did you sneak in? Lin's spiritual power enveloped the audience, seeing all the changes in her expression, and said with a smile, I have never left, so I heard all of your conversation just now. Seeing the change in Jin Bing's expression, he couldn't help sighing softly. You guys clearly know that you are facing a mutant, but why do you think it's better to ambush the gunman in the dark, install infrared equipment in the room, and add some traps? Can you guarantee your own safety? He made no secret of his banter. But Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao were speechless. Ka! Jin Bing clenched his fists tightly, making the sound of joints rubbing against each other. Obviously knowing that it is useless to talk too much, we are ready to fight. On the other side, Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed, and she was also about to activate her own ability. Lin has no desire to fight them at all. To be honest, Kate told me during the meal before that under the current situation, human officials dare not blatantly attack mutant, but they will definitely not let the second world develop unscrupulously. He acted as if no one was there, and said with a trace of surprise in his eyes, I am very aware of this, but I didn't expect that their method would be through you. The people behind you really want to make money. If the cooperation fails, the group wants to turn against each other. This question was naturally asked of Jin Bing. When Jin Bing heard the words, he seemed to feel that his attitude was a bit strange. After thinking about it, he replied, definitely for making money, Mr. Lin, with your wisdom, it should be easy to understand. Not monolithic. Understood. Lin understood, and continued to ask, then, can you please Mr. Faith to tell me the names of those who want to cooperate with the second world to make money? Since you want money, why do you have to be so sneaky? You can come to me directly. Kim does definitely not utter a single name. He wants to run for mayor, and he can't do without the help of any one of them. For those people, participating in the Oasis project to make money through a white glove, and accepting bribes from mutant above board are two completely different things. Therefore, as long as one of these names is leaked from Jin Bing's mouth, his end will be miserable. Jin Bing is a person who is extremely passionate about money and power, and has great enthusiasm for politics, so until the last moment, he will never give up his political dreams, and naturally he will not give up the background contacts that have been in business for many years. Lin saw it. I couldn't help but pouted. Profit touches people's hearts, power charms their eyes. It seems that those super abilities you met before were so gentle that they gave you the illusion of you're good at it. He sighed with emotion, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Boom! Jin Bin only heard a loud roar, and the ground under his feet collapsed instantly, and the marble, masonry and soil all disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only a dark abyss. The unsupported body fell on the spot. The same goes for Mrs. Gao on the other side. Whether it is the original super ability or the chi learned from Kunlun, there is no room for development at all. The abyss seems endless, and it will never fall to the bottom. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment, and an unprecedented panic surged in my heart. At this moment, Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao finally realized that Lin was different from all other mutants. At the end, they are not qualified to fight back at all. You guys, have you ever heard of sweeping black and evil? A voice like a devil's crooning sounded directly from the depths of the soul. To eradicate evil and evil, it is natural to cut grass and roots. 6 Ring Magic Soul Domination. Chapter 90 Destruction. The true power of mutant. The night is getting darker, and the moon is in the sky. Most of the people in Twisting City have fallen asleep. However, for those gangsters, now is obviously a lively time: smuggling, drug trafficking, robbery, murder. Countless lively things are happening in every corner. As the overlord of the underground world, Lao Dan is different from all gang leaders. This is a 30-story high-end office building. Obviously, Jin Bin, who is passionate about politics, hopes to separate himself from the evils of the underground world. He is still the underworld overlord who does all kinds of evil, but in the daytime, he is a successful businessman. Under the cover of the night, a figure swayed between the buildings and successfully landed on the top floor of the building. Tonight is the time to put the experience accumulated in dealing with criminal forces in the world of Oasis into action. A slightly excited voice came from under Gwen Spider's hood. As a newly promoted superhero, she has quite strong strength, but she is only a college student after all, and her experience in dealing with criminals is seriously lacking, so that for a long time before, she always stopped some criminal acts belatedly. I even suffered a lot of losses in the middle. But it's different now. Through brushing copies of Oasis again and again, she gradually realized 10 truths in the process of dealing with gangsters countless times. It is meaningless to always entangle with some small people. To fight crime, take the initiative. Only by solving the leader of the criminal group and obtaining decisive evidence can the entire group be dismantled in one fell swoop. So she is here today. In the building under your feet is the headquarters of Jin Bing Group. It seems that they are all legitimate businesses on the surface, but in fact, there must be hidden secrets that no one knows. Call. Gwen took a breath slowly, and cheered herself softly, "Be careful, don't disturb anyone, I can." As she spoke, she was about to take action when she suddenly had a shock. In danger. Reminded by spider telepathy, she quickly looked in the direction of the source of the crisis, and saw not far from the front right, a ray of light suddenly appeared, walking out of it like a door. Gwen and the other party were stunned at the same time, obviously they didn't expect to meet other people here. Looking at each other, 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Phoenix! Spider-Man! For the recently famous X-Men, Gwen naturally knew it, so she recognized it immediately, and it was Phoenix Jean Grey who made the voice. And Spider-Man has also been on TV, so Phoenix also recognized it. There was a strange look in his eyes. "You are also here to deal with Jin Bing. And also..." Gwen keenly caught the point. Phoenix pondered for a while, exchanged eyes with several other people, then looked at Gwen again, and said tentatively, "How about, together?" "What?" Gwen looked bewildered and nodded subconsciously. Phoenix didn't talk nonsense, first raised his hand and threw out 4 metal discs emitting a faint light. Adsorbent was at the 4 corners of the building, and then his left hand protruded. The locked door on the roof opened with a bang. Gwen was taken aback. "We want to collect evidence of Jin Bin's crime, so don't make too much noise. Don't worry, from now on, nothing that happened in this building will be spread." A strange look appeared on Phoenix's face. He shook his head and laughed. "Besides, we are not here to collect evidence. As X-Men, we are definitely here to arrest people." After the voice fell, She had already passed through the door first. Several others followed. Arrests. Under the spider hood, Gwen's expression was full of shock and astonishment, but she still followed. Soon, she knew that she was shocked too early. These 5 people. It's really here to attack Jin and headquarters. They actually sat in the elevator in their spare time and went down day by day. First of all, the top floor, here is Jin Bing's office, which is obviously the most likely place to hide confidential information, but Phoenix and the others didn't stop at all. Because there is no one here. When they got to the next floor, they met a group of elites from Jinhee Group and asked, "Who?" "I come." Before Phoenix could move, an excited voice sounded behind her. Gwen felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and the burly men who appeared in sight all lay on the ground and moaned. Then, doors opened one after another, and exclamations sounded from inside. Cursing, Yuan Hao. These sounds were like war horns, and soon rang through the entire building. Call. Another gust of wind blew by. Gwen narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the figure that disappeared just now reappeared behind Phoenix. The other party was dressed in a black leather jacket, tall and slender, with stern eyes. Seemingly aware of Gwen's gaze, the other party smiled coldly. "Callisto, you can also call me Nightmare." Moving at supersonic speed. Gwen's heart skipped a beat, and she vaguely sensed the other party's super ability. "Callisto, you are moving too fast, and you are causing me trouble." Polaris Lorna Dane with short green hair said something displeased. She took out a pair of glasses from her arms and put them on. "Alice, scan the bidders." "Clear." A female voice came out of the glasses. Gwen was amazed that Luna had already stepped out of the crowd. Her eyes flicked over the thugs lying on the ground and howling, and every time she paused for a while, the ubiquitous metal products in the room suddenly twisted and turned into handcuffs one by one, restraining the target. Then, he flicked his hands at will, and dozens of locked targets were destroyed. Blinking Clarice stood up, and with a flick of her hands, small portals appeared below the target. The sound of bang and bang was endless, and dozens of targets disappeared. Gwen could see clearly that behind each of the transmissions was clearly the rooftop that everyone had just met. "These people are..." She opened her mouth involuntarily. "All the people above the middle level in the Jinhee group are murderers, arsonists, drug dealers, and smugglers with bloody hands." Behind Phoenix, Shadowcat, who took pictures of this scene with his mobile phone, explained to her casually, "These scumbags can only spend the rest of their lives in prison." Gwen trembled. Not shocked by the means of these female mutants. But looking at this posture, they seem to know Jinjing's criminal group very well, and they seem to have countless evidences, and they seem to want to wipe out Jinjing group. This guess was soon confirmed. Next level. Next level. The next level. Phoenix sits in the center, Polaris and Nightmare take action, Blink is responsible for sending the arrested people to the rooftop, and Shadowcat is responsible for filming the material of the arrest operation. Ask for flowers. In just half an hour, they actually killed the entire building from top to bottom. During this process, none of the thugs could stand still, either their legs were broken by the quick impact kick of the Night Walker, or the bullets controlled by Polaris shot through their knees. As if they were in their own home, they easily found the hidden elevator on the next floor and came to the hidden underground base. Obviously, this is Jin Bin's real lair. And that's their real goal. Da-da-da-da-da. As soon as the elevator door opened, countless bullets poured in. With Gwen's perception, he heard strange tearing air sounds amidst the whistling bullets. Finally, it's not just some miscellaneous fish. The night girl rushed out happily. At the same time, Phoenix's gaze had already passed over a kind of thug who was shooting, and locked onto the figures behind them. Bullseye, Prowler, Cyborg, Mutant. Lin is really right. Kim hired a lot of mutants to work for him. Who is Lin? This idea just popped up in Gwen's mind. Phoenix and Polaris have been shot at the same time. On the other side, Hand and Will New York base outside. The night wind was blowing, and it was full of chills. Daredevil Matt Murdock held his guide stick and said with a confused look, "You really don't want to help? Let me be a blind man and go to Longton Tigerwood alone? Madame Gao isn't here, it's just a bunch of scumbags inside." Wolverine held a cigar in her mouth, and lit the fire by herself. "You have been fighting with them for so long, and you know each other so well, and it's a surprise attack again, can't you handle it?" Daredevil was speechless. "I don't have the self-healing ability like you, and you haven't dealt with those ninjas from the Hand and meeting." He talked for a long time, but didn't get any response from Wolverine, so he couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I don't have any preparations. Actually, I'm not ready either." Wolverine puffed out the smoke ring, stopped joking, and said seriously, "Matt, you are just an adjunct professor at the New Xavier's school, this action has nothing to do with you, Lin is just out of respect, let me tell you. Actually, you don't have to participate at all." Daredevil fell silent. He definitely can't wait outside. After so many years in Hell's Kitchen, he was determined to fight crime. His biggest opponents were hands and clubs, and the hatred between them had already penetrated deep into his bones. The matter of destroying hands and meetings. How could he not participate? During the recent period, he has a very clear understanding of the strength of Xavier's school, so he is very clear that if he does not come tonight, he will have no chance to deal with opponents and meetings in the future. So what I just said was just a joke, to ease my nervousness. The sworn enemy who has fought for many years will disappear forever after today. He was inevitably in a trance, and thought he was dreaming. Give me half an hour. Matt Murdock took a deep breath, and although his eyes were dull, a blazing radiance burst out. We will never delay your hand and meeting headquarters. Okay. Wolverine patted him on the shoulder, nodding solemnly. Behind him, Poppy Iceman, Colossus, and Sunspot stood solemnly. In the eyes, the color of excitement flickers wildly. I have been dormant for many days, but I never thought that the first battle would kill Shang Shao and the headquarters in the Foot Basin country. They can't wait to be with. Chapter 91. If I give it, you can take it, but if I don't, give it to you, you can, grab it. It's still the same room, and the same three people. Lin leans back on the sofa. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao seem to have just been fished out of the water, lying on the ground sweating profusely, and the look of horror on their faces has not faded until now. You devil! Jin Bing's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He can become the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract. He has experienced many dangers and killings, but there has never been a moment when he was more terrified like just now. In fact, his body was not harmed in any way. But his soul dominated. Like a person locked in a small dark room, looking at an identical self outside, standing in front of Lin like a puppet, no matter what the other party asks, he will always ask. Who are the people under his command, how many dens are there in total, what sites and channels are in his hands? Who is responsible for drug trafficking and who is responsible for killing? Where is the wealth accumulated over the years hidden, how is it dispersed, and how is it laundered? This time coercion and temptation to get involved in the business of Oasis, who is behind the 887 intention? Everything. All his secrets were spoken out by himself. That feeling was 100 times, 1,000 times more uncomfortable than stripping him naked and putting him on the street, being pointed at by everyone. At that moment, he even felt that as long as Lin said something, he would raise his hands and slap his head to pieces. Jin Bing finally understands, the superheroes you met in the past are all too gentle. What does it mean? The man in front of me. Worse than the demons in hell. Because he didn't take his own life, but waved his hand, and several light curtains appeared on the wall, replaying the process of the phoenix and the others sweeping his lair. He actually let himself watch his underworld empire collapse overnight. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for giving Mutant a chance to gain reputation. Lin looked calm, and didn't care about Jin Bing's cursing. The biggest gang in the contract, have you tortured many people these years? When they see the news, will they worship Jean? Teams of X-Men appeared in the light curtains on the wall. The team headed by Storm is composed of 6 students who are about to graduate, including Pyroman John and Bishop. The members of the Cyclops team are Nightcrawler and 5 adult freshmen. One is Thunderbird, which has super strength, speed and defense, and strong perception, which is equivalent to the collection of acute eyes and acute ears. One is that beautiful dreams can manipulate people's memories. In addition, there are 3 Cuckoo sisters, all of whom have rare telepathy ability, and they can be used in combination, which has great potential. With the cooperation of several people's respective abilities, Jin Bing's second largest base in New York was breached without any suspense, and soon suffered a devastating blow. On the other side, Siren also brought a team. The members were Multiple Man, Arclight, and Juggernaut. Both are powerful mutants that have appeared in the movie. Gambit also became the captain of a team of X-Men, with 6 members including Angel, Eclipse, manipulating light, Impulse, releasing pulse waves, and Reva, emitting high-frequency ultrasonic waves from the mouth. Of all the X-Men teams, Mystique's team was the easiest. Relying on her completely flawless transformation ability, she broke into the base easily by herself, and then broke out again in just 10 minutes. "Teacher, we can't get exercise like you." Several of her team members looked at each other in blank dismay, helpless. Looking at these scenes, Jin didn't understand that Lin actually regarded the underworld empire that destroyed him as the training ground for new members of the X-Men. This made him extremely desperate, but at the same time extremely angry. He didn't know where the strength came from, so he suddenly sat up straight and stared at Lin. "The X-Men's law enforcement power is only for mutant, you are so unscrupulous, and you kill people openly, you are not afraid of violence. What are you afraid of?" Lin glanced at him lightly. "X-Men is law enforcement, some criminals resisted arrest and were killed on the way, what's the problem?" The expression on Jin Bing's face suddenly froze. "You still don't understand." Lin sighed softly. "After the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, X-Men has the power to enforce the law for any criminal activities involving mutant. Your Bullseye and Prowlers. None of them are mutants." Jin Bin turned pale, but subconsciously shouted, "The mutants you found in the building have nothing to do with me. You said it wasn't it?" There was a sneer at the corner of Lin's mouth. "Okay, even if they are not, even if your subordinates really don't have a single mutant. What about you?" Jin was stunned. "I have even the slightest relationship with mutant? You are a man with more than 90% of the muscles in your body. You can punch through a wall with a single punch." Lin stood up and looked at him condescendingly, facing the iron-clad facts. "You told me that you are just an ordinary person? If you tell me that, who will believe it? I was training." Jin didn't speak half, and the whole person couldn't restrain his trembling. He finally understood what Lin meant. It is true that the Mutant Affairs Bureau only has law enforcement powers against mutants, but because of this, as long as the X-Men recognizes you as a mutant, you are a mutant. Not two. It turns out that this is the real reason why you seek to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. For a while, Jin Bing only felt that he had discovered a terrible truth, but when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing unusual. Politicians and conspirators among human beings have long used this method to death. Perhaps because of this, those people didn't even realize that, in theory, the Mutant Affairs Bureau can intervene in any official affairs unscrupulously through this method. Wrong. Jin Bing said tremblingly, "Is it a mutant? It depends on whether there is an X gene in the body. So, you people have never really understood mutant." Lin looked at him with pity. 90% of the people in the world have the X gene in their bodies, and mutant just activates this gene. Jin Bing collapsed on the ground again, completely speechless. An extremely intense regret welled up in my heart. Number 2. Why do you want to provoke this person? It was obviously just a simple temptation, but it brought disaster upon myself. The underworld empire established after decades of struggle has become a stepping stone for Mutant to improve his prestige. To tell you the truth, tomorrow morning, you will show up at the gate of the NYPD. Together with your subordinates, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Lin has always been above board in doing things, and she actually confessed her plan frankly. At the same time, the evidence of your crimes over the years, the names of those who instructed you to get involved in Oasis, and the ulterior motives between you and the transaction, will be handed over to them together. Jin looked at him in disbelief. Those people behind me, you shouldn't. I'm supposed to find them, send them money, and make them Mutants' official internal allies, right? Lin smiled and shook her head. As if talking to himself, he murmured softly, if Mutant wants to give it, they can definitely take it, but if I don't give it to them, they can't take it, this is the rule. Jin Bing looked at Lin blankly as if struck by lightning. In a daze, 4.8 he actually felt that the young mutant in front of him was more like a gangster overlord than himself, a gangster overlord whose strength was 100 times stronger than himself, and his methods were 100 times more ruthless than himself. Ha ha ha, you didn't kill us. Mrs. Gao, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. It seems that we are not wrong. If Mutant wants to integrate into the rules, he must also be bound by the rules. You actually want to hand us over to NYPD? Ha 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 ha. The way she looked at Lin was filled with viciousness and hatred as thick as substance. Obviously already crazy. Don't worry, you're all going to die, this is a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Lin looked at this old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, with a look of disgust in her eyes. It's just that before you die, you need to bring out the last bit of value. In addition, he knelt down slowly, and said to Mrs. Gao word by word, I am very glad that the headquarters of your hand and society are in the Foot Basin country. Because of this, I don't have any psychological burden for this meteorite storm. Chapter 92 The Strength of the Mutant Bureau. Big event. The Mutant Affairs Bureau launched a thunderous anti-crime operation, and the X-Men wiped out about 112 gang dens overnight. The underworld empire collapsed overnight. A generation of hero Jin Bin. A businessman who focuses on charity? A politician running for the mayor? Or the leader of a criminal group who hides deep? Crazy crazy. X-Men caught too many criminals. NYPD says prisons are not enough. A breath of safety. The only day since the founding of New York City without gunfire and crime. The latest report from the front, X-Men handed over all the evidence in this case to Catherine Berget of the 17th Bureau. Before that, she became famous for cracking the assassination of the president. The reporter boldly predicted that after this case, she will become a strong contender for the director of the NYPD. The FBI commissioner rushed to the scene and reprimanded the X-Men for violating the law. Great gifts and special crabs. It wasn't just the Jinhee criminal group that was destroyed last night, a drug trafficking group called Shaohui was also uprooted, and the leader was sent directly to the NYPD. It is said that this organization does not do human trafficking business. There are rumors that the place where a meteorite fell from the sky in the Foot Basin country last night and caused a large number of casualties is the headquarters of the Hand and Society. It is rumored that this is an angry mutant who took revenge on this organization, but so far, no mutant has indicated that it is related to this matter. On the contrary, there are more than one terrorist organization, declaring responsibility for this. The next morning, the people in Twisted City had just woken up from their sleep when they were stunned by the ubiquitous news on the internet and on TV. What's the situation? No gunshots and crimes in the twisting party. Almost everyone's first reaction was to sneer. Living in such a city, who hasn't figured it out yet? How much glitz, mania, crime, and madness are hidden in the bustling surface of feasting and debauchery? Isn't this the normal state of 28 in New York City every day? Someday there is no crime news, but it will make people not get used to it. So, in just one night, the dating gang was wiped out in one go? Dreaming is not so outrageous, okay? This kind of thinking is almost a consensus among the people, but this time, after all, Mutant was involved, so most of them paid attention to it, and then came to X daily under the guidance of a series of news. I don't know when, the Mutant channel has updated another video. It turned out to be the scene of destroying 112 dens of the Jinhee group. Under Alice's editing, there are no bloody scenes of murder in the video, and the audience can only see that the X-Men are divided into 6 teams, shuttling between cities, and attacking criminal dens tirelessly. In almost every den, at least a dozen or as many as dozens of middle and high-level members of the gang were arrested. Then, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, they gathered at the gate of NYPD. Great Crab Special. 6 X-Men squads destroyed 112 criminal dens in one night. On average, a team can handle 18 or 9 of them. How long is it all in one night? What kind of efficiency is this? If people from NYPD and FBI have this kind of efficiency, how can there be so many criminals doing all kinds of crimes? It's no wonder that the air around today's appointment is so sweet and sweet. The other criminals must have been shocked and didn't dare to come out at all, right? The official establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is simply the wisest decision ever. X-Men, cool. A new round of internet frenzy was set off, and the citizens of the Twisted Date celebrated with each other, while people in other places expressed unparalleled envy and jealousy. Who lives in a city without gangsters and crime these days? If the city I live in can also fight against gangsters so efficiently, this thing definitely cannot disappear forever. But come to think of it, life in the future will be much safer than before? After this kind of speech appeared on the internet, it quickly won the support of countless people. As a result, more and more people collectively petitioned, hoping that the local government would cooperate with the X-Men to launch a thunderous campaign against gangsters and evil in their own city. From this moment on, the reputation of X-Men really spread throughout the entire continent. And the newly established Mutant Affairs Bureau has become known to everyone. This time, no one mentioned the mutant threat theory. The direction of the wind has completely reversed before you know it. You are exceeding your authority. In the conference room of the 17th Bureau of the NYPD, a large number of high-ranking officials gathered together, including the director of the General Bureau, the head of the FBI's contracting branch, and the commissioner of the mayor's office. Everyone's face was full of anger. Among them, even a state congressman. The authority of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is only for mutants, ordinary people's cases are not up to you. The head of the General Administration was extremely upset. Last time, the X-Men wanted to solve the assassination case of the president, so they solemnly went to the General Administration to ask him to send a detective to assist, which was regarded as a greeting. This time, it was fine to just arrest people, but they were sent to the 17th game. Obviously to give credit to Catherine Bergert. She's just a little superintendent. When is it her turn to call the shots at the NYPD? Thoughts flickered in his mind. The director stared at White Queen with burning eyes, knocked on the table and said, "Ms. Frost, there are some things that everyone knows well. To put it bluntly, even if Twist City is captured by gangsters, it will not be their turn. Come to your Mutant Affairs Bureau to intervene." "What are you doing now?" The White Queen leaned back on the chair leisurely. If in the past, someone dared to speak to her like this, she would have transformed into a diamond form and kicked the opponent away. But since being with Lin, she has also learned to reason. And she discovered that the matter of being reasonable. It's kind of fun. Director Cellas, you also said that we have the right to deal with all crimes related to mutant, didn't we? With a smile on her lips, she turned on the computer and projected images one by one. Aren't these people mutant? What's the problem if we take action? There are a lot of pictures, and some of them are indeed mutants. When the Phoenix team took action, they carried out a less violent resistance. In addition, there is also a bullseye training video. I saw him pick up the pens, cups, stones, and even a needle around him, throwing them out again and again, and every time he hit the target of the high-speed movement. In addition, there is a video of Jin Bin and his men punching. The terrifying tonnage and terrifying power made the ordinary people present shudder with fear. Gold is not a mutant. The special commissioner from the mayor's office was just about to speak. White Queen interrupted, Mr. Sanders knows him well. Or is there anyone among the ordinary people you know who has the same power as him? Commissioner Sanders immediately shut up. Even if Jin is not a mutant, you can only target him alone. The person in charge of the FBI's contract division said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, apart from the headquarters of the Jinhee group, the other 111 criminal dens you destroyed were all ordinary thugs and gangsters. Molecular. They are all ordinary people, but you have used super abilities on them, and even killed dozens of people. Among the hundreds of people captured, all of them were seriously injured. It's a crime. Regarding his accusation, White Queen just replied lightly. Mr. Smith, do you have any misunderstanding about the power of law enforcement? There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. If I remember correctly, when NYPD agents are operating, if they encounter guns and resist arrest, they have the right to kill them on the spot? You can only watch if you resist arrest. You. Smith's face was as gloomy as water. As the person in charge of the FBI's contract-twisting branch, he would definitely not be an idiot, so at this moment, like Jin Bin, he thought of the real purpose of the establishment of the Mutant Bureau. And he definitely knew that the reason why the White House agreed to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau was just a means to ease public opinion. The purpose is to buy more time to prepare for dealing with mutant. But regardless of the truth, the Mutant Bureau has finally been established. Law enforcement powers are officially recognized. Fuck. In his heart, he secretly cursed the idiots above who were eating vegetarian food, and on the surface he could only try his best to maintain calm. Even so, you have arrested all the middle and high-level members of the Jinbing group, and even found the criminal evidence of each of them. Why? Song has such a little money. Don't tell me that Jinbing Group controls more than half of the drug trafficking and smuggling transactions. After more than 10 years of accumulation, there is only such a small profit. He picked up a piece of material in front of him and slammed it heavily on the table. Since the Mutant Affairs Bureau is an official and legal institution, will the first action be full of private pockets? When the word spread, all the high-ranking officials in the conference room became serious. To put it bluntly, X-Men's action has been settled, and Jinhee Group has become history, which is an unchangeable fact. That being the case, reprimanding the Mutant Affairs Bureau for exceeding its authority and enforcing the law is nothing more than a means. What the officials must never give up is Jinbing's financial empire. Mr. Smith, what are you talking about? The White Queen looked at him in surprise. In this operation, all the stolen money found in the 112 dens was handed over to the NYPD. How dare you say that the X-Men have enriched themselves of? What? The other party laughed back angrily. More than 300 million in cash is really a lot of money, and it can probably be used for normal transactions, right? What about Jinbing's offshore account? And other funds he hides? How would I know this? White Queen looked foolish. You just said that our action was only aimed at the mutants, and we just destroyed the Jinbing Group's hideout. Now that Jinbing and those mutants have been arrested, our operation is over. If you want to know how much money he hid, go and try it yourself. What does this have to do with us? God is sorry, she didn't mean to ridicule or show off at all. But when Smith and others heard this, they were all furious, and they only felt the humiliation they had never experienced before. Kim En said he forgot. We even used Verita serum on him to make sure he wasn't lying but simply forgot. God knows what kind of expression he had on his face when he said these words. Anyway, his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire office, and that Mrs. Gao, she even confessed all the crimes committed by Han and Hui in New York, but she also forgot all about money. This can't be a coincidence. P.S. The FBI is. There is Verita serum, used in Ant-Man 2. Maybe they were hit so hard that they developed psychological problems. The White Queen completely ignored his snarl, without even moving an eyebrow. You should get them a psychiatrist instead of asking me, shouldn't you? As she spoke, she clapped her hands and stood up. Well, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has not left any of the people and evidence that should be handed over to NYPD, so the next thing has nothing to do with us. Ignoring the pair of fire-breathing eyes, she walked out with her bag in her hand. I still have to go to the White House to submit a report on combining with the police in various cities to launch an anti-crime operation. Proposal? Oh God, that's such a long name. The faces of everyone in the conference room changed drastically. You have no power. Before finishing speaking, White Queen suddenly turned her head. Sen Han's gaze seemed to whip up a gust of cold wind, blowing on everyone's faces. Everyone's breathing was slightly condensed. The Mutant Affairs Bureau is not just an official agency for breaking contracts. White Queen's patience was exhausted, and her words were not so polite. The FBI can set up branches in every state and city. We are just launching an anti-crime operation. Why not? The cold voice went straight to the bottom of my heart. Everyone was sweating coldly. They definitely know that the Mutant Bureau is directly under the White House and is at the same level as the FBI and CIA, but before that, no one took this department seriously. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood. The Mutant Bureau is not a decoration. Its strength has been undisguised from the beginning. Chapter 93, The Extraordinary World, officially opened. The sudden end of the Jinhe Group and the Hand Peace Conference seems to have opened the prelude to a new era. The Mutant Affairs Bureau complied with public opinion and launched a joint anti-crime and anti-evil operation with the police in various states and cities, and took vigorous action. The White House actually adopted a tacit attitude towards this. Countless people dropped their jaws in shock. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for the X-Men to gain fame. If this continues, it may not be long before Mutant can completely change his image, from a freak that everyone fears, to a human being. A hero that people admire. What do the officials think? Are you really ready to live in peace with Mutant? Or, are you waiting for an opportunity? The answer to this question, the vast majority of ordinary people don't care about it at all, but for some people, it is like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, making them sleep restlessly. Norman Osborn and Victor Doom are two of them. What's the matter? Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao, in the first half of the night, they threatened and lured us to get involved in the business of the Second World, and they were sent to NYPD in the second half of the night. Even Jin Bing's underworld empire also collapsed, and the headquarters of the Hand and Society also perished. I'm not dreaming, am I? When the two received the news, they subconsciously thought that they hadn't woken up yet and were in a terrible nightmare. But soon, they accepted the reality. 4 people jointly seek the agency rights of Oasis. The next day it was just the 2 of them. If this has nothing to do with Lin, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Therefore, the 2 of them spent the whole day in panic and fear, feeling that they would soon follow in the footsteps of Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao. However, to their great surprise, nothing happened. Lin seemed to have forgotten their existence, and had no intention of attacking them at all, or didn't take them seriously at all. For a moment, in addition to being terrified, the 2 also had a kind of anger after being ignored. This kind of anger, after spending money to dredge up and meet with Mrs. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao, turned into despair again. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao don't know them at all. This matter is not over yet. That Lin will never let me go. The 2 shivered and understood this almost at the same time. Never sit still. Norman Osborn is worthy of being a big self-made capitalist. A look of madness soon appeared in his eyes. The human body's strengthening potion is far from mature, but I have no time. At the same time, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Victor Dumb's mind. Hope your machine is built, read. What Norman Osborn and Victor Doom didn't know was that Lin, whom they were thinking of, also thought of the two of them in a flash. If Green Goblin and Dr. Doom are alive, will this world be more exciting? With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he quietly looked at the Asian man opposite him. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry I didn't hear what you said just now, can I trouble you to say it again? Mr. Lin, someone saw you near the site where the meteorite fell from the sky in the Foot Basin country. The FBI suspects that you are related to this incident. FBI high-level agent James Wu looked serious, with a business-like attitude. Does Mr. Lin need to explain this matter? Slander. Lin said without any hesitation, this is blatant slander. I was with Judge Kate Mara of the federal court that night. How could I appear in the footbath country thousands of miles away? I know very well, Mr. Lin, you are a mutant. James Wu said coldly, mutants' super abilities are all kinds of strange things. 6 teams of X-Men can destroy 112 dens of the Jinhe group overnight. It seems that there is no need to rush. Mr. Lin must have a way. Arriving in another country in a short period of time. The FBI doesn't need any evidence to handle the case now, it's all based on guesswork. Lin looked at him with interest. Or do you think that mutants' super ability is so powerful that it can control meteorites to fall from the sky? Other mutants may not be able to do it, but Mr. Lin you, not necessarily. James Wu's tone became heavier, and he suddenly leaned forward, covering Lin with oppressive eyes. Mr. Lin, as the president of Second World Company, is not only a mutant, but also possesses an epoch-making technology like Oasis. Some politicians in the government wanted to use Jinping to participate in the business of Oasis. That night, Jinping's underworld empire completely collapsed. The Mutant Bureau even dispatched new X-Men for this, a whole 6 teams. Only these, I have reason to doubt, Mr. Lin, your position in the mutant group is not simple. So, I contacted S.H.I.E.L.D through some relationships, and I found out that Mr. Lin's information was marked as confidential within S.H.I.E.L.D, and the confidentiality level was not higher than that of Professor X and Magneto. Lin was a little surprised. As the FBI, you are actually connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. In my impression, the Asian agent in front of me was able to be responsible for detaining Ant-Man later, and also participated in the Scarlet Witch blockade of the town. He is obviously an elite agent in the FBI. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Lin understood, S.H.I.E.L.D also needs talents, and they want to invite you, an elite agent of the FBI. James Wu did not answer his question. Instead, he said to himself, from this, I also thought that recently, mutants' behavior style has changed drastically. It no longer fights independently like before. Instead, it seems that there is a unified leader. Be purposeful, and get huge amounts of benefits every time. The new Xavier's school opens enrollment, the Mutant Affairs Bureau was established, and this vigorous anti-crime operation. In a short period of time, the image of mutant has changed greatly. So I'm going to make a wild guess. He stared at Lin closely, and said word by word, Professor X and Magneto no longer lead the mutant group, Mr. Lin, you, are their leader now. Clap clap. Lin applauded without hesitation. A wonderful reasoning must have cost a lot of brain cells. He teased and said with a smile, then, is the FBI going to arrest me based on this reasoning? You don't even deny it. James Wu was a little surprised, it seemed that Lin's attitude was beyond his expectation. Why deny it? Lin smiled, he never hid in front of Nick Fury, let alone an FBI agent, as the leader of Mutant, is it something shameful? James Wu was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed heavily, these are just my own guesses, not only do I not have any evidence, I didn't even tell my boss. Oh. Lin seemed a little surprised, why? Should this be considered dereliction of duty? Or do you not reject mutant? As an agent, I have experienced some supernatural events, and I know that there are too many unexplainable secrets in this world, which are completely different from ordinary people's imagination. James Wu shook his head, so, for mutants with super abilities, on the one hand, I am a little afraid, but on the other hand, I am very envious. The sharpness in his gaze disappeared, replaced by a look of sincerity. If mutants' super ability is not used to provoke wars, but to protect the people, and even benefit the world, for ordinary people like me say, isn't it a good thing? Lin didn't speak. I can clearly feel that times have changed. As James Wu said, he took out an Oasis bracelet from his pocket. He is a member of this Pioneer Experience program. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hulk, Abomination, X-Men, Thor, Batman, Superman, and General Zod. People with super strength appear one after another, and alien civilizations gradually appear on the Earth. The world is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Variety. Rubbing the bracelet, his eyes became complicated, and when I was in the world of Oasis, I personally experienced the feeling of having a super ability, that kind of reality, that kind of carefreeness. It made me believe in this even more. Super technology and super ability will gradually become the mainstream of the human world. Crimes in the future will become more and more terrifying. And for ordinary people like me, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to survive in such a terrible world and to survive better. Hear. Lin already understood what he meant, so, you came to me today. I want to work with mutant. James Wu took a deep breath, and his words were sonorous. Inspector Catherine of NYPD can become mutant's partner. She has repeatedly solved major cases in a short period of time, and has even become a popular candidate for the next director. Judge Kate of the federal court can follow mutant cooperates. The prestige is getting higher day by day, the future is limitless. Me. FBI high-level agent James Wu. Why not? Although I am Asian, it is more and more difficult to get promoted step by step in the FBI, but why can't I dream that one day I can sit in the director's seat? At this moment, his face was full of undisguised ambition. Apparently, this high-level agent of the FBI, after experiencing many things, vaguely saw a little bit of the truth of the world, and understood the rise of mutant even more. Already unstoppable. He wants to get on this bus. Same with Catherine and Kate. The difference is that Catherine and Kate are Lin's people from the beginning, so strictly speaking, this is the first time since Lin started a series of projects, ordinary people who are attracted by the future of mutant. And he dared to propose cooperation, definitely because of his identity. Catherine is in the police force, Kate is in the courthouse, and Mora is in the CIA. These three people who have clearly stood for mutant are in three extremely important official institutions. This is obviously not a coincidence. That being the case, why can't I, James Wu, be mutant's spokesperson in the FBI? Mr. Lin. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. James Wu's voice trembled slightly, and there was a trace of tension in the depths of his eyes. Lin looked at him calmly. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate the heart. After a long time, he spoke softly, James, what is your super ability in Oasis? James Wu was taken aback for a moment, and said subconsciously, it's the law. Yeah, magic. The corners of Lin's mouth showed a faint curve. Have you ever thought about the things you just said? All the clues are on the table, and everyone in the FBI should be able to know, but why only you stringed them together, and then through these appearances, you saw the truth of the world little by little. What? James Wu looked blank, apparently never thinking about this question. Because you are not an ordinary person originally. Lin got up slowly, walked to him, and patted him on the shoulder. your magic ability has been activated, so you will become smarter than before, and because of this, you are the only one who can stand in front of me in this ever-flowing sea of people, haha, get it? James Wu's heart trembled violently. Before he could react, he felt a tremor in the surrounding space, accompanied by a faint ray of light spreading out like a tide. Everything in his sight changed. It turned out that he and Lin were not communicating in the office at all, but in the bustling street. Surrounded by pedestrians and traffic, it is a bustling scene of hustle and bustle. This. James Wu was stunned. Just about to speak, Lin's cell phone rang suddenly, and Alice's voice reached her ears. Master, Mr. Stark is calling. Lin knew what Tony was going to say without answering the phone. Because from his perspective, he could see the roof of the Stark building a few kilometers ahead, and suddenly there was a glaring beam of light that shot straight into the sky, like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky. James, you're right about one thing. Lin patted James Wu's shoulder again, and said with a smile, the times have changed, we will usher in an unparalleled and extraordinary world, and this era belongs to Mutant. Before the words fell, Lin's figure had disappeared. Only James Wu was left staring at the beam of light in the distance, shocked and confused in his heart like a tidal wave. What does Mr. Lin mean? Did I find him, or did he find me? My magic ability is activated. Number. Magic ability. I have, magic ability. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated slightly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He looked down at his palms. I don't know when a mark appeared on it. That is a light. A light that illuminates his soul world. Chapter 94 Loki, unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. has fallen. There was a flash of light. Lin appears in the Stark building, outside the glass office on the top floor. In sight, the soaring beam of light emitted by the Tesseract, in addition to opening a larger and larger space wormhole in the sky, unexpectedly spread a translucent light curtain downwards, wrapping the entire Stark building. Tony, who was wearing the latest battle suit, was locked inside by this light curtain. The president's office, which Lin had visited many times, was already dilapidated, and everywhere was scorched black from the pulse cannon bombardment. Obviously, before this, Tony had already fought several rounds with his opponent. But meaningless. His opponent was unharmed. Lin, your prophecy has come true. As soon as Tony saw Lin's figure, the steel mask fell down, revealing an anxious and helpless face. Aliens really invaded the Earth. They used the energy from the Stark building to activate the Tesseract, and wanted to open the space wormhole, send an alien star army put in. I've seen it all, Tony. Lin opened her mouth lightly, her face as usual. Out of confidence in Lin, Tony breathed a sigh of relief after he arrived. He looked at the light curtain outside the glass, and said with hope in his eyes, so, you must be able to break this mask, right? Lin didn't answer, but looked at his opponent. With a thin figure, a confident smile, and a dress that is completely different from the Earth, he holds a staff inlaid with mind gem in his hand. This is definitely Loki. It seems that you are Mr. Stark's backstage? The strongest magician on Earth. The old god Loki was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of wine in his left hand, and locked his playful eyes on Lin. As the number one magician in the 9 realms, I am also curious, can you break this? The energy seal formed. Apparently, with both Tony and 800 Hulk being recruited by the new Xavier's school instead of joining the Avengers, things were very different from the scenario Lin remembered. He had expected this. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry, snapped his fingers casually, and a sofa appeared behind him out of thin air, suspended in the subject. Then, under Tony's bewildered gaze, he also sat down with an old god, and communicated with Loki through the mask. I don't dare to be called the strongest magician on Earth. He smiled and shook his head. As for Mr. Loki's title of the number one magician in the 9 realms, it seems that it is not worthy of the name? Otherwise, it is just a blockade of a building, why use the calendar area of Tesseract? Loki's face froze slightly. Lin's calmness exceeded his expectations. Thanks to Mr. Lin Yu. As the god of intrigue, Loki likes to watch others being played around with impotent and furious expressions on their faces, which makes him feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. So he doesn't like Lin's calmness very much. If I didn't accidentally hear that mutant made a lot of noise when I came to Earth, I might have failed due to carelessness. Oh. Lin raised her left hand falsely, I would like to hear more about it. First, I snatched the Tesseract from Shield. Loki seems to enjoy this feeling of victory in sight, and wants to use psychological tactics to attack opponents, so he explained with a smile, humans are really ridiculous creatures. They are obviously weak and pitiful, but they want to master the powerful power of the Tesseract. As a result, but it exposed the location of the Rubik's Cube, allowing me to hit it. The child holds gold to go through the busy market, that's how it is. Lin nodded. Luo, Che, obviously didn't understand the essence of Dragon Kingdom culture, he was taken aback for a moment before continuing, at that time, I controlled Eric Savig who was researching Tesseract, and the agent Barton of Shield. Originally, I thought this would be enough. These two people, one is used to build the machine and activate the power of Tesseract, and the other is used to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. But what I didn't expect was that when they were chatting with me, they all said that the biggest threat on Earth is not S.H.I.E.L.D, but the mutant from the new Xavier's school. This makes me very curious. So, I investigated about Mutant. New Xavier's school, Mutant Bureau, Second World, X-Men with increasingly large teams. I have to say, Mr. Lin is very good at it. Loki, who controlled Hawkeye, obviously knew a lot of secrets. When he said this, there was an expression of appreciation on his face. In a short period of time, Mutants' situation has been drastically reversed, and everyone is about to shout. The monster I beat has become a superhero that everyone admires. Lin said nothing about it. Not even the slightest change in Chengdu. Loki choked, and a trace of anger could not help but appear on his face. In my eyes, the Earth has always been a backward, primitive and remote planet, but I didn't expect you to integrate the power of the mutant, and there seem to be a few people in X-Men a person whom I fear, so I can't help but be careless, so. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lin finally had a look of curiosity in his eyes. In his impression, the so-called number one magician in the Nine Realms, the god of tricks, never seemed to have a convincing record. It was not so much trickery as it was a solid background. No matter how many casualties there would be no price to pay, that's all. But that's just a movie after all. The Loki in front of him is the real Loki. Although he is arrogant, conceited, and defiant. But obviously very smart. After discovering that the situation on the Earth was different from what he expected, he decisively changed the established strategy. So, what exactly did he do? At this moment, a solemn look appeared on Tony's face, and his intuition told him that this alien who suddenly descended on the Earth, before using the Tesseract to block the Stark building, absolutely did something terrible. I voluntarily surrender. Loki seemed to notice the change in Lin's expression, and nodded in satisfaction. S.H.I.E.L.D sent someone to arrest me, I don't have the slightest hesitation, surrender. And then I was locked up in their aircraft carrier. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D is that dark-skinned one-eyed dragon. He formed a so-called Avengers to protect the world. Hehe, I wanted to see who he found, but I didn't expect. The so-called superhero is just a bunch of rabble. Tony's brow furrowed tightly. This guy seems to be particularly enjoying the current process. He talked for a long time without focusing on it. Lin didn't care, but asked curiously, who are the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D? An old guy who is said to have been frozen for 70 years, a pretty female agent without any super abilities, a steel armor soldier dressed similarly to this guy. Loki glanced at Tony. There's another guy, wearing a weird battle suit, who can suddenly become as small as an ant. Oh, he's so verbose, I can't wait to put him up. There is also a big green guy who is locked in a cage. I see tyranny, madness, and endless desire for destruction in his heart. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. seem to want to release him at certain special moments, as a surprise soldier. Definitely, and my cute but annoying big brother. He visibly grits his teeth at the mention of Thor. Tony's expression changed again and again, and he subconsciously looked at Lin, the big green guy. Is it Abomination? Lin nodded. Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, War Machine, Ant-Man, Abomination, plus Hawkeye controlled by Loki, are obviously the first-generation members of Avengers. Is Nick Fury crazy? Tony roared angrily. Abomination has lost its mind, a monster who only knows destruction. He actually thinks it can be used as a surprise soldier. Normal people definitely would not do such a thing. But Nick Fury? He always seems to feel that he can control everything, and he will never let go of any power that can be used. This is completely in line with his style of doing things. That's right, I thought exactly like you at the time. Looking at Tony's eyes, Loki actually had a sympathetic expression. It would be fine if S.H.I.E.L.D. had the power to control that big guy, but according to my observation, if it wasn't for my big brother who also came to Earth, Avengers all of them together may not have enough strength to deal with that big guy. In the case of Nick Fury, he's definitely left behind. It's just that Loki didn't know it. He took a sip of wine and talked softly. Human beings are weak but arrogant. It really opened my eyes. Enough. Tony snorted coldly, his eyes flashed coldly. Humans are not only S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, and you Iron Man. Loki shrugged. The new type of reactor you developed actually has energy far beyond the Earth's technology, so I give you 100% respect. In order to prevent you from getting in the way, I slightly modified the tesseract. The device sealed the entire building. Tony almost couldn't help shouting. Such respect, don't let it go. Pity him for staying at home and transforming the steel battlesuit. Just when the inspiration exploded, he suddenly found out that the crystal has been taken by someone. Hurry up and drive away the foreign enemies. All the weapons can't hurt the opponent. At the time, seeing the pulse cannon go right through Loki's body, he knew it. This guy is a magician too. He hates magicians. Don't get excited, Tony. Lin's voice came from outside the mask. Mr. Loki hasn't said how he escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D's prison and appeared here again. Tony was about to speak. Loki already smiled wickedly. It's very simple. He raised the psychic scepter in his right hand, and said word by word, I control everyone in SHIELD. Except for the one-eyed dragon who ran away, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Including their aircraft carrier. And now it's all for me. Tony's face froze on the spot. WTF. Chapter 95. Have you ever thought about one thing? Seeing the change in Tony's face, the smug look in Loki's eyes could hardly be concealed. But when he looked at Lin again, this feeling of complacency was instantly suppressed. Where's Thor? Lin looked at him calmly. Thor in Asgard is also controlled by your scepter. It has to be said that compared to the Loki in memory, the Loki in front of him looks more like a god of trickery. He actually discovered the magical effect of the psychic scepter. Apparently, during the period when he came to Earth, he learned a lot through the matter of mutant. At least he didn't control a Hawkeye and an Eric Savage like in the original plot, so he felt that he could single-handedly swipe the Earth dungeon. Baronet. How can you blindly believe the words of the god of trickery? Thor. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank slightly, and things were not going as smoothly as he imagined. He stared at Lin closely, and said, "You seem to know something about Asgard? I didn't say my big brother's name just now." Hee. Lin smiled. As a magician, the knowledge you have is always a little richer than ordinary people. He's not a threat anymore. Loki's tone suddenly fluctuated. Thanks to that big green guy, I just stimulated his violent heart a little bit. In his eyes, only my poor big brother is left, and there is only one person in his mind. Thoughts are destruction. Nobody knows my stupid big brother better than I do. He's got nothing but muscle and brute force in his head, and he's the ultimate ego who can easily slip into mania. So, until that big green guy is dealt with, he won't show up here. Understood? Thor is pinned down. Nick Fury escapes. Beyond that, almost all of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. Lin nodded. Indeed, she looked at Loki differently. This slight change in expression has already been caught by Loki, and he became excited again. Now, the gate of space has been opened, my army is approaching the city, and all the Asgardians on your earth have become mine. After today, I will step on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and be crowned king. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your means. If you are willing to work for me, I can give you and your mutant the treatment you deserve. In the future, you will follow me back to Asgard and help me regain my revenge. I can even hand over the earth to your rule. The god of trickery seems to be trying to play tricks all the time, and his voice is full of temptation. You mutants have been oppressed for so many years, don't you want to become the master of this planet? Surrender to me, I can give you everything. Up to this point in the conversation, Tony has already discovered that no matter how deep the scheming and terrible methods of this alien visitor, he is a person who is arrogant and eager for quick success in his bones. He actually wanted Lin to submit? Are you afraid you are dreaming? Based on what he knew about Lin during this period, Tony sneered directly. This Loki, obviously knows nothing about Lin's unfathomable. This invasion was predicted long ago. How could Lin have no whole cards? How? Loki was not angry, but looked at Lin with interest. Under the current situation, those X-Men under your command don't want to fight with me. Without waiting for Lin to respond, he said to himself, the most powerful mutant on Earth is that Professor X and Magneto. Unfortunately, Chitauri's body and weapon are integrated, not a pure metal creation. Magneto's ability to manipulate metal may not have much room for use. As for Professor X's mind ability, you let him come and try to manipulate Chitauri's mind. The implication is that the two strongest mutants on Earth are also helpless in the face of this situation. This is definitely Loki's psychological tactic. To some extent, it may not be a lie. Although he didn't say it, Lin knew that Chitauri would lose consciousness after the mothership was destroyed, which shows that the individuals of this alien race do not have a complete soul, and to a large extent, they will not be destroyed. Affected by Professor X's mental ability. P.S. I don't know why, but the aliens in many movies have this virtue. When the brute is destroyed, they will die collectively. Foreigners really lack imagination. You are really, very confident. Lin couldn't help but said. After talking for a long time, Loki explained all his plans of action seemingly stupidly. But in fact, except that Thor is pinned down by the abomination. Where did the controlled Avengers members go? Where will S.H.I.E.L.D's mothership appear? And how will the Chitauri army deal with the X-Men? *Yen. He didn't say a word. This trick god has been delaying time. And what he was procrastinating for, Lin and Tony soon found out. Boom! The beam of light emitted by the Tesseract suddenly trembled violently, and the next moment, the space wormhole in the sky suddenly stopped after expanding to a certain extent. As a result, the huge energy rushing out from the Tesseract spread out around the wormhole. Among countless panicked eyes, 4 beams of light spread from 4 directions like 4 endless bridges. The people in the Twisted Contract definitely don't know the endpoints of these 4 bridges, but there are very few people who guessed it at once. there will be another space wormhole 100% at the end point of the bridges. 5 portals. Chitori's army will attack the Earth from 5 places. Great Gift Crab Special. Tony was the one who reacted the fastest. His face turned pale in an instant. Through the sealing mask, he could already see the densely packed Chitori army flying out of the wormhole like a day of locusts. Behind the army, there is also a huge Leviathan beast. Without fighting at all, Tony knows that the technology of this alien army is far superior to that of the Earth. Even if the military sends all the troops, it may not be able to stop it. Only superhero group can. And such a large army would appear in 5 different places at the same time. This is a nightmare for Earth. Lin. A strong panic surged in his heart. Tony couldn't keep calm anymore. He looked at Lin for the first time. Lin finally stood up from the sofa. Seeing this scene, Loki laughed loudly. Isn't it too late to realize it now? There are 5 space transmission channels and countless Chitori armies. Even if you call all the X-Men, how many people can there be? How long can it last? Surrender is your only choice now. He laughed unscrupulously, full of pride after the trick succeeded. At the same time, it seems that he wants to vent all the grievances he has received on Thor. Lin's expression suddenly became strange. Battle of New York. Has it spread globally? He looked at Loki and sighed softly. Have you ever thought about something small? Chapter 96, The Universe is a chessboard, all parties make pieces. At the moment, Tony's heart was extremely anxious. But for some reason, Lin's voice seemed to have a strange magic power, instantly erasing all his restless emotions. Sanity returns again. He looked at Lin, and waited. You control everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. But why did you let Nick Fury, an agent who doesn't have any super abilities and has been out of the front line for a long time? Loki's laughter stops abruptly. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Obviously he didn't expect that Lin would care about such trivial issues under such circumstances. Don't say you're careless. Lin's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, right into Loki's heart. Perhaps you, the #1 magician in the 9 realms, is not worthy of your name. There are many people who can escape from your hands, but among them, definitely not including Nick Fury. At least, you can have the Avengers go get him back, can't you? But you didn't do that. Why 577? If it's the Loki she remembers, Lin won't have any questions about it. But this one in front of him is obviously not that stupid. Since he realized the use of the psychic scepter and controlled everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. in one fell swoop, how could he just miss Nick Fury? That's the director of SHIELD. He only has 1 Avengers and 1 mothership? What if the opponent still has a stronger power? After all, there are not only those superheroes on the Earth. Loki was immediately dumbfounded by the question. It's just an ant. He spoke subconsciously, expressing his disdain for Nick Fury. Maybe, you look down on Earthlings from the bottom of your heart, so it doesn't matter if Nick Fury escapes. Lin interrupted him lightly, her eyes flashed, and a strange color appeared, but in my opinion, there is another possibility, that is, you let him go on purpose. As soon as these words came out, Tony's heart trembled. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank suddenly. In your subconscious mind, you don't really want this invasion of Earth to succeed, do you? Lin said her guess lightly. The Earth is just a wild planet in a remote star field. How attractive is it to you, who aspires to become the king of Asgard and the master of the 9 realms? Obviously I don't like this planet from the bottom of my heart, but I have spent a lot of time to launch this war. Because you have no other choice. Because the leader of this invasion is not you. You are at best a leading party. Lin pointed to the more and more Chitori army in the sky, looked at Tony. Look, he didn't even command this army, but sealed himself in this hood too. Enough. Loki suddenly drank heavily, and the wine glass in his left hand exploded with a bang. Tony suddenly realized, this really does not meet the identity of a commander. That's right. Lin's eyes turned to the psychic scepter in Loki's hand, holding a weapon that doesn't belong to you, commanding an army that doesn't belong to you, hiding in an impenetrable defensive cover. Does this mean you, the leading party, are not willing? The reason why you work so hard is just because you can't bear the consequences of failure. It seems that your boss is terrible. Loki stood up abruptly. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. Then, an interesting question arises. Lin said to herself, since your boss is so powerful and interested in the earth, why doesn't he take action himself? Is there anything else in this primitive, backward, wild planet under our feet that makes this powerful the alien overlord feel afraid? Needless to say, these words were actually addressed to Tony. It is also a guess made by Lin combining the plot and memory and what happened in reality. You magician, you seem to know a lot of things beyond the earth. Loki's eyes were full of surprise, and he gritted his teeth almost word by word. As I said, as a magician, you always know more than anyone else. Lin smiled slightly, and began to control the rhythm from this moment. He knew very well that behind Loki was Thanos, and the ones who could make Thanos feel afraid were naturally the king of God Odin and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Definitely, in this world, there may be some other powerful existences. After all, the existence of Superman has never been a secret. God knows if there are any big bosses hidden on the earth. But even without these, as long as Odin and Ancient One are still there, it is impossible for Thanos to attack the earth without collecting 6 infinite gems. That is to say, this invasion seems to be mighty. In fact, it was just a trial. This can be seen from the fact that the main force of this invasion is Chitauri. Thanos commanded Ronan. Ronan didn't send out his elite Kree army. Instead found Chitauri. Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of Galaxy said that the Chitauri army is the most garbage army in the universe. I guess, with the wisdom of the god of tricks, he should have seen this point. Lin clearly saw the change in Loki's face, and smiled brighter. Maybe your boss has offered you some kind of unrefusable condition, or maybe he is threatening your life, but no matter what, you can tell. This invasion is just a trial, it is impossible to succeed. You and this so-called Chitauri army, it's all just cannon fodder. And the conditions your boss promised you are simply impossible to fulfill. This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Loki's heart. His whole body trembled violently, the expression on his face was not only shocked, but also angry that his mind had been exposed. The majestic god of trickery. To be seen through by a mortal on earth. This is a great shame for him. It is precisely because you know where you are that you don't want this invasion to succeed. Lin ignored the change in his expression, and continued, you let Nick Fury go on purpose, just in the slightest hope that this boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to find some way to stop you. In this way, although you will become a prisoner, you can be brought back to Asgard by your big brother. Losing freedom, regaining safety. It's a good deal, isn't it? I have to say that Lin's guess is extremely unbelievable. But it can explain all of Loki's behavioral motives. It is also more in line with his title of the God of Tricks. Tony was already shocked from ear to ear, and turned his head to look at Loki in disbelief. The disaster in his eyes turned out to be just a game from an alien civilization? Yes. At this moment, these 2 words appeared in Tony's mind unconsciously. In a trance, he suddenly realized the huge gap of 5.0 between the Earth and the alien civilization. Before that, despite Lin's prophecy, he was only skeptical, and he was not too disturbed. But at the moment, I really felt the fear. So, this is the truth of the world. It turns out that the Earth is really in danger. Earth magician. Loki's complexion changed again and again, and his chest heaved violently. He looked at Lin's still calm eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. What do you want to say, Z? He didn't admit it. But his behavior at the moment has made Lin understand everything. Lin stopped smiling. It's very simple. Gujing Wubo's gaze became sharp at this moment. If the universe is a chessboard, Mr. Loki, you are just one of the chess pieces, so there is no need for you to be so excited. In this game of chess, the person behind has already made a move. Now, it's the mutant's turn. Chapter 97 Mutant, Stand Up. Because of the butterfly effect, Loki's invasion has undergone huge amounts of changes. But Lin isn't worried about that at all. The Battle of New York was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. The big event of alien invasion would undoubtedly shake the world, and this news would surely break through the internet barriers and spread to all countries in the world. What Oasis wants to catch is this wave of traffic. But now, Loki changed the Tesseract device, causing space wormholes to appear in 5 places around the world, and the Chitauri army entered the Earth in 5 ways. Even helped Lin in a way. The X-Men have already made full preparations and have been dispatched at the first time. On the square of the new Xavier's school, more than 1,000 students gathered here, all looking nervous and excited. Light curtains appeared in midair. And it was Lin's mirror image duplication that raised his hand to transform these light curtains. The real mirror image technique of the 5th ring can separate a mirror image duplication whose strength is exactly the same as the deity, and when it comes to the 6th ring, the number of duplications becomes 2. The duration has also increased from half an hour to an hour. The most important thing is that the deity and the duplication can share thoughts. Therefore, what happened on the Stark building side, the mirror image duplication here is very clear. A set of 5 space wormholes, respectively located in the sky above the 5 cities of Twilight, Wudu, Australia, Neon, and Paul. Lin roughly explained the situation, and then turned to the 6 teams of X-Men on the square. What should I do? Don't I need to say more? Don't worry, Lin, because of your prophecy magic, we have prepared so long in advance, killing these alien monsters is easy. With a cigar in her mouth forever, Wolverine Logan spoke calmly. Lin nodded, raising her hand again. Portals appeared out of thin air one by one. 6 teams of X-Men crossed separately. 30 Lin's face was a little strange, looking at Professor X in the teacher's seat. Professor, don't worry, I'm going to brainwave strengthening now. I don't know when it started, but Professor X got used to Lin giving orders. He smiled slightly and left the square with his wheelchair. Some students want to follow him to see and see. Magneto's cold eyes immediately struck. We are all here to observe and study, and after the end everyone will hand in 10 assignments on combat skills and the use of super abilities. What? The sound of wailing instantly spread throughout the audience. Fog. When the dense Chitauri army flew out of the space wormhole, the entire city was instantly enveloped in fear, panic, and despair. Living in this world, people have gradually become accustomed to superheroes and various super ability crimes. But being attacked by an alien army suddenly was beyond their acceptance. What's the matter? No mental preparation at all. Chitauri's army obviously didn't intend to let the people prepare their minds before attacking. As soon as they appeared, they drove a special flight device and opened fire crazily among the tall buildings, killing everyone they saw. Explosions, howling, panicked screams, moans of despair instantly filled the whole city. The official response speed is not unreasonable. The nearby garrison rushed to the scene as soon as possible. However, facing the Chitauri army whose weapons are far beyond the technological level of the Earth, whether it is tanks or missiles, they all seem so weak. When the gigantic Leviathan beast that almost covered the sky passed through the wormhole and appeared above the city, it crashed countless buildings as it passed. The morale of the army collapsed to the bottom in an instant. Fug. How to fight this? All the on-site commanders were stunned, and the soldiers under their command defected without the slightest suspense. This is not a war on the same level at all. Ordinary human beings are completely helpless in the face of this alien army. God, are human beings going to perish completely today? For a time, such thoughts popped up in the hearts of countless people. And as if in response to them, God suddenly appeared at this moment. It's X-Men! Boom! Suddenly there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and the next moment, accompanied by countless thunderbolts and lightning, a figure with white hair and black clothes shot into the sky like a god, and wherever it passed, Chitauri flight weapons boom boom blast it. Countless lightning fell, and the densely packed Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground street disappeared in an instant. It's Storm! Cheers of surprise followed one after another. The people who were still shrouded in despair just now saw hope suddenly, and all of them jumped up happily. Now that Storm appeared, her team of X-Men naturally also came, including 6 X-Men including Fireman John, Lucas Bishop, Carl Wen the Mimic, and Petra the Earth Manipulator. Men divided into 4 teams and headed towards the 4 directions of east, west, north, and south respectively. Last time on the playground of Xavier's school, these people's control over their own abilities was just mediocre. However, after experiencing the devil training in the world of Oasis, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Lin is demanding a lot from the X-Men. Those who are not strong enough are not eligible to join at all. Under such circumstances, they dared to split up and act, obviously with absolute confidence. Ha ha ha, Lin's tailor-made magic equipment for X-Men is so cool. Burning John's face was full of excitement. Every time he took a step, a faint ray of light flashed across his combat boots, making him extremely fast, no less than an ordinary speed-type mutant. This is an enchanted item. It is imprinted with the 3-ring magic foot. At the same time, flames burst out of his black gloves all the time. This allowed him to use his fire ability at will without relying on lighters and the like. He actually used his fingers as guns, shooting out very thin flames with enchanting 3 rings endless flames. The thin flames are like 6-veined swords. The moment it hit the Zeta Swiss soldier, it pierced the opponent, but it didn't pass through the body, but exploded in the opponent's body. A humanoid fireball appeared on the street. And those laser weapons of Chitauri were blocked by the fleeting magic shield the moment they hit the battlesuit on his body. Occasionally, those laser weapons that passed through the magic shield only caused a layer of ripples on the battlesuit. Enchanting 3 rings air shield. Vibranium battlesuit. Yes, the first generation of X-Men battlesuits were mixed with a little vibranium. Although the number is very small, it is enough to greatly enhance the defense of the battlesuit. This is because Xavier's school has not learned nanotechnology from Princess Surui. If there is nanotechnology blessing, add a little more vibranium, and the defense of the battlesuit will match Tony's nano armor. Woohoo! Burning John's cheerful voice resounded through the long street, and he leaped from time to time, and a wind wing quietly appeared behind the battlesuit, allowing him to take a short flight. Enchanting 3 rings wind wings. This complete set of tailor-made uniforms is the confidence of the new X-Men. The magic level contained in it is not high, but it can comprehensively improve their super ability, speed, action history, and defense history. In fact, the moment he put on this battle suit, the resentment towards Lin in Burning Man John's heart has completely dissipated. Instead, it was awe from the bottom of my heart. In his eyes, Lin is omnipotent. Because of this, he did not forget what Lin had told him, and at intervals, he took out a cylindrical object of the file size of a pen from the pocket that had cast the no trace stretch curse, and threw it on the ground. This is a mass-crafted enchanted item. There is a ring of sound amplification imprinted on it. People in the other 3 orientations did the same. So, as they traveled farther and farther, dropping more and more loudspeakers, Storm's voice suddenly came out of them. Like thunder, resounding throughout the city. Mutants, it's time to stand up. For a long time, we have been rejected, hostile, and even regarded as monsters, but we are clear in our hearts that mutant genes have never been defects, but human evolution. Now, human beings are facing the invasion of aliens, and life and death are only a moment away. Mutant at the moment is not coming out, when will it be? Let aliens see our power, let the whole world see our evolutionary achievements, and let our voice resound in today's foggy city. We are human beings with super ability, the Asgardians of Earth. Mutant, never be a slave. Earthlings, never be slaves. The very simple and rude slogan, accompanied by the voice of storm, swept the entire city like waves. Everyone who heard this voice was stunned. No one thought that under such circumstances, the X-Men would summon other mutants hidden in the foggy city. What they didn't expect was that when the sound wave spread farther and farther, it became louder and louder. By my side. One person stood up. Charlie. In a corner of the ruins, a middle-aged man turned his head in disbelief, looking at his friend of 30 years. You are mutant. Yes, Hank. Charlie, who looked like a professional elite in suits and leather shoes, stood up from the bunker bit by bit, as if responding to his friends, and also seemed to respond to the ubiquitous voice, I, Charlie Ed Ryan, am a mutant. As if he had exhausted all his strength, his voice was exceptionally loud. Everyone hiding nearby heard it. Amid shock, fear, envy, contempt, admiration, and other complex gazes, this mutant, who had been hiding for more than 30 years, walked out of the bunker firmly. Ahead is a team of Zeta Swiss soldiers who just landed. Mutants are never slaves. With a loud shout, Charlie rushed out. 093. In a cafe. Mother. A woman who was over 40 years old stared blankly at her grey-haired old mother, and stood up under the call of that voice. Yes, you are right, my child. The old mother's face is full of kindness, but her eyes are a little bit firm. I am a mutant who has been hiding for a lifetime. I go to school, get married, have children, and provide for the elderly. My life is almost over, but I have never talked to anyone. Said, I am a mutant. Although my ability is very weak, I can only control a little plants, so I have been a gardener all my life. But, I am indeed a mutant. Today, if I don't say anything, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The old voice spread throughout the coffee shop. The next moment, dozens of people hiding here stared blankly at this. With an old figure, he pushed open the door of the coffee shop little by little. Several Zeta Swiss soldiers who were nearby turned their guns and aimed at her in an instant. But at the moment, the flowers and plants on the side of the road suddenly soared, and the branches, stems, leaves, and flowers were intertwined like sharp arrows, piercing their heads with a few chi and chi. No matter how weak a mutant is, it's still a mutant. Alien monsters like you can't underestimate it. After a slight murmur, there was a heavy roar. Mutant, never be a slave. The same scene not only happened in every corner of Fog City, but also happened in Neon, Australia, and several other cities at the same time. People living in these cities seem to have had a weird dream. After waking up, they suddenly found that there are so many mutants around them. At the beginning, not many mutants stood out. But as time passed, more and more people responded to the call and came out of hiding places. When they rushed to the street and merged with X-Men one by one, like a trickle, little by little evolved into a majestic wave, all the Zeta Swiss soldiers heard 10 noises. Mutants are never slaves. Mutant, stand up. Looking at the whole world, this sound is not too loud, and it is only limited to a few cities. However, with the continuation of this war, and with the ferment of public opinion that will inevitably occur after the end of the war, more and more mutants are willing to stand up, spreading from city to city, to country by country, and eventually, to sweep the world. And this time, it's far from over. Chapter 98 You have an army, Dawn, T.I. Stark Building. 5 light curtains appeared at unknown times, floating side by side outside the energy shield. Impressively, it is the picture of the 5 major battlefields. Mutants, armies. Loki's face was gloomy. When the hidden mutants stood up one by one in the 5 cities in the picture and joined the X-Men team, his brows became more and more tightly frowned, as if he could kill a fly. He beheld the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning cast by storm. I also saw that the Cyclops team was invincible on the Australian battlefield. This mutant, who is extremely important in the X-Men series but has an inconspicuous record, played an amazing role in a green battlesuit and a pair of silver glasses. The power of the silver glasses seem to have several modes. Sometimes the laser light becomes extremely thin, gaining terrifying penetration like a laser, and sometimes becomes thick as a pillar, and its power is multiplied exponentially. Even the indestructible skin of the giant Leviathan can't stop it. The most terrifying short-frequency mode, the laser light seems to be cut into countless lines, like bullets shooting out, almost every time can harvest all the Zeta Swiss soldiers in sight. Loki can see that this mode reduces the power of laser light, but greatly reduces the energy consumption of Cyclops. His staying power is greatly increased. With the battlesuit on the body, it provides a huge blessing of mobility and defense. This red and green mutant is undoubtedly a battlefield harvester. And his teammate, Thunderbird's green battlesuit, is doped with more vibranium than other X-Men, which maximizes his copper-skinned and iron-framed ability. With him as the vanguard, Miming, and the three Cuckoo sisters who do not have the ability to fight head-on, with the blessing of the battlesuit, hold a retro-shaped magic gun with complicated inscriptions engraved on it, just shoot, shoot, shoot. Gun. Obviously it is a newly formed X-Men team, but it also has a unique ability. At the same time, the two teams of Kraken and Mystique are fighting together, wearing blue uniforms, and they are red-eyed in the neon battlefield. And on Paul's battlefield, the strength of the members of the Gambit squad, all in purple uniforms, has also increased by at least several times. This increase is even more obvious in the Wolverine and Phoenix teams on the battlefield. I have seen the X-Men's battle screen, their strength is not so strong. Loki took a breath, moved his gaze away from the light curtain with difficulty, and landed on Lin again. If I'm not mistaken, the battle suits on them are all made by you, right? You magician of this earth. Really surprised me. His tone is full of intense and extreme disbelief. In the picture of the neon battlefield, he even saw the steel helmet on Juggernaut's head, and after a layer of golden light shrouded his whole body, his body grew dozens of times unbelievably. Then, like a crazy giant bull, it collided with the giant Leviathan head-on. Goodness see you! The head of the giant Leviathan was crushed. Simply outrageous. There is also the Gambit on Paul's battlefield, holding a metal stick in his hand, which is also imprinted with dense inscriptions. After being thrown out like a javelin, the metal stick seemed to have infinite kinetic energy, and it exploded dozens of times along the way. Heads of 100 Zeta Swiss soldiers. This thing even comes with a self-seeking function. Even after the kinetic energy disappears, it will automatically return to the card-thick minister. Are you sure this is a mutant? Instead of Asgard's god of war. Excellent. Lin nodded slightly, and smiled contemptuously. The new Xavier's school has been committed to the combination of super ability and technology, and luckily there are some research results. Headed by Wolverine, Phoenix, and other original members, the 7 X-Men teams were rebuilt. Each member's battle suit was tailored by him according to the other party's super ability. Although the magic attached to the battle suit basically only has 3 rings. But combined with the super ability of the team members, it undoubtedly produced an extremely explosive chemical reaction. The combat effectiveness of the new X-Men is many times stronger than before. This is also the example Lin sets for her students. Encourage them to work hard in this direction in their future studies. I believe that after this incident, every student in the college will realize the power of super ability equipment, and will devote himself to this brand new field in the future. If things go on like this, a brand new branch of Earth science and technology will emerge. Super technology. You are really good. Loki emphasized again. Although he tried his best to maintain calm, his voice trembled slightly. I actually thought of using the threat of the Chitauri army to force those mutants who hide their identities out. Lin shrugged, there are mutants on the earth, and mutants have never been bullied. So what? Loki suddenly yelled, and took a few steps forward. I admit that this was beyond my expectation, but even so, how many mutants are there in 5 cities? Hundreds? Thousands? My army is tens of thousands. The temporary army of mutants is nothing more than a group of rabble. How long can it resist? The situation will not change in the slightest. As if in response to his words, the space wormhole in the sky trembled again, and more Chitauri army and Leviathan monsters appeared on the battlefield, overwhelming and powerful. Loki's face once again showed a high-spirited look. Don't forget, S.H.I.E.L.D is still under my control. Although those people in Avengers are weak and pitiful, but to cause you X-Men some trouble, you have to be easy. Advantage, always with me. Tony gasped. But this time, he didn't feel nervous or flustered at all. The old god said, Lin, tell me, is the advantage always on his side? Definitely not. Lin accepted his flattery with a smile. Charles's spiritual ability, maybe it really doesn't work for Chitauri, but, does it also work for people in S.H.I.E.L.D? He glanced again at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand. It's a half-smile. Mr. Loki, you really don't know much about our mutants. After a soft sigh, Lin said calmly, you do have an army, but how do you know? I don't. As soon as the word came out, Loki broke the defense again. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the 5 light curtains. Chapter 99 Mutants said. Let there be light. Twist, the main battlefield. The 2 X-Men teams headed by Wolverine and Phoenix had a much higher kill efficiency than the other teams. This is normal. Iceman Bobby, Colossus, Sunspot Robert, Polaris, Twinkle, Nightwalker. Each of them is an elite mutant who can act alone. With the blessing of the battle suit, the national calendar is doubled. And the copy of the training they experienced in the world of Oasis is higher and longer. Whether it is combat skills, awareness, or teamwork, it has already penetrated into the bone marrow. Plus Wolverine, Phoenix 2 super mutants. Such a lineup is undoubtedly built by Lin as the master. At the moment, the 8 people were fighting in 8 different directions, and they pushed all the way horizontally, like chopping melons and vegetables. Not just 8 people. Phoenix's team has added a temporary non-staff member Gwen Spider. Swinging down from the tall buildings and kicking a Zeta Swiss soldier away, Gwen's face was full of doubts. Lorna, why are your battle suits all red, but Wolverine and the others are grey? It's uniform, and each squad has a different uniform color. Polaris Lorna, who was not far away from her, controlled the ubiquitous metal in the city, and replied while fighting, I don't know the specific reason. If you want to know, you can ask Senior Lin. I've heard you say that name countless times, but I haven't seen him yet. Gwen sighed, and the cobweb boom shot out in his hand, locking the 2 Chitauri in front, and then swept with both arms, and the 2 Chitauri hit comrades one after another like meteor hammers. So, as a temporary member, why don't I have a uniform? She curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and vented all her disappointment on Chitauri, and shouldn't we find a way to close the space wormhole? Why return it? While speaking, there was a deafening howl above his head. A figure of Wolverine appeared on a giant Leviathan passing by here, and saw his hands upside down, and the invisible adamantium claws pierced into the body of the giant beast like cutting tofu. The next moment, he stood on the giant beast and ran wildly. The boots under the feet are shining brightly, providing a strong driving force. A line of blood shot out from the giant beast's back, revealing long scars. For a giant beast of this size, such damage is obviously not enough to be fatal, but Phoenix, who came out of nowhere, started its power at this moment. Hiss! The wound on the back of the giant Leviathan was suddenly stretched open by an invisible force. The wound became bigger and bigger, and soon became as deep as the bone. 4-2. Qin, your ability is stronger again. Wolverine 200's exclamation voice came from the communication device, mixed with a hint of doubt. They are also trained in Oasis. I can only train fighting skills, why can you still strengthen ability? If you want to know, ask Lin. Phoenix's faint voice came, and for some reason, it was a little different from before. Wolverine jumped up and landed on a Chitauri flight machine, and chopped off the pilot's head with one claw. There must be a secret between you. Lin again. Gwen, who heard the conversation between the two, couldn't help but speak. Since the last time she met Phoenix and others in the Jinhe group, she has become a temporary member of this team with huge amounts of curiosity. She thought that she could meet Lin, whom several people in Phoenix would mention in their mouths, but has not been able to do so. Speaking of which, I'm also working for him, why can't I even meet the boss? After letting out a sigh of relief, Gwen still chose to carry out the task. She went up and down, and appeared in a blind corner of the ruins of a building, looking at dozens of people hiding inside. Hey, do any of you know me? Spider-Man? A little boy answered her tremblingly. Yes, I am Spider-Man. Seeing the fear in the little boy's eyes, Gwen couldn't help smiling and said, don't worry, we will drive away these alien invaders soon, but before that, you need to find a safer place, such as a subway station. She wore a face mask, and the smile on her face was definitely not visible. But the voice of the big sister next door made the little boy relax a little. But also because it is a child, the brain circuit is relatively simple. But that... He pointed to the space wormhole in the sky. There are aliens coming out of it all the time, just like ants. With such a small number of you X-Men, can you really win? That's what Gwen wanted from him. Just relying on us definitely can't do it, we need you, need all of you's help. As she said that, she took out a few Oasis bracelets from the string bag hanging around her waist, and distributed them to the little boy and several others. Do you know Ultraman? Don't know? It's okay, wear this bracelet, read it, lift it up when needed, and recite silently. Let there be light. There is no Ultraman in this world, so those who have not entered a copy of Oasis will definitely not know. The little boys took the bracelets in a daze, and just about to ask what is when needed, Gwen had already left the place with a cobweb. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. With the idea of repelling the aliens and allowing himself to survive, he directly put on the bracelet and raised it up. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. At the same time, Iceman Poppy, Colossus, Blink, and other X-Men, and all other summoned mutants are doing the same thing. Twist is the world's top city with a large population, and there are quite a lot of hidden mutants. More than 500 mutants chose to stand up. Although more than half of them were Delta class and their super abilities were weak, they still stood up firmly and wanted to fight Chitauri desperately. Unexpectedly, the X-Men didn't need them to intervene in the battle at all. But just let them help the crowd to evacuate, and select some people from them by the way to distribute the Oasis bracelets. What are they doing? In a shadowy corner, Black Widow, who had been secretly following Gwen, tapped the communicator in his ears with both fingers. Do not know. Hawkeye was on another street, also puzzled. At this critical moment in the war, they distribute game bracelets to people? Promote games. No one would do such a boring thing. Captain America's voice came, there must be something unusual about these bracelets. Could it be that they contain some kind of energy that can be used as a weapon against Chitauri? This is impossible. Black Widow and Hawkeye shook their heads at the same time. A login device for a game is going to be released globally, how could it be a weapon? How much would it cost? Besides, Mutant is crazy to provide weapons to ordinary people. Now what? It was Ant-Man Scott who said, shall we grab some wristbands and study it to see what's wrong? Don't forget our mission. The Colonel of War Machine, as a soldier, has the idea of unconditionally performing the mission in his bones. Waiting for the opportunity to kill the X-Men in Twisted City is what we want to do. There was a brief silence on the communication channel. Obviously, after these first-generation members of the Avengers were controlled by the Psychic Scepter, the task Loki gave them was not to participate in the invasion, but to hide in the dark, ready to strike the X-Men at any time. So far, they've done a great job. Neither Wolverine nor Phoenix's team members seem to be aware of their existence. Seeing that it's time to start. Even Black Widow and Hawkeye, who are as firm as iron and have received countless iron-blooded training, hesitated. Are you sure, we can really kill them? Captain America's voice came first. In his sight, Poppy Iceman seemed to be the god of ice, rushing into a street at an extremely fast speed, where everything around him was frozen. A total of 57 Zeta Swiss soldiers directly became ice sculptures, and the 3 flight machines that flew past in midair were no exception. Bang 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 bang! The ice sculptures of the 3 flight devices fell to the ground and smashed into countless scum. Another 57 ice sculptures also shattered. I don't think it can be done. Hawkeye's target is the Night Walker. His dynamic vision is extremely powerful, and he can even hit the high-speed flight's Chitauri flight gun, but the Night Walker's speed exceeded his expectations. With the blessing of the weird red battle suit, he is like the wind raged everywhere. Wherever they passed, there were only one after another of Zeta Swiss soldiers who were either thrown or fell to the ground. Even so, she couldn't keep up this pace all the time. Therefore, the Eagle had faith, dabbed, to sneak attack and cast cold arrows, but not long ago, he clearly saw 7 or 8 Zeta Swiss soldiers firing laser weapons hitting the Night Girl. The battle suit on the body. Except for the excitation of a light shield, it did not cause any damage. Hawkeye doesn't think his technological arrows can be more powerful than those laser weapons. So, how is this sneak attack? Perhaps we can wait a little longer. In the sight of Ant-Man, Colossus's whole body is steel, hard like an iron lump that cannot be bitten. Of course, he can get smaller and ride an ant to approach the target, but how can he break through the defense? You can't directly enter the opponent's mouth and break through from the inside, right? What if the inside of the opponent's body is also tempered? Scott's advice is great. War Machine also sighed heavily. His goal is to blink Clarice, but the blink inside is not the same person as the blink in the S.H.I.E.L.D file. She was once arrested and imprisoned. Surprisingly, there are 3 solidified space doors around this woman, which surround her like a disc. All the lasers and shells fired at her were sucked in by the 3 light circles, and then, appeared in front of the opponent. In front of. She walked all the way, and she didn't even take the initiative to make a move, but no one could stop her pace. Fuck! What the hell is going on? How did these mutants become so powerful overnight? War Machine cursed fiercely, and then had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps, Natasha Romanoff's target is the easiest one to break through. Spider-Man? Black Widow's eyes moved slightly, but he was discouraged immediately. She is not far away, always following that green-haired mutant. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information Curry has no information about this person. But she can manipulate metal, or maybe magnetic fields. Magneto. This news caused everyone in the communication channel to fall into silence again. Indistinctly, the voices of the people in different places suddenly came from their ears. Let there be light. Let there be light. An ominous premonition suddenly overwhelmed all. Human heart. We can't delay like this. Captain America yelled loudly, and finally made up his mind. Everyone converges on Natasha Romanoff's position. We may not win 1-on-1, 5-on-2, we always have hope. Clear. Receive. Others jumped into action immediately. After Black Widow's continuous reporting, the 5 people quickly took their positions and locked on Gwen and Lorna from 5 different directions. Do it. Say it and do it. But at the moment, the voice faintly coming from the ear became louder and louder. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. These voices all come from ordinary people, they don't have any power at all, and they shouldn't even spread so far, but at the moment, it's like a strange prayer, suddenly reached a certain point. Then get the answer from the person you prayed for. The light really appears. All the people wearing the bracelets were stunned. They felt the slight vibration of the black bracelet, actually the device was activated, and they also saw a bright light suddenly appearing in the bracelet. Light. This light is very faint. But at the moment, it suddenly seems to be connected with other bracelets in Twisted City, and the faint rays of light seem to converge into a cloud, like a sunset cage covering the whole city. The process of activating the Oasis bracelet is actually the process of soul binding. In this process, there will naturally be a trace of soul power. A person's soul power is extremely weak, but at this moment, there are about 1,000 bracelets scattered throughout the city. The soul power of thousands of ordinary people is still very weak. But it happened to meet the requirements for opening the magic circle. Yes. Long before the X-Men killed the Chitauri army, they had already installed 6 magic devices on the outskirts of the city. At the moment, the 6 bases are finally activated. Boom! The ground trembled without warning, and the next moment, the people fleeing everywhere saw inconceivably that 6 beams of light shot up into the sky from the outskirts of the city, converging in the sky. Gather, and turn into a huge amounts of hexagram. Immediately after. In the park, on the side of the street, in the forest. The trees suddenly soared, and they rose from the ground as if they were alive, turning into tree people one after another, going towards the Zeta Swiss music that has spread all over the city. At first, their walking postures were very strange, and they didn't seem to adapt. But soon, one by one ran wildly, and in the process, some treants leaped high and turned into giant bears in the air. Great crab special! The tree man turned into a bear. Druid! Am I dreaming? This scene was so spectacular that countless fleeing crowd couldn't help but stop and exclaim in disbelief. Behind the army of treants and giant bears, there are countless flying birds that grow wildly in size. Densely packed, tens of thousands. This is an army. Captain America and others witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they were all stunned on the spot. Before they came over, the voice of Professor X sounded in their minds, "Everyone, the time to counterattack has come." Counterattack? Counterattack who? Our mission is to kill the X-Men. Wait. I am the superhero of Avengers, I should protect the Earth. In just an instant, the few people controlled by the psychic scepter were awakened by Professor X. But there was no trace of joy on their faces. Because the picture in front of them is beyond their cognition, and it seems to mean, the Avengers they have worked so hard to build don't even have a little bit of X-Men background. Facing Loki, they almost completely fell. And mutant. There was an army. Did Nick Fury say, "Beware of mutants"? In the communication channel, I don't know who said, "Just because we are qualified to be vigilant against them." No response. At this moment, they unconsciously recalled the prayers they heard just now in their minds. Is hope. And this hope is brought by mutant. It's going to change. Still not knowing who it was, he murmured softly. Still no response. For mutant, all this seems not to be a war at all. It's just an opportunity to step onto the stage of history. Chapter 100 Give the opponent a chance. Inside the Stark building. You actually have an army. Loki held the hand of the psychic scepter, trembling violently unconsciously. In his line of sight, he clearly saw the 6-pointed star magic circle gathered in the sky, and soon saw a huge amount of bird army like Kitarui in Military Doctor Who rides the wind and waves. And that's just what's happening in New York City. In the other 4 light curtains, a similar picture also appeared. In Wudu City, the six-pointed star magic array is like a cloud composed of raging flames, and one after another fire elemental elves jumped out of the cluster. In the neon battlefield, the water vapor in the surrounding sea area condenses crazily, and under the action of the magic circle, it turns into water elemental spirits one after another. What appeared on the Australian battlefield were earth elemental elves crawling out of the ground. What happened in Palcheng was even more strange. The golden light of the magic circle shrouded the cars, and it seemed to endow the cars with life. In a short period of time, hundreds of cars turned into human forms and joined the X-Men team. True magic version shape-shifting King Kong. 6 rings summoning system gate of elements. Magic. Where Loki still doesn't understand the root of all this, looking at Lin's eyes again, the earth-shaking changes have already taken place. All the contempt, fear, horror, all disappeared. Instead, anger. And not outraged that his plans were about to fail, but because such a scene. As the #1 magician in the 9 realms. He can't do it. How could a mutant magician be so powerful? For a moment, with Loki's pride and arrogance, he couldn't help feeling a creepy feeling, and an unbelievable thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. Why didn't Thanos come in person? Is it possible that the achievement is due to fear of mutant? This invasion is simply a mutual test between me and mutant. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help trembling. With his IQ, he could see that Chitauri was just a pawn that Thanos casually played. Naturally, he could also see that Lin's pawn was equally easy comfortable, come at your fingertips. Only 7 X-Men squads were dispatched from start to finish. The strongest mutant Professor X and Magneto have never appeared. Obviously there is a magic army, but it has been unable to hide it until the 5 cities were hit hard and the critical moment of human life and death was finally exposed. The most important thing is that the magic circle can be activated directly. However, he chose a more time-consuming and labor-intensive method, distributing the weird black bracelets to ordinary humans, making those people think that the activation of the magic circle has something to do with their prayers. Hawkeye seems to have told me that the black wristband turned out to be a game login device. And that game was developed by Mutant. What? Combining all these pieces of information, Loki only felt an unparalleled absurdity. The large-scale dispatch of Mutant this time may not be to deal with the invasion of the Chitauri army at all. It's for training. For fame. To promote Oasis. In the process, harvest a group of hidden mutants by the way. That's all. This is outrageous. It's really a good plan. I have worked hard to plan Chitauri's attack without any loss, and a life and death war for the people on Earth. In the eyes of Mutant. No. It is in this mutant in the eyes of the magician. Loki's eyes were scarlet, and he stared at Lin. It turned out to be just a chance to strengthen Mutant's strength. The universe is like a chessboard. Thanos is the chess player, and Lin is the chess player. Number 2. Is it really just a pawn? Thinking of this, Loki's heart was vented all of a sudden, and a sense of frustration that he had never felt before came to his heart. The remaining trace of pride made him roar unwillingly, what if you have 5 magic armies? Tesseract's energy is inexhaustible, and these 5 space wormholes will always exist. In this way, the Chitauri army will continue to flow, endlessly. How long can your magic circle last? How long can the X-Men and Mutant last in this intensity of fighting? In fact, at the moment, he had already vaguely guessed that the energy shield outside the Stark building might not be able to stop Lin. But he still had a little fantasy. After all, this is Tesseract. Tony was in shock because of the sudden appearance of the 5 magic armies, and at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, Lin, we must find a way to break the seal, otherwise this war will only be endless. He was obviously not the only one who could see the key to the outcome of this war. As soon as the voice fell, there was a whistling sound in the distant sky. Woohoo! A pyro appeared suddenly and rushed towards the Stark building at a super fast speed. Get out of the way, I, Johnny Stone, am going to save the world. Pyro came rushing forward, and he didn't dodge at all. However, the Chitauri flight weapons he collided with all turned into fireballs and exploded in the air. Next moment. Boom! With a loud bang, Pyro crashed directly into the Tesseract's energy shield. The energy shield did not produce the slightest ripple, but the flames on his body were scattered on the spot, revealing a young figure in a blue uniform. Yan Pingping fell downward. Tony bared his teeth. Through the energy shield, he could feel the severe pain of the opponent's impact, and he couldn't help but look at Lin, your man. Lin shook her head. Stupid earthlings. Loki sneered, he was beaten to pieces by Lin just now. Seeing this fireman's reckless behavior, inexplicably regained some sense of superiority. Zero fur flowers. Hey, my friend, it's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their backs. Johnny Stone turned into a burning man and flew up the moment he fell to the ground. He carefully looked at the situation inside and outside the energy shield, especially glanced at the sofa under Lin, with a confused expression on his face. Although I don't know what happened here, but the Earth is now being invaded by aliens. A man named Nick Fury, the guy, asked us Fantastic Four to help, so... who can tell me, how can I break this damn hood? Then close that damn space wormhole. He pointed to the energy shield, and then to the sky. Ming Ming's expression is extremely anxious. The tone of voice gives people a sense of frivolity and laxity. Nick Fury's back. Loki's face changed again, but before he could react, thunder suddenly rolled in the sky, and another figure roared through the air, appearing in sight. Thor came too. Loki. Seeing that Loki was safe and sound, he first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said fiercely, "Close this transmission channel quickly, or the Earth will be destroyed, and you will be a sinner through the ages." Loki glances at him. If it was before, he would definitely share the joy of victory with his big brother, but at the moment, after Lin's repeated blows, he is too lazy to talk nonsense with Thor. The Tesseract is right there. He pointed to the top of his head, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, go and close the passage yourself. The Meow Meow hammer hit the energy shield almost immediately. But it was just a layer of ripples. Seeing this, Tony felt a little disappointed with Thor, a new member of the Avengers. This energy shield is integrated with the space channel created by the Tesseract. It cannot be broken by barbaric causes alone. The power of space. Thor's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. If Bifrost is still there. Reed, Susan, did you all hear that? Johnny Stone, Thunderbolt, saw Thor's expression and knew that he was talking nonsense. So he quickly raised his right hand and touched the earphone. Quickly use your smart brains and think of a way. On the other side of the communicator, there were chaotic and noisy voices from Mr. Fantastic, the Invisible Woman, and the Stone Man. Faintly, there seems to be Nick Fury. It seems that neither the Avengers nor the so-called Fantastic Four can do anything for the time being. Loki kept staring at Lin. Seeing this scene, he smiled more freely, as if his confidence had returned to his body. "Mr. Lin, you are the first to come, but you have never tried to break the seal. Do you have no confidence? Or are you waiting for some opportunity?" Lin wasn't waiting for anything. Only this time, he wanted to give Mutants' opponent a chance. 1. The opportunist who wiped out all the X-Men. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.